Introduction. Alas, I have become the villain, a mindless sycophant of a villain in my own novel. The protagonist is favored by destiny, awakening the goddess of original sin each time, accompanied by 8 enchanting female disciples, with treasures gathering around him. Is there any hope left for me, this mindless, sycophantic little villain? Fear not, for the system awakens. I shall first seize the protagonist goddess of original sin, and then counterattack his fiancée. Is it the end? Certainly not. A moment's thrill in seizing the protagonist is but a fleeting pleasure. The true delight lies in continuously usurping from him. The protagonist's despair is palpable. Have I truly become a mere courier? Chapter 1. Alas, I have become the villain. Alas, I have become the villain. Heavens, is this some sort of mistake? Dai Haoren clutched his head and cried out, his voice echoing through the martial arts hall. The audience, gathered to witness the duel, looked at him in bewilderment. What is wrong with him? How can he claim to be a villain? What nonsense is this? Hurry up and start the fight. I've already cracked open half a bag of seeds. On the martial arts arena, a handsome youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes frowned as he gazed at Dai Haoren in the distance. His name is Ye Xunfeng, a third-tier student of the Dai Zone Martial Arts Hall. Once recognized as a genius, he is now deemed a failure. At this moment, he is about to duel with Dai Haoren, a first-tier student of the same hall. What Ye Xunfeng does not know is that the Dai Haoren he sees before him is no longer the same as before. What does this mean? Another soul from a different realm has crossed over and taken possession of Dai Haoren's body. This foreign soul has also absorbed Dai Haoren's memories, instantly comprehending the current predicament and the events leading up to it. Dai, Luo, Yethisi, 3 surnames represent the 3 great families of Tianyuan City. However, 3 years ago, Ye Xunfeng's father vanished and his mother passed away. The Yi family rapidly declined and has now become a shadow of its former self. Ye Xunfeng was once a prodigious talent in cultivation, but after the catastrophic loss of his parents 3 years ago, his abilities were severely diminished, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Luo Bingqing is Ye Xunfeng's fiancée. Yet, Dai Haoren has been obsessively infatuated with the jade fairy Luo Bingqing, willingly playing the sycophant from childhood to adulthood. Dai Haoren has attempted in vain to separate them, but to this day he has not succeeded. As Ye Xunfeng's 3-year mourning period comes to an end, his wedding to Luo Bingqing approaches. Ultimately, Dai Haoren has had enough. He is determined to deliver a fatal blow to Ye Xunfeng. Thus, for the sake of a maiden, the 2 youths agree to a duel. The stakes, naturally, involve Luo Bingqing. Should Haoren win, Luo Bingqing will annul her engagement and wed him instead. If Ye Xunfeng emerges victorious, Dai Haoren must not only cease his pursuit of Luo Bingqing, but also return the prideful sky sword to Ye Xunfeng. Can Luo Bingqing truly consent to such a wager? She did. This only served to further solidify Dai Haoren's resolute thoughts. What thoughts, you might ask? Luo Bingqing harbors a deep desire to wed Ye Xunfeng. It is merely the binding of a marriage contract that has rendered her powerless. I must rescue her. Dai Haoren felt an overwhelming sense of purpose wash over him. He yearned to humiliate Ye Xunfeng on the martial combat stage, ultimately winning the heart of the beautiful woman. However, the current Dai Haoren is no longer the same as before. With a newfound understanding of the circumstances, he began to lament loudly. Alas, I have become the antagonist. Heavens, is this truly my fate? What tormented Dai Haoren the most, leaving him in tears, was the fact that this villain he had unwittingly become was none other than the first antagonist crushed by the protagonist in his recently abandoned novel. What the hell? All my Genshin are sanuses. This was the most absurd and brainless cannon fodder antagonist he had ever conceived. In a stroke of irony, he had even used his own name for this character. Little did he expect that he would ultimately become this very Dai Haoren. What a calamity! According to the narrative he had penned at this moment, Ye Xunfeng had already awakened the 9th-rank primordial saintess, the Green Serpent. In this realm, within the conscious sea of sentient beings, exists a primordial crystal sphere. Sentient beings can awaken their primordial by meditating and absorbing essence, thus illuminating the primordial crystal sphere. Those who possess a primordial are known as primordial cultivators. The primordial comprises 9 distinct ranks: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, crystal, starshine, moonlight, sunlight, culminating in the supreme rank of primordial sovereign. Each rank is further divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the weakest, while the first is the strongest. At this juncture, Ye Xunfeng possesses the 9th rank primordial sovereign, green serpent saintess. As for Dai Haoren, his primordial is the 7th rank silver burning wind flying tiger. A 7th rank silver primordial is not weak by any means. Yet, when compared to Ye Xunfeng's 9th rank primordial sovereign, there is simply no comparison. The odds are utterly insurmountable. In the original narrative he had constructed, Dai Haoren was perpetually at the mercy of Ye Xunfeng. His dignity lay in tatters. His face was utterly disgraced. What follows? Dai Haoren's father intervenes, seeking vengeance for his son's humiliation. However, he ultimately falls into the same trap. And then, there is no further narrative. The plot was deemed too poor, leading to its abandonment. However, according to the original plot outline, the entirety of the Dai family is destined to be annihilated by Ye Xunfeng. Dai Haoren will descend into madness, reduced to a beggar, scrounging the streets and competing with stray dogs for scraps, a truly tragic fate. Ye Xunfeng? There is little to say, as he is merely a prototype of the overpowered male protagonist, adhering to the familiar tropes. Accompanied by Luo Bingqing, he indulges in ostentation, slapping faces and cultivating a harem, living a blissful life. Indeed, and then there is Luo Bingqing to speak of her. She is the epitome of a vixen. Why do I assert this? Despite her evident disdain for Dai Haoren, she continues to dangle him along, maintaining a relationship that oscillates between closeness and distance. Over the years, Dai Haoren, in an effort to win her favor, has incessantly presented her with various elixirs and nourishing supplements that he himself could hardly part with. This clearly indicates that the former Dai Haoren was also quite the devoted sycophant. And what is the outcome? She has become the sole courier of Bingqing logistics, delivering all the splendid gifts from Dai Haoren to Ye Xunfeng. In essence, a significant portion of Ye Xunfeng's prowess has been cultivated by Dai Haoren. Dai Haoren has unwittingly created a formidable rival. Initially, Dai Haoren only discovered this upon entering the martial arts academy, a revelation directly imparted by Luo Bingqing herself, aimed at disturbing his mental state. You stand no chance against Xunfeng. Want to marry me? Not even in your next life. The truth incited a tempest of frustration within Dai Haoren, nearly driving him to despair. However, the eunuch author Dai Haoren, having traversed dimensions, was already aware of this. This plot twist was one he had penned himself. How could he possibly be oblivious to it? Heavens, must I endure such a fate? What wrong have I committed? Even if I must traverse realms, why not as the protagonist? At the very least, becoming someone else would suffice. How is it that I am reborn as the foolish Dai Haoren? What should I do now? Perhaps I should adopt a philosophy of a true man can bend and yield, and simply concede defeat? Though such an act would be utterly humiliating, it is still preferable to being publicly humiliated by Ye Xunfeng at this very moment. Ding ding. The villain system has been successfully activated. Dai Haoren was taken aback. What? A villain system? I actually possess a system? After all, Dai Haoren is a web fiction author. Terms like system and personal companion are hardly foreign to him. He is merely astonished by the existence of a system. Is this not the standard equipment and boon of the overpowered protagonist? Could it be that perhaps I am overthinking the true protagonist stands right before me? But the once despondent Dai Haoren glimpsed a flicker of hope now that I have a system. Could there be a chance to triumph over Ye Xunfeng, the true protagonist? Dai Haoren immediately grasped this lifeline with fervent determination. System, are you there? Can we communicate? The malevolent system retorted, what nonsense! If we can't communicate, what's the point? Could you perhaps engage your brain before speaking? Dai Haoren replied. The voice was melodious, yet the tone was that of an irritable young lady. At that moment, Ye Xunfeng impatiently interjected, Dai Haoren, what are you waiting for? He is eager to defeat Dai Haoren and proclaim to the world that the genius Ye Xunfeng has returned. At this juncture, Dai Haoren was hardly concerned with Ye Xunfeng's intentions. Why the rush? Just wait. Ye Xunfeng's eye twitched slightly. At this moment, Ye Xunfeng seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward the left side of the audience that a girl of ethereal beauty appeared, standing gracefully at the edge of the railing. She was tall and slender, her height reaching 1.7 meters, exuding elegance and grace. Her radiant skin gave her an almost translucent quality, fresh and delicate, like a newly blossomed lotus bud. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. A small yellow duck hairpin adorned her left temple, adding a touch of playfulness and charm. Her features were exquisitely refined, as if sculpted by a master artist. Particularly her lips, luscious and tender, reflecting a subtle sheen, reminiscent of cherries kissed by morning dew, inviting a gentle peck. The fitted white top accentuated her figure, subtly rising and falling with her breath. The knee-length school uniform skirt could scarcely conceal her slender, smooth legs, which were further complemented by pristine white stockings. With her long black hair, school attire, and white stockings, she resembled a fairy tale beauty straight out of a Japanese anime. She was none other than Luo Bingxing, the esteemed daughter of the Luo family. Upon seeing her, Ye Xunfeng's heart warmed. Luo Bingxing nodded toward him, her lips curving into a smile akin to a water lily blooming in the morning sun. Look, the fairy Luo has arrived. In my opinion, Ye Xunfeng is utterly unworthy of her. I truly cannot fathom what the fairy sees in that useless Ye Xunfeng. Why Ye Xunfeng's keen ears picked up the murmurs around him. He chuckled inwardly, brimming with confidence. Unworthy, you say? Soon, I shall astonish you all. Meanwhile, Dai Haoren was far too preoccupied to concern himself with anything else. His eyes were closed, fully engrossed in conversing with the malevolent system. Listening to the irritable young lad's fiery words, Dai Haoren gained a clearer understanding of this malevolent system. The very name suggested its nature. In essence, committing malevolent acts would yield rewards. The greater the misdeed, the more substantial the reward. However, one must engage in high-quality malevolence to earn such rewards. What constitutes high-quality malevolence? It is akin to senselessly killing defenseless ordinary people, intruding upon widows' homes at night, or desecrating ancestral graves. These actions undoubtedly embody malevolence. However, within the great villain system, such wickedness is devoid of substance and devoid of reward. As for what constitutes high-quality evil, it is solely at the discretion of the great villain system, without any public or transparent criteria. Dai Haoren remarked, this system is rather dubious. If you do not inform me of what qualifies as high-quality evil, how am I to proceed? What does the great villain system say? Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and commit evil. Do you still desire a reward? Off you go. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Dai Haoren's heart was instantly extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. The question now reverted to, what shall I do? At this juncture, the increasingly impatient Ye Xunfeng spoke up once more. Young Master Dai, if we delay any further, the sun will set. I have an appointment with Luo Bingxing. I kindly request that you do not waste my time. How infuriating. Does he think he is so impressive because he has an engagement with Luo Bingxing? Following Ye Xunfeng's gaze, Dai Haoren spotted the ethereal Luo Bingxing in the audience. Those two shameless individuals. How dare they flaunt their affection before me? Luo Bingxing noticed Dai Haoren approaching her. She smiled, but it was a derisive smile. Having fully embraced the persona of the little villain Dai Haoren, he felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. To commit evil, to embrace malevolence. Suddenly, a thought surged in Dai Haoren's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with determination. Damn it, I'm all in. Let's see how long you can keep up this charade. Although he was reluctant to oppose Ye Xunfeng, the protagonist of destiny he had created, there was no alternative. He was now Dai Haoren, and the causes sown by the previous Dai Haoren must be reaped by him. He was well aware of Ye Xunfeng's temperament, character, and modus operandi. There was no possibility of laying down past grievances and letting bygones be bygones. Given this, what other choice remained? He had to act. Deep within, Dai Haoren still possessed a fierce streak. He offered Luo Bingxing a dazzling smile. Just as she appeared perplexed, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. The surrounding audience murmured in confusion. What was he laughing about? What nonsense? Hurry up and fight. I finished my snacks. That laugh is truly grating, akin to a duck's quack. Ye Xunfeng's brows furrowed slightly. He too could not comprehend the sudden laughter of Dai Haoren. Dai Haoren inquired, Ye Xun, do you not wish to know what I find amusing? Ye Xunfeng replied, not interested. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, Ye Xunfeng, you must believe you have already secured victory. You are eager to enact a grand tale of the underdog's resurgence and the rise of a genius, shocking everyone present. Am I right or wrong? Ye Xunfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Dai Haoren was indeed correct. But how did he know? Was it merely a wild guess? A grin stretched across Dai Haoren's face, reaching his ears. You must be wondering, how does he know what I'm thinking? Allow me to reveal the answer. Of course, it was your fiancé, my little kitty Luo Bingxing, who informed me. Chapter 3. Luo Bingxing, you have betrayed me. Nonsense. Utter drivel. Within her heart, Luo Bingxing scoffed, a slight curve of disdain and derision appeared at the corners of her mouth. Inciting discord? Such a childish and foolish jest. Luo Bingqing pondered. How could Ye Xunfeng not think the same? He chuckled in disbelief. Not a single word spoken by Dai Haoren could be taken to heart. Dai Haoren chuckled in return. Do you not believe me? What if I were to say that Luo Bingqing has already shared my bed, and we engaged in? Well, you would certainly find that even harder to believe. As soon as the words left his lips, Ye Xunfeng's expression darkened. Although he knew such a thing was impossible, hearing Dai Haoren utter it ignited a fire within him. As for Luo Bingqing, she could not help but exclaim, utterly shameless. How dare he speak such vile and filthy words, tarnishing my innocence? Such a scoundrel deserves nothing less than death. The very thought of sharing a bed with him? Disgusting. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a cacophony of chatter due to Dai Haoren's remarks. Come on, is that true? No way. This is too explosive. No, I refuse to believe it. My goddess Luo is pure as jade. Amidst the uproar, Dai Haoren continued to spill more secrets. Ye Xunfeng, surely you do not believe that little Bing Bing would pass the nutritional supplements I gave her on to you. I had no knowledge of this at all. Ye Xunfeng's expression shifted slightly. Upon hearing this, Luo Bingqing furrowed her delicate brows. She could not help but murmur to herself, what on earth is that guy up to? Dai Haoren's expression grew increasingly smug. You must be thinking, how could I know all this, yet still keep providing you with nutritional supplements, right? Well, the answer is about to be revealed. They are laced with poison. Ha ha ha. My little kitty and I are merely toying with you. Surely, you cannot be foolish enough to believe that such delightful circumstances exist in this world. Nutritional supplements worth tens of millions, given away for free? There is no such luck in this world. Ye Xunfeng's countenance had already turned exceptionally grim. Luo Bingqing could no longer bear it. Xunfeng, do not believe his words. He is sowing discord, disturbing your peace of mind. Let us settle this swiftly. Dai Haoren, do not spew such nonsense. If you possess the skill, confront Xunfeng openly. Dai Haoren paid no heed to Luo Bingqing's words, dismissing them as mere trivialities. My little obedient cat, the game is over. There is no need to act any longer. Now, I shall take this opportunity to declare to everyone, you, Luo Bingqing, are my woman. Luo Bingqing's delicate, fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed, infuriated. How dare he claim I am his woman? My heavens, what audacity to utter such words. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Ye Xunfeng clenched his teeth in anger. Enough of this nonsense. Let us determine the victor. Dai Haoren let out a playful exclamation. Ah, you still don't believe me? Then allow me to share a secret. He grinned wickedly, his face contorting into an expression of sheer malevolence as he cleared his throat, bellowing like a thunderclap. Here, on Luo Bingqing. He gestured towards an intimate area. There is a mole. A mole. A mole. A mole. The echo reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Almost everyone present was left dazed by Dai Haoren's proclamation. And Luo Bingqing? She was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could he possibly know? The existence of that mole was something only those closest to her would know. Yet, those closest would never divulge such information to Dai Haoren. How did he come to possess this knowledge? Luo Bingqing's face alternated between crimson and pale, her chest heaving with increasing intensity, her mind spun in a haze. Her innocence was shattered. It seemed she finally registered the impact of his words. The previously tranquil martial arts arena erupted into a new fervor. Is this true? This is sensational. Absolutely sensational. This is ambition in the heart. The truth often matters little to the crowd. They revel in chaos. The louder, the better. Luo Bingqing, exasperated, cried out, he is lying. Do not believe him. Her gaze fell upon Ye Xunfeng. In his eyes, there was shock, there was inquiry, there was doubt, and an indescribable complexity that in that fleeting moment, Luo Bingqing felt her heart pierced with pain. Xunfeng, do you not trust me? Do you think I, Luo Bingqing, am a woman of loose morals, devoid of shame? Ha ha ha. Dai Haoren's laughter rang out again. He seemed to find endless amusement. Luo Bingqing was suddenly overwhelmed with the impulse to tear his mouth apart. What was Dai Haoren laughing about? Because his malevolence had succeeded, earning him a reward from the great villain system. Congratulations, host, for committing an act of wickedness. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Reward: 1 bottle of great potion. In an instant, a surge of vitality coursed through Dai Haoren's body, crashing like a tidal wave. The raw, violent influx of power nearly made him feel as though he would burst. Fortunately, this sensation of expansion was fleeting, as he reveled in an unprecedented sense of strength. How could he not laugh, releasing his excitement and exhilaration? And what of this great potion? What purpose does it serve? Just as the question arose, the answer materialized in his mind. Is this the effect? Haha, just what I needed. Ye Xunfeng had already reached the limits of his anger. Have you laughed enough? If so, let us begin. He was eager to conclude this duel, so he could inquire about Luo Bingxing. However, Dai Haoren waved his hand dismissively. Why the impatience? We must alter our wager. Luo Bingxing was originally mine, making her the stake loses its significance even if I win. But if I lose, I would forfeit the Outyin sword. What a tremendous loss. In truth, the Outyin sword belonged to the Ye family. The Ye family had fallen behind, and the Dai and Luo families had covertly divided it among themselves. Thus, the Outyin sword had ended up in the possession of the Dai family. Meanwhile, another legendary weapon, the Taiwan blade, resided with the Luo family. Under the pretense of temporary custody, IT would be returned to its rightful owner once Ye Xunfeng and Luo Bingxing were wed. Ye Xunfeng's expression was as dark as the depths of water. Enough with the trivialities. Speak plainly. Dai Haoren proudly lifted his chin. If I win, your Qing Shi Saintess will belong to me. Ye Xunfeng was taken aback. How do you know? Suddenly, he fell silent, disbelief washing over him as he glanced at Luo Bingxing. The awakening of the Qing Shi Saintess was known only to heaven and earth, to me and Luo Bingxing. Yet now, Dai Haoren seemed to possess this knowledge. Could it be that Luo Bingxing truly betrayed me? Chapter 4. A wager between us. Why? Ye Xunfeng felt as though the world around him was spinning uncontrollably. Why have you treated me this way? Have I not already proven that I am not worthless? It turns out the fool is none other than myself. Ye Xunfeng glared fiercely at Dai Haoren, his eyes ablaze with fury. You. Stop. How could you wager something as significant as a 9th rank Yuan Zun? In the entire Dragon Nation, with a population of 100 billion, there are barely 100 individuals who possess such a rank. I could easily astonish the world with the prowess of the Azure Serpent Saintess. How could anyone consider betting such a valuable asset? Even if he were 100% certain of defeating Dai Haoren, he would still refuse to stake it. Dai Haoren approached Ye Xunfeng with a sinister smile. Is that so? Do you believe that a 9th rank Yuan Zun is more important than the clues surrounding your father's disappearance and the truth behind your mother's demise? His smile was deep and treacherous. Ye Xunfeng, overwhelmed with emotion, seized Dai Haoren by the collar. You even know this? Luo Qing. You have truly sold me out completely. How can I ever trust you again? Indeed. The clues regarding the true protagonist's father and the circumstances of his mother's death lie hidden within the Aotian sword and the Taihuang blade. As for why the true protagonist's father vanished, and why his mother succumbed to illness, well, Dai Haoren confessed. Even he, the author, is unaware. Impossible. How could an author be in the dark? Because this part of the plot has yet to be carefully crafted. The novel What the Hell? My original God is All Saints was abandoned due to poor readership and insufficient funds. Dai Haoren lamented inwardly, regretting that he had to traverse into the very novel he penned, only to become a brainless minor villain. Even without remuneration, he resolved to complete it. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would find himself within his own story? Now, it seems that his prophetic advantage is limited to the present moment. Well, so be it. What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve? Or do you lack the confidence to defeat me? If that is the case, why not forego the battle altogether? Let us simply exchange. I shall trade the Aotian sword for your Azure Serpent Saintess. How does that sound? It would certainly save some effort. After all, I am a novelist. Dai Haoren had a rudimentary understanding of human nature. If he proposed an exchange outright, Ye Xunfeng would likely refuse. He could certainly grow stronger and reclaim the Aotian sword later. However, a contest is an entirely different matter. The groundwork laid previously was not in vain. There was a high probability that Ye Xunfeng would agree. To his surprise, a notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, you have committed an act of malice. Reward, 1 golden banana." What? Is this really considered an act of malice? A golden banana? To his astonishment, a banana was offered as a reward. However, in the blink of an eye, Dai Haoren comprehended the extraordinary benefits of the golden banana. Firstly, it restored one's essence to its fullest capacity. Secondly, stepping on it would undoubtedly result in a slip. What a remarkable item! Dai Haoren's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for Ye Xunfeng, he composed himself, releasing the grip on Dai Haoren's attire. Do you dare confront me knowing I possess the 9th grade Yuan Zun? Do you believe that with mere underhanded tactics, you can prevail against me? Utilizing Luo Bingxing to execute a beauty trap and poisoning nutritional supplements? Such a deep-seated cunning. How malevolent your intentions are. Yet ha ha ha. You could never have anticipated that the Qing Shi Saintess possesses a skill capable of dispelling all toxins. Very well. I shall wager with you, Dai Haoren declared. You wouldn't back down or resort to deceit, would you? Ye Xunfeng dismissed the concern with disdain. A small-minded individual, indeed. Yet Dai Haoren persisted. To prevent any trickery, let us swear an oath in the names of our parents. Of course, I shall do the same. The one who breaks the vow shall suffer a fate worse than death, condemned to never be reborn throughout eternity. Swearing by one's parents is a commitment no one with any sense of honor would dare to violate. Ye Xunfeng was already weary of exchanging words with Dai Haoren. Without hesitation, he drew his personal sword, pricked his finger, and took an oath of blood. Dai Haoren, gritting his teeth, followed suit, slicing his own finger. Ouch! That truly hurt. Ye Xunfeng inquired, shall we commence now? Dai Haoren replied, certainly. As the word begin left his lips, a sudden gust of wind erupted. Ye Xunfeng's fist surged forth like a cannonball, striking Dai Haoren squarely in the face. Bang! The impact was resounding. Caught off guard, Dai Haoren was sent flying, tumbling a considerable distance away. The entire arena was stunned. Could it be? Am I imagining things? He was actually knocked away by a single punch. Dai Haoren, who had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm. How could he be bested by Ye Xunfeng? A newcomer to the Qi realm? Surely, Dai Haoren must have allowed it to happen? Yet it didn't appear that way. The levels of Yuan Shun practitioners are categorized as follows. Qi, Yuan, He, Xixiang, Wuxing, Lu Mai, Qi Xing, Ba Huang, Ju Tian, Shi Quan, Bai Sui, Qian Xiu, Wan Gu, and Gue Yi. There are a total of 14 realms, each subdivided into new, early, initial, middle, late, final, great achievement, perfection, and pinnacle. Dai Haoren stands at the pinnacle of the Qi realm. At his age, while not a prodigy, he possesses considerable aptitude. And what of Ye Xunfeng? Once, he was an acknowledged genius. Alas, 3 years prior, a cataclysm struck his family, resulting in the scattering of his Yuan Shin and a precipitous decline in his cultivation. From the pinnacle of the first realm, he plummeted to the nascent stage of the same realm. The once prodigious talent had now descended into insignificance. Had it not been for the principle of the Daizong Martial Arts Hall's benevolence, he would have long been expelled from the institution. One stood at the zenith of the first realm, while the other merely commenced his journey. An expanse of 8 levels lay between them. How could Ye Xunfeng possibly send Dai Haoren flying? Yet, the collective wisdom of the masses knows no bounds. Could it be that Ye Xunfeng has regained his strength? For 3 years, he has donned the garb of mourning, abstaining from any realm assessments. Still, even if he had, how could he have ascended in mere 3 years to a level capable of effortlessly dispatching Dai Haoren with a single punch? Dai Haoren rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Amidst the raucous crowd, he mused, indeed, you are a commendable audience. An audience is, after all, indispensable. Otherwise, for whom would one perform their grand displays of prowess? To the air? Yet, when one finds themselves the subject of ridicule, the taste of that reality is quite bitter. Dai Haoren spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Do you understand? Ye Xunfeng advanced toward Dai Haoren, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. To defeat you, I need not summon my primordial spirit. With this, he raised his fist, already more than sufficient for the task at hand. Dai Haoren chuckled. We may lose the person, but we shall not lose face. Let us not speak too boastfully. You have your reliance. Do you think I lack mine? With that, he retrieved a potent elixir and consumed it eagerly. Chapter 5. One punch resolves all. The spectators were mistaken in their judgments. In terms of realm, Dai Haoren at this moment should be classified as mid-level in the dual realm. This was due to the rewards bestowed by the evil system, which had granted him 10 years of cultivation. 10 years of cultivation. It had allowed him to traverse the chasm between Qi and the dual realm, elevating him by an entire level. In the dual realm, Qi represents the essence of heaven and earth, while the corporeal form embodies the physical body. The dual realm signifies the harmonious integration of energy, both internally and externally. Achieving this realm marks a true initiation into the path of cultivation for primordial spirit practitioners. Akin to graduating from kindergarten and officially becoming a student, the long journey of learning has only just begun. However, even with the mid-level dual realm cultivation, Dai Haoren was still sent flying by Ye Xunfeng's punch. This merely underscores one point. Ye Xunfeng's cultivation level is superior, and his strength far exceeds that of Dai Haoren. In truth, Dai Haoren was not particularly surprised by this outcome, for he understood better than anyone the true realm in which Ye Xunfeng resided. What was that realm? The pinnacle of the dual realm. At the tender age of 16 or 17, achieving the pinnacle of dual cultivation is undoubtedly a prodigious feat. Was he intentionally concealing his prowess? Not at all. He had only recently awakened to the 9th grade origin, resulting in a powerful surge of latent potential. Among the factors contributing to this were the invaluable elixirs and rare treasures provided by Dai Haoren, which played a significant role in his enhancement. Thus, it stands to reason that had Dai Haoren not unexpectedly gained 10 years of cultivation experience, he would have undoubtedly been thoroughly bested by Xunfeng. Furthermore, one must not forget that Ye Xunfeng had the formidable presence of the Holy Maiden of the Green Serpent by his side. According to the original narrative, there was an absolute certainty that Dai Haoren would lose this duel, subjected to humiliation at the hands of Ye Xunfeng, thereby bringing disgrace upon himself. After all, this is a tale of triumph. Who among the readers would be drawn in if it were not written this way? Life is already fraught with challenges. Why would one want to endure the protagonist's suffering in a novel meant for leisure and entertainment? If that were the case, one would simply discard the book. However, such a plot can indeed be exhilarating within the context of a tale of triumph. Yet, when one finds themselves inexplicably cast as the mindless pawn, ruthlessly tormented by the true protagonist, how delightful can that be, except perhaps for the masochists? Dai Haoren, the author of the original work, understands this principle all too well, which is why he feels fortunate to possess the great villain system. Ultimately, he has been granted a fighting chance, has he not? Gulp, gulp, gulp. In just 3 swallows, Dai Haoren consumed 500 milliliters of the potent elixir. Before its effects could manifest, Ye Xunfeng dashed toward him, delivering yet another powerful punch. Dai Haoren attempted to block this strike with crossed arms. The sound of impact resonated through the air, a forceful collision indeed. Yet, he was still sent flying, landing quite a distance away, rolling several times before nearly tumbling off the dueling platform. According to the unwritten rules of the Daizong Martial Arts Hall, leaving the dueling platform during a duel is tantamount to defeat. At that moment, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, gasping collectively. That was close. Dai Haoren almost faced defeat. Damn it, that scoundrel Xunfeng was playing the fool. This is disastrous. I bet 10,000 that Dai Haoren would win. Haha. I wagered on Ye Xunfeng. Indeed, reading novels has its advantages. I had already suspected that Ye Xunfeng would show off. The spectators voiced a myriad of opinions, and it was at this juncture that a deafening roar erupted throughout the arena. Suddenly, Dai Haoren began to swell and grow. With a rip, his clothes tore apart. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1.80 Dai Haoren transformed into a towering figure over 4 meters tall. His robust muscles exuded an explosive sense of power. How immense! What had he just consumed to undergo such a transformation? Ye Xunfeng appeared almost childlike, eliciting astonishment from some and embarrassment from others who dared not gaze at Dai Haoren. Why the hesitation? Because, at this moment, Dai Haoren was exposed. It resembled a colossal elephant swaying on the martial arts stage, an unexpected development for Dai Haoren himself. His large face flushed with embarrassment. Pause. Pause. Dai Haoren gestured towards Ye Xunfeng. Ye Xunfeng's eyes twitched slightly. What could he do if he did not halt? Beads of sweat dotted Dai Haoren's forehead as he glanced around, spotting a red banner proclaiming harmony first, victory second. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over to seize the banner, wrapping it around his vital area. By a stroke of luck, the first 2 characters aligned perfectly with his crucial region, making it extraordinarily conspicuous. Come, let us continue. But do exercise caution, Dai Haoren declared, leveraging his undeniable physical advantage to loom over Ye Xunfeng while beckoning him. I am so large, heh. You may find this a challenge. Ye Xunfeng scoffed, brimming with confidence. Does size equate to strength? No matter how large you become, you are destined to be my defeated foe. Gradually, he clenched his fist, channeling the essence of the world's vitality into it. He whispered to himself, watch as I conclude this with a single punch. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath Ye Xunfeng shattered as he propelled himself forward. In an instant, he appeared before Dai Haoren's oversized head. At that moment, his fist radiated with brilliance. Simultaneously, the audience felt an unusual pressure upon their chests, fully aware that Ye Xunfeng's punch would be extraordinary. Indeed, it was nothing short of remarkable, for Ye Xunfeng was wielding the Ye family's secret martial art. The Overlord Fist, the Dai family's sword, the Ye family's fist, and the Luo family's blade formed the renowned trio of the Tianyuan 3 extremes. Surely, they were not to be trifled with. Ye Xunfeng's confidence was well-founded. Just as his fist was about to collide with Dai Haoren, BM, a much larger fist struck Ye Xunfeng squarely, akin to being hit head-on by a high-speed train. Ye Xunfeng was sent flying, his trajectory perfectly straight, as if drawn with a ruler. Boom! He crashed into the steps of the audience seating area, which buckled under the impact, creating a deep, crater-like indentation. The arena fell into a profound silence. Even the parties involved were rendered speechless. One was knocked unconscious, while the other, Dai Haoren, could hardly fathom such an outcome. I actually won with a single punch? Chapter 6. Little Ah, keep pushing forward. Grandpa is rooting for you. Ha ha. Laughter reverberated throughout the martial arts hall. Dai Haoren stood with his arms akimbo, laughing heartily towards the sky. I won. I took down the true protagonist with one punch. Is it excessive to laugh this hard? His boisterous laughter shattered the silence of the hall. Is this really it? Just one punch? Not even summoning the elemental spirits? The atmosphere in the martial arts hall was charged and exuberant. Yet, amidst this fervent jubilation, Luo Bingqing felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. A chill creeping down her spine. Impossible. This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. In a frenzy, Luo Bingqing rushed to Ye Xunfeng. Xunfeng, are you all right? I'm fine. I have medicine. At this moment, Ye Xunfeng had regained some clarity. He gazed at Luo Bingqing, his eyes filled with anguish and suppressed fury. Why? Why have you treated me this way? Luo Bingqing felt as though struck by lightning and hurried to defend herself. Xunfeng, do not believe his deceitful words. I swear to the heavens, I have never wronged you. You must trust me. Looking at Luo Bingqing's enchanting face, which he adored deeply, Ye Xunfeng forced a bitter smile. I'll believe you. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. How does Dai Haoren know? Someone must have leaked it. If not me, then you. Do you think I would betray myself? I wish I could trust you. But how can I believe you? Xunfeng, observing Ye Xunfeng's expression. Tears streamed down Luo Bingqing's cheeks. You actually don't believe me? My heart aches. It hurts like being sliced by a blade. The audience on either side of the stage looked on, filled with sympathy. Suddenly, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Dai Haoren, towering at over 4 meters, leaped from the fighting platform into the audience. His shadow loomed over both Ye Xunfeng and Luo Bingqing. In a victorious stance, Dai Haoren looked down upon Ye Xunfeng. You have lost. It is now time for you to fulfill your wager. Hand it over. Ha. Ye Xunfeng gritted his teeth and stood up, ignoring Luo Bingqing's support. She stood frozen like a statue. I, Ye Xunfeng, declare. To do what? I bet. I will accept defeat. Indeed, integrity and keeping promises. This was the fundamental principle his father instilled in him since childhood. Moreover, he had previously made a solemn vow. No matter how reluctant he felt, no matter how much he was loath to part with it, he would surrender the Azure Serpent. Ye Xunfeng closed his eyes, his consciousness plunging into the vast sea of awareness. Above the boundless expanse of this sea, a resplendent, multicolored crystal sphere floated serenely. This was the primordial spirit crystal sphere. Within the sphere, a stunningly beautiful and enchanting woman hovered with her eyes closed. Her long, raven-black hair was tied into a high ponytail, the ends cascading nearly to her heels. She donned a striking azure armor that barely concealed her vital areas, leaving some critical parts only partially covered. Her legs were exquisitely long and straight, while her slender waist resembled that of a serpent or willow. Her belly button, taut and elongated, formed a perfect line. The smoothness of her skin, her figure, and her features were nothing short of ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Who was this enchanting figure? She was none other than the 9th grade primordial spirit, the Azure Serpent Saintess, awakened within Ye Xunfeng. I, Ye Xunfeng, swear to the heavens. I shall reclaim you. Without fail. As the thought coursed through him, a stream of azure light flowed from his heart, coalescing into a crystal orb the size of a fist before him. The exquisite azure light pulsed and shimmered, almost as if it were breathing. Was this the manifestation of Ye Xunfeng's primordial spirit? It was uncertain what level it possessed, but it hardly seemed formidable. Otherwise, why would he so readily relinquish it? The moment he laid eyes upon the azure crystal orb, Dai Haoren's gaze ignited with fervor, his breath quickening. 9th grade primordial spirit, Azure Serpent Saintess. He could hardly fathom the beauty of the Azure Serpent Saintess he had created in his imagination. According to his own narrative, she was an unparalleled beauty, rare even among the heavens. So breathtaking was her allure that he struggled to find the words to adequately convey her magnificence. Despite racking his brain and exhausting his thoughts, he could not produce satisfactory descriptions. Yet, unexpectedly, he now had the chance to behold the Azure Serpent Saintess in her true form. Anticipation surged within him, an overwhelming eagerness. Dai Haoren reached out eagerly, only to grasp at empty air. The azure crystal orb lay securely in Ye Xunfeng's grasp. What was the meaning of this? A trickster? Was he? Ye Xunfeng's eyes gleamed with determination. 2 years from now, I wager everything. Let us battle again. Do you dare? Dai Haoren paused, his mind racing before he readily agreed. I accept your wager. So what if you're the main character? I also possess a system, a golden finger. I'm unyielding. I shall proceed. Thus, the azure crystal orb found its way into Dai Haoren's hands. The Azure Serpent Saintess is finally within my grasp. Dai Haoren was on the verge of losing control, his hands dancing with agitation. The 9th rank Yuanzun. How many years must one wait for awakening? There exists a high probability that one may never awaken in a lifetime. Yet, according to the original narrative, Ye Xunfeng, the true protagonist, awakens only divine spirits of the saintess. Why is this so? The original author, Dai Haoren, lamented, "Do not inquire of me. I too am in the dark." Before he could fully conceive the novel, it had already met an untimely demise. Such is the nature of online literature, no matter how meticulously one plans. If the results are dismal, if the trial readings and subsequent readership falter, the meager earnings from a day's labor scarcely suffice for a meal, rendering it nearly impossible to continue writing. At this moment, as the original author, Dai Haoren reflected upon Ye Xunfeng's fortuitous luck, he felt an honest envy. Especially considering that the stroke of fortune was bestowed upon him. The sensation stirred within him. However, Dai Haoren quickly reassured himself there was no need for envy. Eventually, he could reclaim the awakened saintess from him, just as he had done today. He chuckled to himself, indeed, it must be done. What? Eliminate Ye Xunfeng? That would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After all, he is the protagonist, indeed, the protagonist of a light novel. What does this signify? It signifies that all the beauties and treasures would gravitate towards him. He is a plump lamb waiting to be sheared. Naturally, one must exploit this to the fullest. Very well. Dai Haoren admitted that perhaps he had become a bit too ambitious. He yearned to claim all that rightfully belonged to the true protagonist. As if he were gathering wool from a sheep. Little Ye, you must spend these next 2 years acquiring treasures and awakening formidable divine spirits. Do you understand? Keep striving. I have faith in you. Chapter 7. The 9th rank Yuan Zun, the blue serpent saintess Ye Xunfeng inhaled deeply, suppressing the humiliation and fury that surged within him. There was no point in further words. 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline. Dai Haoren, the events of today shall remain etched in my memory forever. One day, he silently vowed, turning on his heel to depart. There was no longer any reason to linger at the Daizong Martial Hall. Even in Tianyuan City, there was no place for him to call home. As for where to go next, he had already determined his destination. In that place, he had a master and 8 senior sisters, the master whom he had met only once during his childhood. This master might even possess knowledge of the truth behind his father's disappearance. His father had once advised him, should any misfortune befall him, to seek out his master. Yet, he had adhered to the ancient rites, honoring his mother with 3 years of filial piety. Naturally, his engagement to Luo Biqing and the presence of the Aotian sword and the Tai Wang blade were among the reasons he had delayed seeking his master. But now, he had long lost any affection for this city. It was time to depart. Yet, he would certainly return. Everything that was taken from me, I shall reclaim. As Ye Xunfeng took his leave, the towering figure of Dai Haoren, over 4 meters tall, resumed his normal height. This time, he was experienced. He swiftly grasped the banner wrapped around his waist, averting another exposure. Clutching the azure crystal ball in one hand and holding onto the banner to prevent it from falling, he turned to leave. He was eager to find a quiet place to merge with the elemental crystal ball in his possession. However, stop. Luo Bingqing appeared before Dai Haoren, blocking his path. You scoundrel. It's all because of you. All of it. Her face flushed crimson with agitation, reminiscent of a red-hot iron. Ugh. Dai Haoren's expression was one of utter impatience. Step aside. Step aside. I'm busy. I have no time to deal with this now. We can discuss it later. Luo Bingqing's heart was already in turmoil. Upon hearing Dai Haoren's words, she immediately erupted. I will fight you. With a clang. The cold glimmer flashed. A chilling aura enveloped the air. It was the frost blade she carried, said to be forged from polar cold iron. Slicing through steel as if it were clay, capable of drawing blood from a person. Yet before she could strike at Dai Haoren with her blade, a resounding slap landed on her face. At that moment, Dai Haoren was at the mid-level of the 2nd tier, while Luo Bingqing was merely at the early stage. The disparity between the 2 tiers was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Moreover, Luo Bingqing was exceedingly agitated, devoid of reason. How could she possibly react in time? She was met with a slap. Crisp. Resounding. Surprisingly, it even had a certain musical quality. Her already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. A gasp erupted from the onlookers witnessing this scene. Hitting a person is one thing, but striking a beautiful woman? Immediately, voices of support for Luo Bingqing arose from the crowd, regardless of gender. Dai Haoren, don't go too far. Are you even human? What kind of skill is it to hit a woman? Dai Haoren shouted back. Silence. Cough, cough, cough. He had exerted too much force, straining his throat. How dare you provoke my wrath? Once he regained his composure, he pointed at the crowd, bellowing, Are you all blind? Can't you see she has drawn her blade? Should I just stand here and let her strike me? If you wish to spectate, maintain some basic decorum and don't meddle. If you can't stand it, then get lost. If you're dissatisfied, let us take it to the stage and settle it. How utterly arrogant. How incredibly presumptuous. The surrounding individuals were instantly incensed. Assaulting a woman is utterly unacceptable. Indeed, Does drawing a weapon necessarily mean one will strike? We must protect the enchanting Luo Xinzi. With so many of us, we are unafraid of him. Every grain of rice nurtures a multitude of people. When a crowd gathers, one can never predict the diversity of characters present. How could anyone dare to strike such a beautiful woman as Luo Xinzi? This is intolerable. A few chivalrous young men, fueled by their protectiveness and desire for recognition, led the charge towards Dai Haoren. Naturally, with a leader, others followed. In the fervor of the moment, chaos ensued, and Dai Haoren was swiftly overwhelmed. Strike him. Beat him to death. Who? Who touched me? Moreover, the reason Dai Haoren's slap and words ignited such outrage was intricately linked to his usual conduct at the Daizong Martial Arts Hall. What kind of conduct? Arrogant and overbearing, brazen and tyrannical, bullying the weak, eager for conflict, and so forth. He had amassed a considerable amount of resentment over time. It could be said that his actions had long been despised. This slap, this outburst, was merely the spark that ignited a long-festering powder keg. Amidst the turmoil, Luo Bingqing found herself pushed to the periphery. Observing the chaotic crowd, a smirk of schadenfreude graced her lips. Dai Haoren. This is what is meant by those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their demise. With that, Luo Bingqing turned and strode away. She felt a sense of dissatisfaction. She needed to seek out Xunfeng to clarify the misunderstanding. If he truly doubted her integrity, she had one last means to prove her innocence. However, before she could venture far, a sudden, powerful force surged from behind, accompanied by a cacophony of alarm cries. Luo Bingqing spun around. The sight that greeted her was startling. A massive, tender green serpent reared its head, its scales shimmering with an ethereal azure glow. It flicked its crimson tongue, and its blood-red eyes radiated an otherworldly, terrifying brilliance, making it difficult to gaze directly upon. Meanwhile, Dai Haoren found himself coiled by the serpent, enveloped in a flowing azure light. The throng that had once engulfed him was sent sprawling, a multitude cast aside. What transpired? Dai Haoren had fused with the azure serpent Maiden. He had then unleashed the primordial technique, transforming into a serpent. The azure serpent Maiden transformed into her serpentine form, sweeping through the crowd and sending everyone flying. Truly, he was a 9th-grade primordial sovereign, utterly invincible. Genshin Impact, the holy maiden of the green serpent quality, 9-grade original sovereign level, 3 health, 2,500 essence, 255. 000 talent, essence absorption, increases speed of essence absorption continuously. Skill 1. Serpent Transformation, Level 2, transforms into a serpent, doubling speed, defense. And Power Skill 2, Poison Body, Level 2, transforms poisons into elixirs. Skill 3, Fang Blade, Level 2, summons dual serpent fangs. Recovering 20 of health through blood-sucking. Skill 4, Tidal Surge, Level 1, expels a wave of toxic water relationship. Initial encounter thus. This was the information regarding the Holy Maiden of the Green Serpent that Dai Haoren beheld after the fusion. Undoubtedly, what truly exhilarated him was the unparalleled beauty of the Holy Maiden, which left his mind utterly dazed. Were it not for the ongoing tumult, he would have reveled in her splendor to his heart's content. Who else? Who else? Chapter 8. Almost forgot this lady possesses a special setting. The clamor echoed throughout the martial arts arena, whose voice reverberated in waves. Yet, the result? No one dared to answer. Observe the multitude of fallen figures, and then gaze upon that fearsome, giant green-scaled serpent. Who would dare to charge forth? In the face of such overwhelming power, all were rendered timid and mute. Come on. Why all the cowardice? I merely intended to confront Luo Bingqing. What of it? If you wish to be a hero and rescue the maiden, step forward. If you possess the capability to defeat me, let us see if she would offer herself in gratitude. This matter concerns me and my lady. There is no need for your unwarranted interference. In the arena, only the voice of Dai Haoren resonated, while the others remained as if their mouths were sealed with glue. At this moment, Dai Haoren had inherited the memories of the former, mindless sycophant and villain, Dai Haoren, and unknowingly found himself entwined in the same mindless plight. Consequently, he harbored a considerable disdain for Luo Bingqing. Viewing matters is indeed a matter of perspective. Standing from different vantage points yields varied feelings and conclusions. Now, it was clear that Dai Haoren could not possibly perceive Luo Bingqing's actions through the lens of Ye Xunfeng, the protagonist of a feel-good narrative. Naturally, he viewed the situation from his own perspective. To him, if Luo Bingqing were genuinely devoted to Ye Xunfeng and indifferent towards Dai Haoren, she could have made her intentions clear. Yet, she did not. Instead, she maintained a tantalizing distance, leading Dai Haoren to become a mere sycophant. From Dai Haoren, she procured a vast array of elixirs and rare treasures, which she then presented to Ye Xunfeng for his cultivation and enjoyment. What man could endure such indignity? It was only due to this new incarnation of Dai Haoren that the so-called villain system was mysteriously activated. Otherwise, had the original plot unfolded, though he had emerged victorious. The thought of the original character's dismal fate, scavenging the streets alongside stray dogs, was utterly tragic. Dai Haoren felt a chill in his heart. It was truly difficult for him to be magnanimous towards Luo Bingqing, and the thought of being generous was utterly absurd. At that moment, Dai Haoren was filled with rage. Caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or to leave. What were they all standing around for? Get lost. He bellowed once more, dismissing any concern for others. With a mere thought, the green serpent hissed twice, transforming into a streak of serpentine light that penetrated Dai Haoren's sea of consciousness. He approached Luo Bingqing with a smile. Little Bing Bing, where are you off to? I trust you're not seeking Ye Xunfeng, are you? You belong to me now, and if you go looking for him, I might just become quite displeased. Displeasing me could lead to severe consequences. Luo Bingqing's youthful, rosy complexion flushed crimson, almost as if it might explode. Dai Haoren, you despicable, shameless, vile little man. You expect me to marry you? Huh. Look at your own character. Don't even think about it in your next life. Dare to touch me. And see what happens. My Luo family isn't afraid of your Dai family. In that moment, Luo Bingqing harbored an intense loathing for Dai Haoren. Her words spewing forth with such fervor that spittle landed on his face. Dai Haoren simply wiped it away with a flick of his middle finger. Hey. Have you forgotten our previous wager? Surely you haven't, which means you're trying to play tricks, right? And just where did you get the idea that I ever said I wanted to marry you? To me, you're merely a walking holster, understood? Don't be so full of yourself. Luo Bingqing felt as if she might explode with rage. Her anger twisted into a mocking laugh. Haha. Yes, I haven't forgotten. I intend to play tricks. What can you do about it? With that she turned, presenting him with a captivating silhouette as she hastily departed. She could no longer bear the sight of Dai Haoren's repulsive face. She was determined to find Ye Xunfeng and prove her innocence. Would Dai Haoren allow her to leave so easily? Certainly not. Just now, when I wanted to leave, you wouldn't let me. Now that you wish to leave, it won't be that simple. He charged forward. Luo Bingqing, having anticipated his approach, swiftly turned and struck with her blade. The frost blade gleamed menacingly, exuding an icy chill. Dai Haoren reached out, gripping her wrist with force, causing the frost blade to slip from her grasp. In an instant, he yanked her down to the ground. His other hand, of course, was not idle. It rose high as he commanded, "Let go of me." Slap. Another crisp sound echoed. The impact resonated sharply, the force of it reverberating in the air. The sensation of striking a girl's face was entirely unexpected. In that moment, as a seasoned 20-year-old virgin who had not held a girl's hand since leaving kindergarten, Dai Haoren felt an intense fire ignite within him. His passion paled in comparison to the seething rage of Luo Bingqing, who was consumed by fury. Bastard! I will kill you. I swear I will. She screamed, tears cascading down her face like a torrential flood. You want more from me? Humph. With a swift motion, Dai Haoren's hand struck down hard. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. The once revered Luo Bingqing was being publicly humiliated, a scene so outrageous it seemed plucked from the depths of a nightmare. How could he treat a girl in such a despicable manner? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd, yet no one dared to step forward. Those nearby were paralyzed by Dai Haoren's intimidating presence. However, a few distant souls rushed over, emboldened by the desire to play the hero, only to be halted by Dai Haoren's lackeys. Such arrogant and tyrannical figures always came with a cadre of sycophants. Previously stationed elsewhere, they had now arrived, allowing Dai Haoren to focus solely on tormenting Luo Bingqing without interruption. The sound of slaps continued. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for committing an act of malice. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Bonus, 1 pleasure toothpick. What was this? A reward of 20 years of cultivation? And what on earth was a pleasure toothpick? As he pondered, the answer emerged in his mind. A toothpick that provided increasing pleasure with every poke? Quite the intriguing item. Should he use it on Luo Bingqing? Just then, another slap landed. The sound transformed her cry from a simple ah to a deeper ow. Hearing that cry sent a thrill through Dai Haoren. In an instant, a spark of realization flashed in his mind. How could he have forgotten? This girl had a unique quirk. In the narrative crafted around Dai Haoren, Luo Bingqing possessed the peculiar ability to derive pleasure from pain. According to the original story, though perhaps it was best not to delve into that, given its unfinished state, Luo Bingqing's character was defined by this trait. Remembering her unique disposition, a strange expression crossed Dai Haoren's face, soon morphing into a wicked grin. The slaps continued unabated. After a cry from Luo Bingqing, her voice abruptly ceased. She clenched her teeth tightly, her breath growing increasingly rapid. At that moment, in a daze, she felt as though she were a small wooden boat amidst a tempest. Waves crashed over her relentlessly, as if they aimed to completely engulf her, pulling her into the abyss of the dark sea. Countless hands seemed to reach out, eager to drag her into the unfathomable depths. Yet she resisted fiercely, struggling and persisting, determined not to surrender. Absolutely not to falter. Luo Biqing, you can do this. However, suddenly, the storm escalated into a hurricane. The waves transformed into a tsunami. With a resounding crash, her little wooden vessel capsized, swept beneath the surface of the ocean. Deeper and deeper she sank. It was unbearable, suffocating. Am I destined to perish? Dai Haoren, oblivious to Luo Biqing's turmoil, could only observe her trembling form, convulsing as though electrocuted. From his perspective, he could not witness the unseen, such as her eyes rolling back in her head. After a fit of convulsions, she lay motionless on the ground, gasping for air. The author, Dai Haoren, though inexperienced, bore the memories of a devoted little antagonist. Thus, he had become somewhat adept. Observing Luo Biqing's reaction, he seemed to comprehend something. Could she truly be so intense? Blinking, Dai Haoren hoisted Luo Biqing over his shoulder, whisking her away as if abducting a bride. A crowd of spectators exchanged glances, bewildered. What was happening? Had she been subdued? Oh, my celestial maiden! Many felt a wave of sorrow and anguish. Dai Haoren's entourage looked at one another in confusion. Should we follow? Dai Xiao is on an important mission. Why would you tag along? Do you wish to share in the spoils? No, that's not the case. Please don't implicate me. In truth, they were filled with envy. After all, she was the celestial maiden. There were few girls in the entire Daizong Martial Arts Academy, or even in Tianyuan City, who could rival her beauty. Imagining Dai Xiao gallivanting with the celestial maiden, they couldn't help but exclaim, how fortunate is Dai Xiao. Had Dai Haoren known the thoughts of his subordinates, he would surely scoff. Fortunate? You have no idea how wretched my original fate was. Fortunately awakened the sinister system. I was able to defy fate and completely extricate myself from the previous life of being trampled by the true protagonist, ultimately reduced to scavenging for scraps alongside wild dogs. Dai Haoren possesses an independent residence within the Daizong Martial Arts Hall. Given his original, mindless villainous demeanor, how could he possibly share a dormitory with others? A dwelling that is entirely his own is, without a doubt, indispensable. He directly carried Luo Biqing back to his abode. Along the way, Luo Biqing was incessantly agitated. Yet, should she dare to move, Dai Haoren was more than willing to strike her. His blows were anything but gentle. After enduring several slaps, Luo Biqing ceased her struggles, paralyzed by the fear of further punishment. Simultaneously, she found herself devoid of strength, as if all vitality had been siphoned from her body. She was engulfed in anguish, overwhelmed by fear. Xunfeng, where are you? Please come save me. The only recourse she had seemed to be silent prayers. Alas, her pleas went unanswered. Luo Biqing was unceremoniously deposited into Dai Haoren's private sanctuary. Bang! The door was slammed shut. She was unceremoniously cast onto the sofa. What do you intend to do? I warn you, should you lay a finger on me, the Luo family will not spare you. Her voice trembled, though her threats bore no weight. Lay a finger on you? Heh. Do you believe I would not shave your head clean? As she beheld Dai Haoren's malevolent grin, a shiver ran down Luo Biqing's spine, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. For some inexplicable reason, though Dai Haoren felt a flicker of pity upon witnessing her tears, he was far more consumed by excitement and impulse. He muttered to himself, could it be that I truly possess the potential to be a great villain? Beg me. If you beseech me, perhaps I might just release you in a moment of delight. By the way, let me reiterate. You have already surrendered yourself to me. You now belong to me completely, understand? Should you choose to act unreasonably, that is your affair. Whether or not I allow you to act unreasonably is entirely my prerogative. Luo Biqing, in her agitation and fury, cried out without a moment's thought. Beg you? In my dreams. I would rather die than plead for your mercy. Should you dare to touch me, I vow that as long as I draw breath, I shall seek vengeance. In this life, in the next, we shall remain eternal enemies. Observing her clenched teeth and fierce demeanor, Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow. Oh my, for eternity, you say? How terrifying. If you were to be a bit more pliable and give me an avenue for retreat, I might soften my stance as well. Since you wish to oppose me, Dai Haoren emitted a chilling laugh. I apologize. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it, so I cannot be blamed. With a mere flick of his hand, he prominently pinched a toothpick between his thumb and forefinger. Meanwhile, Ye Xunfeng had returned to his dormitory, where he overheard his roommates engaged in conversation. Roommate Renhao inquired, how's it going? Roommate Luo Qing replied, not good. The pipe is too deep, and the stick is too short. Renhao suggested, try this one. It's longer. Luo Qing remarked, this one won't do. It's too soft. Oh, Fengzi, you're back. Ye Xunfeng asked, what are you all up to? Renhao responded, oh, nothing much, just dealing with a clogged faucet. By the way, Did you manage to take that ruffian down? An abrupt silence enveloped the room. He shook his head. No, I lost. At least he possessed the courage to confront his dismal defeat. To know shame is to summon courage. Without the bravery to acknowledge one's failures, how could one ever hope to rise again? Chapter 10. Dai Haoren Ye Xunfeng bid farewell to his roommates, Ren Hao and Luo Qing, and then met with the president of the Daizong Martial Arts Academy, who had always treated him exceptionally well. He then slung a backpack over his shoulder and left the academy's gates, solitary and forlorn. Ye Xunfeng, a melodious voice, akin to the song of a lark, called out from behind him. He turned to look, just as a gust of wind swept through, seemingly conjuring invisible hands that plucked the pale white and pink petals from the Linua trees lining the path. A gentle shower of petals began to fall. Amidst this floral cascade stood a tall, graceful young woman, adorned in a light purple ancient-style gown that fluttered in the breeze. Her hair, styled in an ancient fashion, was secured with a jade hairpin, and she wore a pair of red embroidered orchid shoes. She appeared as pure and radiant as spring blossoms. She was a girl of exquisite classical beauty, seemingly a lady of noble descent from ancient times, traversing the ages to arrive in the modern world. Of course, there was no actual time travel. She merely wore traditional attire. In terms of beauty, she surpassed Luo Biqing without question, particularly with the beauty mark accentuating her cheeks, which added a unique charm to her allure. Her name was Tai Shuizhu, a young girl of such refined elegance and purity. One could only wonder why her parents bestowed upon her such a name. She was regarded as the most beautiful girl at the Daizong Martial Arts Academy, the Iron Goddess. Luo Xianzi. They were the Academy's unparalleled twin beauties. Yet, when the two stood side by side, the Iron Goddess consistently overshadowed Luo Xianzi's presence. Observing the graceful approach of Tai Shuizhu, one could not help but be captivated. Ye Xunfeng found himself somewhat entranced. Ah, the youth enamored with beauty. What young man does not harbor affection for a lovely maiden? He too secretly admired Tai Shuizhu, yet bound by his engagement to Luo Biqing, he would never dare to express such feelings openly. At this moment, however, he shook his head. He truly had no heart to ponder anything else. Moreover, even if he did harbor affections for her, what of it? It would merely signify his unrequited love, a sentiment of self-indulgence. How could the Iron God ever regard someone as worthless as himself? Indeed, worthless. He had aspired to triumph over Dai Haoren on the martial stage, to demonstrate to all that he was not a failure. Yet, unexpectedly, he not only lost, but was utterly defeated, even by the primordial saintess herself. The pain was excruciating. A total rout. In the eyes of others, he would surely remain a failure, not merely a failure, but a complete laughingstock. How could Luo Biqing, his fiancée, have been Dai Haoren's woman all along? Was he not the subject of mockery? Contemplating this, Ye Xunfeng felt a wave of desolation wash over him. What of the Iron Goddess? What concern was she of his? Ye Xunfeng asked, is there something you need? Tai Shuizhu's eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with life. There is nothing of great import. I heard from the principal that you are leaving, so I came to bid you farewell. You will return, won't you? Listening to her melodious voice, Ye Xunfeng felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He secretly sighed in relief that she had not mentioned his previous defeat. If possible, he wished never to recall it, nor did he wish for anyone else to bring it up. He nodded firmly. Yes, I will definitely return. Observing the unwavering determination in his expression, Tai Shuizhu smiled. That smile was enchanting. Ye Xunfeng felt as though everything around him dimmed, leaving only the ancient-clad girl radiating a brilliant glow. I believe in you. I will wait for your return. After speaking, her gaze faltered. Avoiding direct contact with Ye Xunfeng's eyes, her porcelain-like cheeks seemed to blush. Even the fluttering petals of the Linua flower could not compare to her rosy hue. Ye Xunfeng could not help but be captivated. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to embrace the Iron Goddess, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xunfeng gazed intently at Tai Shuizhu. Farewell. Tai Shuizhu gently nodded. Yes, we shall meet again. Take care on your journey. With that, Ye Xunfeng resolutely turned and strode away, the strong wind rising once more, petals swirling around him. The iron pillar stood motionless amidst the rain of petals, silently watching Ye Xunfeng depart. It was only when his figure vanished completely from view that she turned around. In that fleeting moment of turning, her expression and demeanor transformed entirely from a piece of warm, soft jade to a cold, unyielding ice sculpture. A petal fell delicately upon her, instantly freezing and shattering into fragments upon hitting the ground. Dai Haoren, I shall avenge Ye Xunfeng. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent. The graceful silhouette of her figure gradually receded into the cascading petals. Achoo! Dai Haoren sneezed loudly, rubbing his itchy nose and muttering to himself. Who is cursing me? Is someone thinking of me? His sneeze and chuckle sent a shiver down Luo Bingqing's spine. Her eyes, filled with deep-seated hatred, fixated on Dai Haoren. If looks were daggers, Dai Haoren would have been reduced to mere pulp. I will definitely kill you. The emphasis was palpable. Dai Haoren waved his hand dismissively. All right, all right. I get it. You've said it countless times. He appeared lethargic, but then added, however, I do have an idea. I wonder if you would care to hear it. Luo Bingqing continued to glare at him with intense loathing, remaining silent. Not speaking? Then I shall take that as your acquiescence. But don't just harbor hatred towards me. There is someone even more detestable, Ye Xunfeng. To strike at the heart is not the most terrifying act. The most terrifying aspect is that while the person remains alive, their spirit has already been vanquished. Consider this. You have done so much for him. And what was the result? I was able to sow discord between you with just a few words. What does that signify? It indicates that he does not hold you in his heart, or perhaps does not regard you with much significance. If he truly valued you, would I have been able to create such a rift so effortlessly? Luo Bingqing's teeth were clenched in anger, yet her gaze flickered, suggesting that Dai Haoren's words had sparked contemplation within her. He didn't even afford you an opportunity for explanation. He simply turned his back and left. It's a pity, considering all you have done for him. Even I feel it is unjust. If he had not abandoned you, how could you have fallen into my hands? It is only natural for you to resent me. But we must discuss fairness. Harboring hatred solely towards me while neglecting him is decidedly unfair. Luo Bingqing's delicate form stiffened momentarily. Chapter 11. Return Ye Xunfeng's original essence. A call for votes. Luo Bingqing departed, dragging her empty, desolate self, brimming with resentment. As she disappeared from view, her slender figure appeared particularly lonely and forlorn. Dai Haoren couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt within. He wondered if his previous remarks had made any impact. It is indeed useful and entertaining. Yet even if it were not, it matters little. After all, it is merely for amusement. At this moment, congratulations are in order for the host, having completed an act of villainy. The reward is a bottle of potent elixir. How many misdeeds have I committed today? It seems I possess a certain talent for this endeavor. What is this potent elixir, one might wonder? Ah, I see. Upon consumption, it bestows upon one an extraordinary firmness throughout the entire body. Dai Haoren rolled his eyes. Sister, you ought to have presented me with such a marvelous item sooner. Then I would have been able to engage in further villainous acts. The villain system retorted. You receive rewards, yet still chatter so much. Do not return it to me. Dai Haoren closed the door and returned to the living room, where chaos reigned. The remnants of a delightful meal scattered across the sofa and a broken toothpick lay on the floor. He could not help but lick his lips. The combination of theory and practice had finally enlightened him to the pleasures of indulgence. Quite so. His knowledge and experience had been significantly enriched. Since he had hired a maid, he was too lazy to clean up himself. Back in the bedroom, Dai Haoren flung himself onto the soft, plush bed. He felt utterly drained and needed a good rest. He didn't even dare summon the beautiful green serpent maiden from the sea of consciousness. Why such hesitation? The green serpent maiden was simply too enchanting. He feared losing control. As soon as he closed his eyes, Dai Haoren, feeling completely spent, drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke and glanced at his phone, he was startled to find it was already 9 in the morning of the following day. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he sprang up in alarm. Oh no, he had a class with the renowned exterminator this morning. According to the memories of the former Dai Haoren, he dreaded that teacher, known as the exterminator. Perhaps it was true that every creature meets its match. Reflecting upon the grim memories of the mindless villain, Dai Haoren swiftly rose. He neglected to groom himself, donned his attire, and hurried to class. Upon arrival, however, he discovered the entire class engaged in self-study. After inquiring with the sycophant, he learned that the exterminator had matters to attend to, and the class was free to study independently. What splendid news! Dai Haoren could not help but mutter to himself. Honestly, I am no longer the former Dai Haoren. What of the exterminator? What is there to fear? At that moment, the sycophant seated next to him leaned in. Dai Xiao, that useless Ye Xunfeng has dropped out. He left in a huff yesterday. His roommate had shared the information, and it was undoubtedly reliable. Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow. Dropped out? It seemed the plot had diverged entirely from the original narrative. Where might Ye Xunfeng go now? As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him. Dai Haoren recalled a setting briefly mentioned in the original work, exclaiming loudly, "What the?" Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned toward him. However, those gazes quickly returned to their previous distractions. This notorious character, Dai Haoren, was not one to be trifled with. A thought crossed his mind. Ye Xunfeng possessed an exceptionally formidable master, along with 8 breathtakingly beautiful senior sisters. Could it be that Ye Xunfeng sought them out? Quite possibly. Indeed, at this moment, feeling utterly alone, it seemed most likely he would turn to his master and senior sisters for assistance. With this realization, Dai Haoren couldn't help but let out a sigh. The protagonist truly was a protagonist, blessed with an extraordinary fate. How could a mere minor antagonist ever hope for such fortune? The more he contemplated Ye Xunfeng's fortunate circumstances, the more Dai Haoren yearned to seize everything he possessed. But wait, everything Ye Xunfeng had was bestowed upon him by me, the author. If it was given by me, could I not reclaim it? Quite reasonable. Is there a problem with that? Absolutely none. Although winning against him in the duel 2 years hence would mean all he owned would revert to me. What if I were to lose? After all, he is the destined protagonist. His character is one of resilience, never yielding to defeat, even with a system at my side. What if no? I cannot simply bury myself in training. I must take the initiative. How to do so? An idea sprang forth in his mind. As the afternoon classes concluded, students left with expressions of delight. Why? Because the following day marked a holiday. Xiaoming, Huazi, away, gather all the brothers. Tonight, let us rendezvous at the Imperial Royal. It's on me. Let us indulge ourselves. Upon hearing this, the 3 sycophants' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they promptly began rallying their companions. The Imperial Royal. Now that was an exquisite venue. Before heading to the Imperial Royal, Dai Haoren needed to return home. His father had already called, requesting him to come back after the holiday. Exiting the gates of Daizong Martial Arts Hall, Dai Haoren spotted a sleek black sedan parked nearby. Just then, the window slid down, revealing a fashionable woman wearing sunglasses seated within. Her luscious crimson lips were undeniably alluring. Dai Haoren approached with a smile. Oh, sister, is that you? How could I let you come to fetch me personally? Inside the car sat none other than his sister, Dai Qinglan. She was a stunning beauty, as exquisite as a masterpiece. Her looks, demeanor, and attire were all simply impeccable. Qinglan, Hongyin, and LVH were collectively known as the 3 stunning beauties of Tianyuan. Almost every healthy and normal male in Tianyuan City dreams of Dai Qinglan. With her fiery red lips slightly parted, she beckoned, "Get in." Dai Haoren circled to the other side and entered the vehicle. Sister, aren't you overseeing the family business outside? When did you return? As he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that permeated the car, Dai Haoren found himself entranced. This alluring aroma evidently emanated from Dai Qinglan. She replied, "I just got back today." Then swiftly changed the subject. "I heard you won your duel against Ye Xunfeng?" A smile crept across Dai Haoren's face. "If you're mentioning that, then I'm all fired up." "Indeed. I sent him flying with a single punch. Haha." Dai Qinglan remarked. "I heard you won with the help of medicine?" Dai Haoren replied, "Heh, more or less." Dai Qinglan shook her head. Relying on external assistance is ultimately a sign of weakness. Haoren, truly defeating your opponent relies on your own strength. Do you understand? Dai Haoren casually responded, "Got it." He did not dwell on it. However, Dai Qinglan's next statement caused his expression to shift dramatically. Return the original spirit to Ye Xunfeng. Chapter 12. Sigh. As an author who is essentially a eunuch, I know nothing. 3 updates. Please vote. Return it to him? What the hell? That is a 9th grade original spirit. I mean, sister, are you really my sister? I earned that victory. Why should I give it back? Dai Qinglan removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes as dark as black pearls, and fixed her gaze on Dai Haoren. You may have won, but it was an unseemly victory. Listen to your sister. Return the original spirit. What is not yours ultimately does not belong to you. If you lack an original spirit, I can provide you with one. Dai Haoren blinked and looked directly at Dai Qinglan. I say, elder sister, you wouldn't have feelings for Yi, would you? Odd. I don't recall such a depiction or notion. Did I forget? Dai Qinglan immediately frowned and scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? What chaotic thoughts are running through your mind? Sister is teaching you how to navigate life. You're getting anxious. You're anxious. Dai Haoren silently cursed. Damn it. Is it possible? When did my own sister have any interaction with the protagonist Yi? How could I, the author, be unaware? Dai Qinglan truly began her lecture. To win, you resorted to using poison. Who taught you that? Could you not win him in an open and honorable manner? Dai Haoren grew impatient. That was a psychological tactic. It just came to me. Oh. The situation is quite complex. I can't explain it to you. Sister, you needn't involve yourself in this matter. Dai Qinglan's frown deepened. So, you are choosing not to listen to your sister? Hey, what kind of tone is that? What expression is that? The moment Dai Haoren emerged, he became an instant sensation. You are not merely the sister of the mindless antagonist, Dai Haoren. You are indeed his sister, not the author, who is a mere eunuch. I acknowledge you as such. If I were to deny it, who would you be? Spare me your nonsense. Listen closely to what I have to say. I will not return the green serpent to Ye's door. This matter should not even be brought up in my presence. If you possess the audacity, come and seize it yourself. I am eager to see whether you would dare to lay a hand on your own brother for the sake of an outsider. Having spoken, he commanded the driver to halt. The vehicle came to a stop, and he forcefully pushed the door open. slamming it shut with such vigor that the car rocked back and forth. Inside the car, Dai Qinglan was left in a state of shock, her expression one of disbelief. Soon after, her demeanor darkened. This insolent boy, has he grown wings? How dare he speak to me in such a manner? The driver, inquiringly, asked, Miss, what shall we do? Dai Qinglan, donning her sunglasses once more, replied curtly, drive. The driver, understanding her tone, did not dare question what to do with the young master, and promptly started the vehicle. Goodness, how exhilarating. Is this truly how a sister behaves? Should you comprehend the consequences of my defeat, I wonder if you would still dare to turn your back on me. You are merely my sister, otherwise. Dai Haoren's outburst would have subsided slightly. He hailed a taxi and headed straight home. By nightfall, he returned to the Dai residence, an estate nestled within the bustling heart of the city. The grounds were expansive, showcasing a meticulously crafted blend of classical and modern aesthetics. Such an abode is not one that mere mortals are destined to inhabit. Dai Haoren found his father, the patriarch of the Dai family, Dai Shangao, in his study. Having embraced the identity of the mindless antagonist, Dai Haoren naturally accepted everything that came with it. Father, I'm back. Dai Shangao, tall and lean, bore a countenance that, due to a slight lack of flesh, lent him an air of sternness rather than warmth. With a click, he closed his fountain pen. Back already? Did you have yet another quarrel with your sister? I instructed her to fetch you, yet you both returned separately. Dai Haoren grimaced. I consider her my sister, but she does not regard me as her brother, always turning her back on me. Dai Shangao inquired about the situation, to which Dai Haoren recounted the events that had transpired. After sharing the details, he added, I can't help but wonder if she has feelings for that you fellow. I haven't heard of any connection between them. Dai Shangao replied, do not speak carelessly. Your sister is not yet married. Such rumors would not be well received. He then proceeded to inquire about Dai Haoren's duel with Ye Xunfeng the previous day. Dai Haoren adeptly articulated the events of yesterday's duel, showcasing his professional prowess. Upon hearing him, Dai Shangao displayed a hint of approval on his face. It is an age-old adage that deception is an integral part of warfare. Employing stratagems to secure victory is indeed essential. By the way, what level was the Genshin Impact character he lost to you? Dai Haoren replied, Oh, it was a first-tier golden character, far superior to my 7th-tier silver. How could he possibly boast about the Green Serpent Saintess being a 9th-tier original deity? Modesty is paramount. Dai Shangao nodded in agreement, and then inquired, Haoren, would you consider attending the Shinjo Academy for further studies? Dai Haoren was momentarily taken aback. Shinjo Academy. That institution is among the top original deity schools in the Dragon Kingdom. The Daizong Martial Arts Hall may be the academic leader in Tianyuan City, but in comparison, Shinjo Academy is akin to a loach next to a divine dragon, or a mere chicken beside a phoenix. In the rough outline of the original work, the true protagonist, Ye Xunfeng, would eventually study at Shinjo Academy. However, the reasons and means for entering the academy had yet to be conceived. It was unexpected for Dai Shangao to propose this opportunity. Of course I would go. Father, I never imagined you possessed such remarkable influence to secure my admission to Shinjo Academy. In truth, according to the original characterization of the mindless antagonist, Dai Haoren would have been reluctant to attend Shinjo Academy. What does it matter how prestigious it is? My current life is comfortable and leisurely. To suddenly require me to start anew elsewhere? Absolutely not. However, the present Dai Haoren was different. A flicker of doubt crossed Dai Shangao's eyes. Did he truly know his son? Yet, it was merely a fleeting uncertainty, far from the suspicion that his son had transformed entirely. He nodded in contentment. Very well. Father will make the arrangements. He then produced a photograph and slid it across the table towards Dai Haoren. This person. After you enter Shinjo Academy, find a way to establish a connection with her. It would be best to earn her trust. Upon hearing this, Dai Haoren was taken aback. This subplot was entirely absent from the original narrative. An additional task? One that I, the author, was unaware of. Sigh, who would have thought I would become so uninformed? He silently lamented as his gaze fell upon the photograph, revealing a rather unrefined young woman. Chapter 13 ISNT that the master of extinction? Upon closer inspection, the girl in the photograph was indeed quite plain. Her face was nearly obscured by her hair and her thick-framed glasses. Through the photograph, one could only discern her nose, mouth, and chin, leaving her beauty or lack thereof indiscernible. She was cradling a hefty tome, a substantial volume in her arms. As for her attire, it was best left unsaid, decidedly unrefined. The entire demeanor of the individual could be described as both rustic and simple-minded. Dai Haoren could not help but inquire, Father, who is she? Dai Shangao retorted, Have you discerned clearly? Upon receiving an affirmative response, he produced a lighter and incinerated the photograph, reducing it to ashes. Was it truly necessary to destroy even the photograph? Dai Haoren's curiosity deepened. However, Dai Shangao merely shook his head. It is not that I refuse to tell you. But some matters, once known, can be more harmful than beneficial. Do not rush. When the time is ripe, you shall come to know what you need to. Dai Haoren rolled his eyes. Was this not a common trope employed by authors to create suspense? Come on. The current trend favors straightforwardness, clarity, and expedience. Spare us the elaborate narrative structure. Just speak plainly. He continued, if you dig too many holes and set too many plots. What good is it if the outcome is disappointing? Father, please reveal it now. I need some understanding to know how to proceed. With clarity, I can determine my actions. Don't you agree? Dai Shangao fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Dai Haoren pressed on, Father, I am your own son. Do you not trust me? If I am to undertake this task, I must understand the situation, lest I falter and make a grave mistake. Dai Shangao's gaze flickered, clearly pondering the matter. At last, he conceded, very well. There is no harm in telling you, but you must promise not to divulge this. This matter pertains to the very existence of the Dai family and is of utmost importance. Dai Haoren quickly vowed to keep it confidential. The girl you just saw is named Chang'e. She has awakened the 8th rank primordial respect and the celestial maiden of Washu. Dai Haoren was taken aback. What? 8th rank primordial respect? That surpasses our 9th rank green serpent. Your task is to get close to her, to gather all information regarding her, preferably uncovering her weaknesses. However, you must not interfere with the celestial maiden of Washu. At this point, Dai Shangao's expression turned grave. Remember, that is not something the Dai family can engage with. Innocent as a man may be, one who possesses something precious may find himself in peril. Do you understand? Dai Haoren discreetly scoffed. Great. This truly sounds like the work of a villain. Father, if I were to tell you I possess the 9th rank primordial respect, would that not terrify you? He held his thoughts internally while speaking outwardly. Father, is it not true that there exists a power beyond the Dai family that sees us merely as tools? Perhaps my admission into the Shinjo Academy was orchestrated by others. Reflecting on it, given the Dai family's standing, it was unlikely they had the clout to secure such an admission. What kind of force could it be that even compelled my own father to comply? Dai Shangao's expression shifted abruptly. Speak with caution. A surge of energy erupted, startling Dai Haoren. Dai Shangao's presence was both swift to manifest and to dissipate. Remember, do not speak unnecessarily. Focus on what must be done. He continued, you have matured. It is time to contemplate how to navigate the world. I hope you give it due consideration. Dai Haoren nodded repeatedly in agreement. Dai Shangao rose from his seat. Dinner should be ready. Let us go. Today is a joyous occasion. Accompany me for a couple of drinks. Also, discuss your enrollment at Shinjo Academy with your mother. He placed an arm around Dai Haoren's shoulders. Furthermore, although you are embarking on this journey with a purpose, it is also a rare opportunity. Do not neglect your studies. Understand? What more could Dai Haoren say? At the dinner table, Dai Haoren engaged in conversation and merriment with his father, while sharing laughter with his mother. However, he completely ignored his older sister, Dai Qinglan. Even when she raised a toast to congratulate him on his admission to Shinjo Academy, he remained unresponsive, leaving her in a rather awkward position. Their mother chided him a couple of times, which only made him respond with sarcasm. I do not have a sister who turns her elbows outward. Whoever she favors is her true brother. As for me, I am not worthy. Upon hearing this, Dai Qinglan's expression darkened significantly. She abruptly set down her chopsticks and left, bringing the sibling relationship to a freezing point. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Dai Haoren arrived at the Imperial Excellence venue. His entourage had already gathered and reserved a private room. Without a doubt, the atmosphere was one of wild revelry. The presence of beautiful companions to drink, converse, and entertain was a given. What kind of place was Imperial Excellence? The quality of the companions here was undoubtedly top-notch. Yet, Dai Haoren, with his elevated standards, found these fleeting beauties unappealing. He preferred the allure of something more exclusive. As the party commenced, Dai Haoren nonchalantly remarked, you all enjoy yourselves. I need to relieve myself. And departed from the chaotic, smoke-filled room. Nostalgic for the time they had spent as his loyal followers, he decided to allow them a final moment of indulgence. After taking a brief respite, he wandered aimlessly, eventually finding himself in the lively dance hall. However, the noise proved overwhelming, and he contemplated leaving. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he halted in his tracks. Is that not the notorious mistress of annihilation? Amidst the dazzling, kaleidoscopic lights, Dai Haoren beheld a tall woman swaying in the dance floor. Her movements sinuous and captivating, reminiscent of a siren. Initially, he thought he might be hallucinating, but upon closer inspection, he was utterly astonished. In her usual demeanor, the stern and serious master of extinction harbored a surprisingly different side behind the scenes. Astonishing. Absolutely astounding. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? Dai Haoren quickly retrieved his phone to document this unexpected spectacle. He vowed that he had no intention of using this as leverage against the master of extinction. As he filmed, he couldn't help but reminisce, feeling as though he had returned to the days of watching alluring dancers on various platforms. After a while, the Master of Extinction appeared to tire from her dance, swaying unsteadily as she left the dance floor and settled at the bar. From her demeanor, it seemed she had indulged a bit too much. How much had she consumed to reach such a state? Dai Haoren mused quietly to himself. But what did it matter? He had already captured this sensational material. Perhaps he could engage her in conversation before departing? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a group of unruly men approaching her, clearly with ill intentions. Dai Haoren chuckled. Oh, a group seeking their own demise. Chapter 14. I am to become the greatest adversary in the world. Dai Haoren was unaware of the Master of Extinction's true capabilities. But considering her position as a professor at the prestigious Daizong Martial Arts Academy, dealing with a bunch of ruffians should be a trivial matter for her, given her temperament. Those scoundrels were surely in for a rude awakening. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected for Dai Haoren. Although the Master of Extinction attempted to resist, she surprisingly found herself unable to do so, being dragged and pushed away by the ruffians from the dance hall. How could this be? Surely it couldn't be so dire. Was it truly due to her inebriation? If that were the case, just how much had she drunk? Dai Haoren couldn't suppress a click of his tongue. A stunning beauty of ethereal caliber, and now, a drunken one at that. Being escorted away by a band of low-life thugs was indeed a troubling sight. The ensuing events hardly required elaboration, did they? Damn it. Although my memories of the Master of Extinction are less than favorable, she is still my mentor. Having crossed paths with her, it would be remiss of me to turn a blind eye. With a blink, Dai Haoren decided to follow. The gang led the Master of Extinction out the back of the Imperial One, crossing the street and disappearing into an alley between buildings. Dai Haoren made his way across the street, about to follow into the alley when, unexpectedly, a young man in a white suit darted ahead into the passage. Was he a righteous individual ready to intervene, or was he in cahoots with those ruffians? Dai Haoren found himself momentarily bewildered as he followed closely into the depths of the vibrant nightlife, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colorful lights. Yet, amidst this bustling district, there existed shadows where light dared not venture. As he stepped into the alley, he soon overheard a cacophony of crude laughter and unsavory remarks. Little beauty. Soon your brother will make you scream daddy with delight. Go ahead, shout all you want, even if you cry out until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid. He will make sure you can yell as loudly as you desire. Alongside this, there were feeble warnings and angry rebukes from a woman, whose voice merely served to stoke the flames of despair rather than extinguish them. In the dimness, Dai Haoren spotted the young man in a white suit, who had entered the alley moments before him, lurking around the corner. What was he up to? Spying? Regardless, Dai Haoren approached stealthily, delivering a swift strike with the edge of his palm to the young man's neck. He had moderated his strength, for if the white-suited gentleman were an ordinary person, he would surely have met his demise at Dai Haoren's current prowess. To his astonishment, the young man let out a startled cry. He had not fainted. In that instant, Dai Haoren realized that his opponent was no mere mortal, but rather a practitioner of the mystical arts. An ordinary person could not withstand such a blow. As the young man turned, Dai Haoren once again struck his neck with precision. A faint sound echoed, a light thud, but remarkably, the young man remained conscious. What was this? Hadn't he just received a boon of 20 years of cultivation? How could a mere 30% of his strength fail to incapacitate someone? It should have been sufficient to cleave through steel and concrete. This individual was not to be underestimated. He clearly possessed the power to intervene yet chose not to. Infuriated by the two successive strikes, the young man in white was enraged. With determination, Dai Haoren delivered a third, forceful blow to his neck, this time channeling 80% of his strength. Surely this would render him unconscious. Indeed, the young man rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, several ruffians arrived, alerted by the commotion. One shone a flashlight, exclaiming, "Young Master." Dai Haoren's ears perked up. Young Master? This title confirmed their affiliation. As realization dawned upon him, he began to piece together the young master's scheme. What could it possibly be? A classic plot of heroism rescuing a damsel in distress, perhaps? With no circumstances to facilitate such a narrative, he had taken it upon himself to orchestrate his own heroic rescue. What a convoluted scheme. Can one not conceive of something novel? At that moment, another burly man shouted, "What are you standing there for? Attack him." The term attack implies a lethal intent. In this era of peace and rule of law, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation is certainly not commendable. I am not a weakling. Faced with the advancing henchman, Dai Haoren unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly dispatching them. Only that burly man proved to be a formidable opponent, managing to withstand several exchanges with Dai Haoren before being brought down. Yet, he remained conscious, still possessing the strength to utter threats. "You're as good as dead. Do you even know who we are?" Dai Haoren rolled his eyes and cut him off. Do you even know who I am? I am destined to become the world's greatest villain. He dismissed the man's feeble understanding with a swift kick that rendered him unconscious. Dai Haoren rummaged through the unconscious man's belongings and discovered his wallet, which contained his identification. Ye Xunfeng. What an imposing name. To think he would plot against my teacher. A sinister, malevolent chuckle echoed through the alley as Dai Haoren contemplated his next move. Upon completing his nefarious deed, the voice of the evil master system resonated. Congratulations, host, on completing an act of villainy. Reward, a pair of limited edition Red Star Luotian athletic shoes. Limited edition Red Star Luotian shoes? The effects of these shoes immediately sprang to mind. Wow. Upon wearing them, one could perform the Luotian dance agility technique. I wonder if it would seem out of place for a man to use this dance. Perhaps I shall refrain for now. The reward will automatically be stored in the system's inventory. Unfortunately, the inventory currently only accommodates system rewards. Other items are not supported. Suddenly, a tantalizing, soul-stirring sound wafted from the darkness. What a haunting sound. He picked up a flashlight from the ground and approached, only to witness a scene that nearly caused him to faint. Master Mieju was curled up, seemingly comforting herself. Under the bright beam, her skin appeared flushed. Her body twisted in a manner that was decidedly abnormal. She was not inebriated. The thought struck Dai Haoren. She had been drugged. Ye Xunfeng. Are you attempting to orchestrate the entire scenario, to board a train without a ticket? Gazing at Master Mieju, who writhed on the ground like a serpent, a pressing dilemma confronted Dai Haoren. How should he proceed? Chapter 15. You shall seek life but find none. You shall seek death but cannot attain it. No matter what, one must first escape this dark, narrow alley. Little did he expect. Dai Haoren had just lifted the formidable master of extinction in a princess carry when she suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, constricting him with fierce intensity. Simultaneously, her legs intertwined around his waist like a serpent, leaving him breathless. The force was overwhelming, far too powerful, with Master of Extinction clinging to him so tightly. He felt as though he might be crushed under the sheer strength of her embrace. It was as if a gigantic vice had seized his waist, threatening to snap him in two. Yet, Master of Extinction paid no heed to his protests. Her heated breath and fervent exhalations wafted over his face, while her body undulated like a snake. It is well known that friction generates heat. And as he felt the warmth of her flushed cheek against him and inhaled the intoxicating scent of her tipsy allure, Dai Haoren sensed himself transforming into a searing iron. Suddenly, he gasped sharply as he felt her teeth graze his skin. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across his body, and he trembled involuntarily. This was perilous. He internally cried out, enduring the anguish of being squeezed by Master of Extinction. With one hand pressing against her back and the other supporting her beneath, he dashed forward. To be frank, at that moment, he had no capacity to think of anything else. His mind was solely focused on escaping and reaching the car, with no consideration for their destination. Bursting out of the alley, he nearly collided with a passerby. Couldn't they walk more carefully? What a shock. The other person, irked, complained about the lack of courtesy. But Dai Haoren paid no attention to such grievances as he crossed the street, heading straight for the parking lot of the Imperial Royal. Meanwhile, Ye Xunfeng, who had been momentarily dazed by Dai Haoren, regained his senses. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the second realm, his physical prowess was formidable. How dare he disrupt my plans? I shall grind you to dust. Just as he finished cursing Dai Haoren, a sudden realization struck him. Grabbing a flashlight from the ground, his expression changed drastically. Master Jueshuan was nowhere to be found. His teeth ground together in frustration, just as he was about to fulfill his long-held desire. A mere child had intervened. Master Jueshuan had been ensnared by the seductive elixir he had painstakingly procured, a potion that would awaken her most primal instincts. Even an innocent fledgling, untouched by the world, possesses an innate understanding, though it cannot be deemed entirely self-taught. After all, certain traits are inherent and instinctual. While consciousness remains alert, the body may act uncontrollably, driven solely by an insatiable quest for knowledge. Ye Xunfeng recognized this unique characteristic of yin harmonizing with yang, and he spared no expense to acquire it, subsequently employing it on Shi Jueshuan. At that moment, Shi Jueshuan was taken away by another man. What might transpire? Must one ponder further? Cursed be the scoundrel. I shall ensure your existence becomes a torment. Gritting his teeth and uttering a few fierce words, Ye Xunfeng summoned his original spirit, the 7-rank golden, the Howling Dog. The first skill of the Howling Dog is to scent and trace. As the skill activated, the tall and slender creature lowered its head, sniffing the ground where Shi Jueshuan and Dai Haoren had lingered. Woof, woof. The Howling Dog barked twice, leading Ye Xunfeng out of the alley, disregarding the henchmen surrounding him. Upon emerging from the alley, he incited a wave of screams and chaos. A rogue. How disgusting. Oh, such a small bladder. "Officer, there's an exhibitionist here." It was then that Li Haoren realized he was utterly unclothed. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. Instinctively, he squeezed his legs together to shield his modesty. "Ah, cursed beast. You stripped my garments. You have brought disgrace upon my name." Li Haoren, consumed by shame and rage, felt as if he might explode. Clenching his teeth, he seized a man and stripped him of his outer clothing and trousers. Dare to resist? A single punch rendered him unconscious. Finally, he acquired something to cover himself. Fueled by intense anger and hatred, Li Haoren followed the howling dog's trail. Nearby, the patrolling officers, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. "Officers, the exhibitionist is fleeing that way. Quickly, apprehend him. He is stripping people." The expressions of the two officers shifted dramatically. The female officer felt compelled to blow her sharp whistle. "Stop," as she whistled. The two officers dashed across the street in pursuit. Li Haoren, following the howling dog, arrived at the Imperial One parking lot just as a fiery red supercar was departing. The howling dog barked furiously at the vehicle, indicating that the person Li Haoren sought was inside that very car. At that moment, not far away, another yellow supercar was pulling into a parking space. Li Haoren dashed over, yanked the driver from his seat, and seized the keys from his hand. "Get in, shut the door, start the engine, and accelerate." In a swift and seamless moment, the vibrant yellow supercar burst forth from its parking space, its engine roaring like a fierce predator. The owner of the yellow supercar stood frozen in shock, only breaking his stupor to shout as his prized vehicle vanished from sight. "My car. Damn it. Even my Dominator can't escape such audacity." Yet, before he could finish his tirade, the sight of approaching police officers prompted a sudden change of heart. "Officer, theft. Someone has stolen my car." Under the deft control of Li Haoren, the yellow supercar transformed into a relentless predator, its engine surging as it raced onto the road. In no time at all, he caught up with a fiery red supercar. The two remarkable machines, one red and one yellow, raced side by side. Li Haoren rolled down his window, only to discover that the red supercar's window was made of one-way glass, rendering its interior invisible from the outside. With determination, he gritted his teeth and sharply turned the steering wheel. Bang! The two cars collided, shattering rearview mirrors in the process. Inside the red supercar, Dai Haoren, taken by surprise from the impact, cursed, "What kind of driver is this?" Fortunately, the reckless little antagonist was an experienced driver, having participated in underground races. The author, inheriting all of his attributes, had also become a skilled driver. He expertly regained control of the vehicle, turning to see who his assailant was. Well, is that Li Haoren? Suddenly, a cry of alarm escaped him. "Hey, don't bite. What is happening?" At that moment, Dai Haoren found himself in a precarious position, akin to a cushion beneath a tyrannical figure. Chapter 16, High-Speed Pursuit. Would he dare to act? He would not dare. The engine roared like a furious beast as the red supercar surged forward, akin to a burning tiger, plunging into the oncoming traffic. Viewed from above, the cars maneuvered through the bustling city streets with the grace of a leopard, agile and swift. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple. "Watch me crash into you," Li Haoren bellowed in rage. Indeed, his intent was to obliterate Dai Haoren, the one who had not only thwarted his endeavors but had also seized his rewards. Such a transgression deserved a fate worse than death. As for whether Shi Jueshuan would meet her demise in the process, that was a matter of fate. Ideally, she would survive. However, should she perish, whatever he could not possess would simply be destroyed. At least, in destruction, there was a sense of clarity and righteousness, a psychological comfort for him. As for any potential retribution from the Shi family afterward, Li Haoren had already concocted an explanation. He would simply claim that someone had abducted Shi Jueshuan, and that all his actions were in the name of rescue. In this manner, even if she perished, he would be justified. What could the Shi family do to him? Would they dare to kill him? However, although an unexpected troublemaker has emerged, Li Haoren believes that his heroic rescue act can still unfold. The vibrant yellow sports car, much like Li Haoren himself, roars loudly, weaving through the traffic like a serpent or a fish, causing a cacophony of honks from startled drivers expressing their discontent. Thus, a scene reminiscent of an exhilarating foreign action film unfolds in the heart of Tianyuan City. It is nothing short of thrilling. However, for the other drivers on the road, it is a matter of life and death. In no time, this high-speed spectacle welcomes a new participant, the wailing police cars. The two vehicles ahead. This is the Tianyuan Traffic Police. You are in serious violation of traffic regulations. Please pull over immediately. The police sirens blare, echoing through the city center. The police response is swift, given the bustling location. Damn it, it's so noisy. Li Haoren curses vehemently. Where's Dai Haoren? He mutters to himself, sensing impending doom. Not just doom, but an overwhelming catastrophe. Given the current state of Master Ye Xunfeng, should the police catch a glimpse, it would certainly lead to his social demise. Even if the Dai family uses their connections to help him evade legal repercussions, his cheap father would never let him off lightly. As for attending Shinjo Academy, after causing such a scandal, it would be utterly impossible. Crisis. Upon reflection, this is indeed a significant crisis. If things go awry, it could spell disaster. No, he absolutely cannot be caught by the police. Just then, he feels a surge of heat within him, distracted by Master Ye Xunfeng, resulting in a near collision with a large vehicle ahead. Cold sweat trickles down his spine as he hastily refocuses on driving. Why not incapacitate Master Ye Xunfeng? He has done it before, but with his current strength, he simply cannot manage it. Does he dare act? No, he does not. Moreover, he cannot afford to lose focus. The car has already surged to 150. A moment's distraction could lead to a catastrophic accident. Such an accident could very well cost him his life. He glances at the rearview mirror. Damn it, Dai Haoren. You should have sent him to meet the king of hell. But who could have anticipated this outcome? No. He must find an opportunity to resolve this. Gradually, Master Ye Xunfeng becomes increasingly outrageous, and Dai Haoren cries out in despair. In truth, Master Ye Xunfeng has always been conscious. But what does that matter? She is utterly unable to control herself. Her mind was filled with a chaotic tapestry of images and waves of exhilarating emotions. The fire within her burned fiercely. She could only strive to restrain herself from uttering a word, hoping to conceal the undeniable clarity in her expression. Ah, perish. Let us perish together. When one decides to cast caution to the wind, there is truly nothing beyond their reach. She had taken that leap, leaving Dai Haoren utterly stunned. His scalp prickled in response, and he dared not move an inch. His heart raced, nearly lodged in his throat. Just then, two massive vehicles loomed ahead, creating an exceedingly narrow passage. Unfortunately, no alternate routes were available. Dai Haoren assessed the situation and surmised he could navigate through. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to charge ahead. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom. The engine erupted with a fierce roar, reverberating in waves. The dual exhaust pipes belched flames. If observed from above, one would witness a fiery red supercar plunging into the narrow corridor formed by the two trucks. The ear-splitting sound of metal grinding against metal erupted, producing sparks that flew in all directions. It was indeed a thrilling spectacle, fraught with peril. A single miscalculation would surely lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, in that moment, Dai Haoren felt as though he were under divine guidance, his mind devoid of distractions, his gaze fixated solely on the road ahead. Charge forth. Let us accelerate. In his excitement, Dai Haoren could not restrain a shout. After all, he was engaging in a life-threatening endeavor. To claim otherwise would be a blatant falsehood. Fortunately, the crimson supercar successfully threaded its way through the gap between the two trucks. Just ahead lay a tunnel, and Dai Haoren was racing towards the outskirts of the city. The supercar dove into the tunnel, disappearing from sight. In the wake of his daring maneuver, the startled drivers of the two trucks lost control, crashing into one another with a resounding bang. These titans of the road collided, instantly blocking the thoroughfare. Witnessing the barricade of trucks ahead, Dai Haoren let out a panicked scream. At this juncture, applying the brakes was utterly futile. Even if he pressed down with all his might, a collision was inevitable. Without a moment to ponder, he yanked the steering wheel sharply. Bang! His vehicle shattered the roadside barrier, soaring off the highway as if it had sprouted wings. The pursuing traffic police were left dumbfounded, and someone shouted, "Look, look! There's a flying car in the sky." Others, upon hearing this, gazed upwards, only to find a vast night sky devoid of any airborne vehicles. What madness! The yellow sports car soared through the air, covering a distance of 30 to 40 meters, before crashing headlong into an enormous billboard. Bang! The impact left a substantial hole in the advertisement, with the entire vehicle lodged against it. The engine continued to roar relentlessly. Damn it! Dai Haoren cursed, before losing consciousness in his seat. Chapter 17. The Despicable Dai Haoren, enticed to seek votes according to the Tianyuan Morning News. At approximately 11 o'clock last night, two accidents, suspected to be caused by illegal street racing, occurred in the city center. One yellow vehicle, due to excessive speed, soared off the Urshian Bridge, leaving the driver with minor injuries. Another red sports car veered off the winding road at Mingqi Mountain, plunging into the lake. Recovery efforts have been completed, but the driver has yet to be found. Search and rescue operations are still underway. The traffic police remind, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. At the Dai household, Dai Haoren voraciously consumed his breakfast. Last night, he had exhausted the last vestiges of his energy. I'm starving. His mother implored him repeatedly to eat slowly, assuring him that no one was competing for his food, yet he paid her no heed. Just then, the television broadcast the local morning news. Dai Qinlong glanced at it and exclaimed, "Haoren, isn't that red car yours?" Upon hearing this, Dai Shangao also focused intently on the screen, his expression shifting slightly. Did you go racing again? Dai Haoren waved his hands dismissively, struggling to swallow his food before responding. No, absolutely not. Dai Shangao clearly remained skeptical. Then what is up with that car? Dai Haoren scratched his head. I don't know. I went out with some classmates last night, and when I came out, my car was gone. I have no idea who stole it. I was just about to report it to the police when I found out someone took my car to race it. They turned it into scrap metal. It's utterly infuriating. Dai Shangao insisted. You must tell me the truth. Dai Haoren spread his hands. Dad, this is the truth. Why don't you believe me? My classmates can vouch for me. Oh, and teacher sure can too. She was drunk last night, and I was the one who took her home. She wouldn't fabricate a false testimony for me, would she? Dai Shangao's expression softened a little. Go to the police station and report the incident. Be sure to explain everything clearly. Do you understand? Dai Haoren responded with a tight-lipped I got it, Dad. After breakfast, Dai Qinglan asked Dai Haoren if he wanted her to drive him to the police station. No need for your grand gesture. He dismissed her without a glance, hurrying out. Yes, I can be petty too. No apology for me? It's as if we're not even siblings. Once Dai Haoren left, the matriarch, Wang Shifeng, asked Dai Qinglan. What exactly is going on between you two siblings? Dai Qinglan shook her head. It's nothing, Mom. He's just throwing a little tantrum. He will be fine in a few days. Though she spoke these words, a subtle feeling lingered within her regarding yesterday's events. If she did not provide him with a satisfactory explanation, he would never acknowledge her as his sister again. One was a biological brother, and the other a junior disciple. Alas. Indeed, it was likely that Dai Haoren could never have imagined that his own sister, Dai Qinglan, was among the 8 stunning senior sisters of Ye Xunfeng. The true protagonist. It is worth noting that according to the original story, even amidst the ruin of the Dai family, Dai Qinglan did not make an appearance. Dai Haoren had driven another vehicle to the police station to report the incident. After completing his statement, he departed. Upon leaving the police station, Dai Haoren contemplated finding a place to cultivate. There was a rich cultivation site in Yunlation, northwest of Tianyuan City, which had yet to be discovered by others. Perhaps he should head there. However, before he could leave Tianyuan City, a call from the merciless Master Xuetian interrupted him. I will send you an address. Come over. With that, the line went dead, and a location was promptly sent to him. Master Xuetian sought him out? For what purpose? Recalling the events of the previous night sent a chill down Dai Haoren's spine. The mindless antagonist, Dai Haoren, had a lingering fear of Master Xuetian ingrained in his memory. After the events of last night, he felt a tinge of dread towards her. Now, merely thinking of Master Xuetian made him feel doubly apprehensive. It was not that Dai Haoren was cowardly, it was simply that last night. Better not to dwell on it. However, a true man must never falter. If an opportunity arises, one must seize it. If not, create the conditions to seize it. With this mindset, he changed direction and followed the navigation to the address provided by Master Xuetian. Longfeng Garden, the most prestigious club in Tianyuan City. No amount of wealth could grant entry. One must possess power. Even Dai Haoren, without the backing of Dai Shangao, would not be qualified to enter. However, this time, upon his arrival, he was escorted inside by a beautiful maid in traditional attire. As he walked through Longfeng Garden, Dai Haoren marveled at the exquisite ambience. Every corner exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. If one were to encapsulate the myriad sights of Longfeng Garden in a single word, it would be art. Each flower and tree radiated a sense of artistry. This was indeed the ethereal life enjoyed by those in power. In the Xiangyuan Pavilion, Dai Haoren encountered Master Xuetian. To his surprise, he also saw another person, Li Haokuan. What was he doing here? Li Haokuan was also present in the self-satisfied pavilion. Upon catching sight of Dai Haoren, a smile crept across his face, imbued with a palpable sense of menace. However, Dai Haoren merely glanced at him before his attention was captivated by Shi Juexuan. Though she exuded an air of solemnity and aloofness, in Dai Haoren's eyes, memories of the previous night revealed her to be a captivating beauty, brimming with charm and allure. A goddess of animated proportions. It felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. With a silent sigh, Dai Haoren addressed her. Teacher Shi, I have arrived. Did you summon me for a particular reason? Shi Juexuan's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? You are my boyfriend. Is it so unusual for me to seek you out? What on earth? Dai Haoren exclaimed, his eyes widening. When did I become your boyfriend? Li Haokuan, with a grim expression, interjected, Teacher, this individual is your student, is he not? Shi Juexuan shot him a cold glance. How do you know he is my student? Have you conducted an investigation? Indeed, Li Haokuan had thoroughly investigated Dai Haoren through his license plate. Yet, he could not allow Shi Juexuan to discover this. Although she had gleaned some insight from Dai Haoren regarding his actions, as long as it remained unspoken, It was best for both parties to maintain a tacit understanding. Even if it were to be revealed, Li Haoquan felt no fear. He could easily assert that he was there to rescue Shi Juexuan. Just as Li Haoquan was about to clarify, Shi Juexuan spoke again. I have resigned from the Daizong Martial Arts Academy. So I am no longer his teacher, but rather his girlfriend. Haoren, wouldn't you agree? Observing Shi Juexuan's demeanor, Dai Haoren silently cursed, feeling vexed by her teasing. Chapter 18. Why is Dai Haoren at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Sure, are you not using him as a shield? He pondered. If one truly needed a shield, wouldn't it be prudent to choose a more substantial one? With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Dai Haoren shifted a wooden stool closer and sat beside Shi Juexuan. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his hand resting on the contours of her abdomen. Of course, her toned physique was concealed beneath a pristine white shirt, rendering it invisible to the eye, yet his touch was exquisite even through the fabric. This scene ignited a fiery rage in Li Haoquan's gaze. As for Shi Juexuan, she furrowed her brow slightly but refrained from any overt signs of resistance. How do you know I am not well endowed? I possess quite the confidence in that regard. Her words carried an underlying meaning that Shi Juexuan understood all too well. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her brows furrowed with a hint of anger. The rosy hue of her delicate visage combined with her serious demeanor exuded a unique charm. Li Haoquan understood this well. The handsome, fair-skinned young man suddenly changed color. Could it be that they, last night, or perhaps even earlier, had? Shi Juexuan, I never expected you to be such a reckless person. Given your apparent abandon, why did you not seek me out? What makes me, Li Haoquan, any less than a debauched wastrel? How infuriating. And how did Shi Juexuan respond? Li Haoquan, you are overthinking. Although my family fervently seeks to unite us, I shall determine my own betrothal. Li Haoquan chuckled lightly. Juexuan, with our backgrounds, what matters can we truly decide for ourselves? From the moment we were born, our fates have been predetermined. Our existence is merely to inherit and strengthen our families. Surely, you are aware of this? Holding Shi Juexuan close, Dai Haoren pondered to himself. From what I gather, Shi Juexuan and the Li family are quite significant. Shi Juexuan shook her head. I do not agree with your perspective. Li Haoquan, you need not invest your time and energy in me. I shall not consent to this marriage. Despite her disdain for Li Haoquan's actions, she was unwilling to entangle herself in such matters. It was not worth it. Of course, there was a reason she would not admit. What was it? Regarding their encounter last night, she felt she had not been wronged. Instead, she experienced an unprecedented sense of pleasure. To what extent, you ask? She did not even consider herself insulted or sullied. As for Dai Haoren, she harbored no ill feelings. On the contrary, she felt. Did the intertwining of yin and yang play a role in shaping such perceptions? That was hard to say. How could Li Haoquan possibly concede? Even if this woman was tainted, marrying her would significantly elevate his status within the family. Juexuan, you know well that our elders are adamant about uniting us. Their will is not easily swayed. You are aware of their ways. Even if you are unafraid, what of him? And his family? Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Humph. You're not foolish. You've discerned that I am indeed threatening you. Yes, I am. Li Haoquan secretly scoffed. This is not a threat, but rather a declaration of fact. In truth, I am acting in your best interest. The Dai family is indeed one of the foremost families in Tianyuan City. However, this world is vast, while Tianyuan City is but small. Those who overestimate themselves often meet with dire consequences. Dai Haoren was about to inquire. Have you finished? Li Haoquan smirked, wearing a look that invited a punch. Having finished speaking, he decided to busy himself. I shall rendezvous with my girlfriend and will not trouble you further. With a smirk. Li Haoquan had been suppressing the fury within him, but it was completely ignited by Dai Haoren. You brat, giving you a taste of authority? You genuinely believe yourself to be someone significant. Were it not for Juexuan, you wouldn't even have the right to converse with me. The expression of Master Juexuan darkened instantaneously. Li Haoquan, I implore you to mind your words. Li Haoquan turned to glare at Master Juexuan. Do not be naive. Our marriage has practically been finalized. To speak frankly, the initial discussions were about the union between my brother and your sister. However, due to your sister's exceptional qualities, the Shi family wishes to preserve their bargaining chip. And since you are unworthy of my brother, we have been chosen instead. This alliance between the Li and Shi families is inevitable. His words were a mixture of truth and deceit. Otherwise, he would not have come to Tianyuan City to ensnare Master Juexuan. Li Haoquan was acutely aware of the significance of this union, thus he sought to personally win over Master Juexuan, showcasing his charm and capability. However, the current developments had far surpassed his expectations, driving him to the brink of madness. Master Juexuan's demeanor darkened further, her crimson lips pressed together in displeasure. Dai Haoren muttered to himself, if Master Shi is already this exceptional, how remarkable must her sister be? Master Juexuan stood up and declared, Let us depart. Dai Haoren acknowledged with a simple all right, observing the two as they walked away side by side. Li Haowen was not merely fuming. He felt as if he were about to erupt in flames. Do not leave. He bellowed, launching himself into action, delivering a punch aimed at Dai Haoren's back. Dai Haoren had been prepared. Upon sensing the incoming blow, he turned to retaliate. However, a long, shapely leg clad in denim kicked out, and Li Haowen let out a pained cry, being sent reeling back into the pavilion, crashing into the stone table within. The long, well-toned leg gracefully retracted, firmly planted on the ground. What? Li Haowen's face contorted in agony. Am I not as exceptional as my sister? I simply do not relish in competition. But that does not imply that I am easily bullied. You wish to use me as a pawn in this alliance? Absolutely not. Even if I were to be a bargaining chip, you are unqualified. With that, she strode away decisively. Dai Haoren made a face at Li Haowen and hurried to catch up. Li Haowen was engulfed in a mix of hatred, anger, and shock. Is she not merely at the completion of the second realm? How can she be this formidable? If Master Ye Xunfeng were to discern Li Haowen's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff. The completion of the second realm? That was a matter of years past. Dai Haoren followed Master Ye Xunfeng into the vehicle. Shi Juexian remained silent, driving quietly. Dai Haoren, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere in the car, broke the stillness with a question. Teacher, where are we headed? Shi Juexian, her gaze unwavering, replied. Do not call me teacher. I have resigned. We are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Dai Haoren was taken aback. What for? To obtain a marriage certificate. Huh. Chapter 19. I must seize the opportunity to indulge in mischief and cultivate diligently. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Dai Haoren stood dazed, holding a small red book, emblazoned with the words marriage certificate. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I really getting married? Noticing Dai Haoren's stunned silence, Shi Juexian inquired, What's wrong? He blinked. So this means we are married? Although we are still a bit short of the legal age of 18, a single check has resolved everything. Shi Juexian stated, we have obtained the certificate. It should count as marriage. Should it? Dai Haoren exclaimed. Come on, Shi Jue, are you joking? Getting a marriage certificate is a serious matter. You just went ahead and did it so casually. Shouldn't we get to know each other better? Dai Haoren realized he had been caught off guard by his inexperience. He had been completely bewildered during the process. The speed at which events unfolded had left his mind racing to catch up. Just yesterday, they were teacher and student. Today, they were husband and wife. The transformation was astonishing, and even now, he was struggling to comprehend it. Goodness, I actually have a wife? Let us go, Shi Juexian said. Unfazed, we should find a place to celebrate. Today marks our wedding day. With that, she strode purposefully towards the parking lot, and Dai Haoren hurried to keep up. Once inside the car, he could not contain his thoughts any longer. Shi Jue, isn't this progress a bit too rapid? Shi Juexian looked at him, puzzled. What did you call me? Shi Jue? You referred to me as that before. Shi Juexian started the vehicle. As a married couple, we have done everything we needed to. Obtaining a marriage certificate is simply a natural progression, is it not? Her words floated lightly, yet inside, she was in turmoil. Her heart racing uncontrollably. Stay calm. Shi Juexian, you must maintain your composure. You are 8 years his senior. You ought to exhibit the maturity that comes with it. It's merely a certificate. What's all the fuss about? Little did Dai Haoren know that beneath Shi Juexian's calm exterior, she was in a state of anxiety. He merely thought, is Shi Jue really this traditional? I believe you are aware of my reputation at school. You have married me, and it is not just a matter of knowledge. Previously, the mindless antagonist Dai Haoren harassed me, but he was met with a severe reprimand, leaving him with a profound psychological scar, as he was mercilessly punished with a whip. Consequently, he bestowed upon me the moniker of Extinction Master. I do not concern myself with your past. What is done is done. Now that we are legally bound, I intend to reshape you into the person I desire. What nonsense is this? You wish to transform me? But my subsequent words left Dai Haoren in a state of trepidation. If you do not comply, remaining obstinate as before. Although I have resigned from the Martial Arts Academy, I have retained one thing, my whip. Dai Haoren immediately exclaimed, no way. Is she serious? A vivid image materialized in his mind, me clad in tight black leather, wielding a whip that cracked with a resounding snap, laughing maniacally. Yet, this was no jest. It was terrifying. Realizing I was far from his equal, he panicked. This is not the ride I signed up for. I want to get off. However, it seemed that perhaps, just perhaps, given the little red book in his pocket, he might be unable to disembark. At a quaint traditional private dining establishment that I frequented, we enjoyed a candlelit dinner and shared a cup of wine, celebrating our nuptials. After the meal, Dai Haoren suggested, shall we visit my parents? I pondered for a moment and shook my head. No, I won't be staying at your home. Prepare yourself. In a few days, We shall go to Huajing. Huajing, the capital of the Dragon Nation, is the epitome of worldly splendor and elegance. Dai Haoren inquired about our purpose in Huajing, to which I replied, to meet my parents and other family members. I want them to know of my marriage. Furthermore, we shall settle in Huajing. Perhaps it is time to return. I want you to understand that I, Shi Jueshuan, am not a puppet to be manipulated. Upon hearing this, Dai Haoren rolled his eyes. You refuse to meet my parents but insist on taking me to yours? How is that fair? And you claim we will settle in Huajing? If it weren't for my coincidental plans to attend the Shinjo Academy, I would have outright refused. Moments later, he remarked, this doesn't seem like the route to my house. I replied, now that we are married, must we still live apart? For the next few days? You will stay at my home. Stay at your home. He gulped, struggling to swallow. I am indeed quite alluring. Every inch of her being drives men to madness. In a past life, I was but a mere nobody, earning only a few thousand each month in writing fees. A woman of the caliber of Shi Jueshuan is something I could scarcely dream of. In this life, to have the privilege of being with Shi Jueshuan is akin to stepping upon a heap of dog feces, such is my fortune. Yet, the current circumstances are unfavorable. The adversary is formidable while I am weak. I cannot falter. I must hasten to commit more misdeeds and diligently cultivate my strength, without enhancing my capabilities. My ambitions will remain unfulfilled, and life will be unbearable. As I pass by a shopping mall, I noticed Shi Jueshuan taking Dai Haoren inside to purchase clothing and daily necessities. A few coins were spent on essentials, but the apparel was all designer. When the bill was tallied, it astonishingly exceeded 1 million. Just as Dai Haoren reached for his card to settle the payment, Shi Jueshuan swiftly presented hers. Use mine. Dai Haoren shrugged, unwilling to contest her decision, although he recognized that over 1 million is a substantial sum. Is there any issue with a wife buying clothes for her husband? None whatsoever. At that moment, a mocking voice pierced through. Oh, look who it is. Isn't that the esteemed young Master Dai? Turning to the source, I beheld a youth with a horse-like face, flanked by 2 beautiful women. It was Luo Bingyun, the younger brother of Luo Bing, known in some circles as the second young master of the Luo family. They were infamously referred to as the second young masters of Tianyuan or Tianyuan's villains, notorious for their misdeeds. Were justice to be served, they would find themselves sharing a cell as classmates. Previously, during a street race, Luo Bingzun had caused the death of an entire family of 3, only to find a scapegoat to take the fall while he continued to live freely and carelessly. Tianyuan is indeed a small place, and encountering him here felt like fate. What do you say? Are you interested in a little wager? His gaze incessantly wandered towards Shi Jueshuan, for she was the true prize of the evening. Chapter 20. Dai Haoren's luck with her. What kind of luck has this Dai encountered to attract such a gem? Her curves, her slender form, and the hint of voluptuousness that subtly emerges. Every aspect of her is precisely what Luo Bingyun adores. By heavens, she is exquisite. If I could possess her even once, it would be worth sacrificing 10 years of my life. I must win her. Indeed, win. In their previous races, they often wagered cars and women. Now, with Dai Haoren inheriting the memories of a foolish antagonist, he quickly grasped Luo Bingyun's intentions as he observed his gaze upon Shi Jueshuan. Without hesitation, he waved dismissively. Not interested. But before Dai Haoren could finish his sentence, Shi Jueshuan spoke. I find this quite intriguing. Haoren, since you have been invited, there is no need for you to decline. Master, what do you mean? What are your intentions? This special day, wouldn't it be better to spend it at home? Master Jueshuan replied, precisely because today marks our wedding anniversary. It deserves to be celebrated in a unique manner. Luo Bingyun was taken aback. What? Wedding anniversary? They got married? How come I was completely unaware? You have wed? How is it that I did not know? Dai Haoren shrugged. After Luo Bingyun regained his composure, his heart ignited with fervor. Dai Haoren's wife, how delightful. Haha. Congratulations. Your wife is right. On such a momentous day, we must indeed celebrate it in a special way. Dai Xiao, since your wife has an interest in racing, shall we indulge her? What do you think? Dai Haoren was incensed. Do you think I cannot perceive the filth within your words? What nonsense is this? Did you just kiss a dog or consume dog waste when you stepped out? Should I indulge your mother instead? His voice was loud enough to attract all eyes in the establishment. Luo Bingyun did not anticipate Dai Haoren's sudden outburst. His handsome face twitched slightly. Humph. The more agitated you are, the more you cherish her. Once I take her away, your madness will only escalate. With this thought, Luo Bingyun couldn't help but smile. Dai Xiao, this is a public venue. We ought to maintain some degree of civility. Having said that, he abruptly shifted his tone. Shall we have a competition? If you fear defeat, then consider this unspoken. No pressure. He knew that Dai Haoren could not tolerate being provoked. Yet, he was unaware that this Dai Haoren was no longer the same as before. Provocation? Humph. Childish. Today is a day of great joy for me. Wouldn't he entering the bridal chamber be more delightful? Luo Bingyun was momentarily taken aback. The provocation seemed ineffective. Little did he know of the thrilling and perilous experiences Dai Haoren endured the previous night, especially at the last moment, when the car veered off the road and plunged into Silver Water Lake. Had they not been adept cultivators, they might have become corpses. Seeing that Dai Haoren was unresponsive to his bait, Luo Bingyun cursed under his breath in frustration, just as he racked his brain for a way to fulfill his desires. Master Ye Xunfeng spoke up. Agreed to him. A man should never retreat in fear of defeat. Dai Haoren rolled his eyes. He leaned in to whisper a few words into Master Ye Xunfeng's ear. The fragrance of Master is truly delightful. Upon learning that a woman was to be wagered, Master Ye Xunfeng furrowed her brow slightly, but soon she reassured herself, it is of no consequence. I am confident that you will triumph. Compete with him. Upon hearing this, Luo Bingyun immediately beamed with delight. He mused, could it be that this young lady harbors feelings for me, given her keen understanding of the game? This thought invigorated him even further. Splendid. Madame Dai is indeed a woman of exceptional caliber, forthright and admirable. It is settled then, at midnight, at the entrance of Mingqi Mountain. We shall meet without fail. Aha. My newly acquired beast finally has its purpose. Subsequently, Master Shui brought Dai Haoren to purchase a pair of diamond rings. With Dai Haoren footing the bill, after their shopping spree, the two returned to the car. Do not feel burdened. Even if we lose, it is of no consequence. As long as I do not acquiesce, what can he do to me? Master is preparing to play the rogue, is she? However, losing is out of the question. Victory is assured, he added silently, as long as you do not create disturbances. Master Shui nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, my man must possess confidence. In his heart. Dai Haoren chuckled. If I lacked confidence, would you wield the cane to instill it in me? In the dead of night, at the stroke of midnight, the mountain wind howled, and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. The entrance to Mingqi Mountain was thronged with a gathering of people. Luxury cars congregated, and beautiful women graced the scene. The pulsating music ignited the blood of those present, heralding the commencement of an exhilarating event filled with speed, passion, and life-or-death stakes. A silver dragon power sports car glided to a halt, its window descending. Dai Haoren leaned out, and Luo Bingyun approached, having awaited his arrival. Young Master Dai, welcome. How do you find this spectacle? As a prominent figure in the circle, Dai Haoren's mere appearance captivated the attention of the crowd. Several other handsome men and beautiful women participating in the race gathered around to greet him. Dai Haoren nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Bingyun's gaze drifted into Dai Haoren's car, where he beheld the enchanting and alluring Madame Dai seated in the passenger seat. Madame Dai, racing can be perilous. Perhaps you should wait for us here. Master Shui replied. No need. I wish to accompany my man. Dai Haoren then asked, shall we commence? Luo Bingyun nodded. Of course. However, remember that life takes precedence over winning or losing. Young Master Dai, even if you fear nothing for yourself, consider your wife. It would be a tragedy if such a captivating lady were to meet with disaster. Before Dai Haoren could respond, Master Shui spoke up. Since this is a competition, securing first place is undoubtedly paramount. I firmly believe that my man shall not disappoint me. Correct? Observing Shi Jueshuan's demeanor, Dai Haoren secretly gritted his teeth, contemplating. How infuriating. She has once again provoked Luo Bingyun. With no other option, he could only utter, let us commence, before returning to his vehicle. He looked helplessly at the gloomy girl seated in the passenger seat. Bingqing, you ought to exit the car. Racing is genuinely perilous. It is not a trivial matter. What if something were to happen? The somber girl retorted, silence. I am not afraid. Why should you be? Luo Bingyun sighed. Honestly, why does it feel like my sister has suddenly transformed into someone else? Indeed, this gloomy girl is none other than Luo Biqing. Chapter 21. Luo Bingqing's quest for revenge. Luo Bingqing learned from Luo Bingyun that Dai Haoren was to race against her brother. Without a moment's hesitation, she expressed her desire to accompany them. Along the way, she also discovered that Dai Haoren had married a certain woman that day. This revelation ignited her fury. Why? You may ask. Because she felt utterly humiliated by Dai Haoren, thoroughly and completely toyed with, from her body to her very soul. Thus, her inner resolve to seek vengeance grew ever stronger. What was this resolve? Revenge. Retribution. The targets of her wrath were not merely Dai Haoren, but also Ye Xunfeng, that heartless, unfeeling man. Had you possessed even a modicum of trust in me, I would not have been subjected to Dai Haoren's betrayal. Since you have shown me such indifference, do not blame me for being unfaithful in return. She would devise every possible scheme to pit Dai Haoren and Ye Xunfeng against each other, allowing them to fight like two tigers, each vying for dominance. Ultimately, she would deliver the final blow to both. Luo Bingqing's purpose in attending this race was to confront Dai Haoren directly. However, upon learning that he had brought his wife along, she found herself harboring yet another motive. What was this ulterior motive? To discover the identity of the foolish woman who had married Dai Haoren and to see what she looked like. Luo Bingyun remained blissfully unaware of his sister's thoughts. He was preoccupied, for as a man who pursued speed and thrill, the moment his hands grasped the steering wheel, all else faded from his mind. Even the notion of that woman, who would willingly sacrifice years off her life for a fleeting moment of exhilaration, was overshadowed by a singular objective, to be the first to cross the finish line. Virum, virum, virum. 8 cars lined up, their 16 high beams illuminating the road ahead as if it were day. 8 engines roared like wild beasts, each vehicle trembling with anticipation, eager to launch forth. A stunningly alluring woman, clad in scant attire, sauntered into the middle of the road, her face adorned with a seductive smile. Before the gathered crowd, the cloth was removed with a flourish. As the car lights illuminated the scene, a swift motion sent the fabric soaring into the night breeze. Carried several meters before it fell to the ground. The moment the cloth made contact with the earth, a thunderous roar erupted. Supercars surged forth like dragons and tigers. Accompanied by the symphony of revving engines, the friction of tires against the asphalt, and the sound of vehicles slicing through the air. Trails of vibrant tail light streaked across the space, leaving behind a cascade of colors. This phenomenon was a testament to the extraordinary speed achieved. In the blink of an eye, 8 cars had vanished at the end of the road, diving into the hilly terrain of Mingqi Mountain. A large screen on site was broadcasting the event live, while an enthusiastic commentator began to narrate the unfolding drama. Here we go. Young Master Luo's beast takes the lead. Hot on his heels is young Master Wang. My goodness, such perfect grace. Young Master Luo crosses the first curve first. The 9 curves and 18 bends of Mingqi Mountain were sacred ground for racers, yet also a perilous nightmare. It seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing racers from across the nation and the globe to conquer its treacherous path. Completing the 9 curves and 18 bends in the shortest time possible was the ultimate pursuit for every racer who dared to tread here. Today, young Master Luo achieved a record-breaking time of under 40 seconds for the first curve. The crowd erupted in excitement. But wait, where was young Master Dai? He was in 5th place, trailing from the start. What a precarious position. Let us hope he doesn't end up merely as a pacer. On the mountain road, the sound of engines echoed, carried by the mountain winds. The supercars danced along the winding route, showcasing a thrilling display of speed and passion. Were there no other competitors? Indeed, there were none. The entire stretch of road had been sealed off by this group of wealthy youths, with surveillance systems disabled. As long as no innocent lives were lost, certain authorities turned a blind eye to the chaos. Inside the powerful vehicle, Dai Haoren calmly gripped the steering wheel. Beside him, the seatbelt constrained Shirtai's figure, creating a striking contrast. As the car jolted slightly, she turned to glance at Dai Haoren, memories of the previous night flooding her mind, igniting a subtle thrill within her. What was Shirtai thinking? With all that was happening now, why was she lost in such thoughts? How had she changed so? The first exhilarating experience, so profoundly pleasurable, was undoubtedly etched into her memory. That sensation felt like a brand, indelibly marked upon her soul, leaving her utterly captivated. At this moment, even Shi Jueshuan herself seemed unaware of the profound impact the yin and yang harmony had on her. She could not help but lightly lick her crimson lips. Would it be possible? Dai Haoren's unwavering gaze fixed ahead. A man must prevail. His words stirred something deep within Shi Jueshuan. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand and placed it on Dai Haoren's thigh. Instantly, he felt a jolt of electricity run through him. His skin prickled, and his hand trembled slightly, causing the vehicle to shake. Just at that moment, he was maneuvering past the 4th car in line. The sudden jolt of his car sent the 4th vehicle into a violent sway. A car traveling at such high speed could hardly withstand such abrupt turbulence. The vehicle lost control, crashing through the guardrail and tumbling down the slope. This was a serious matter. It acted as a signal. One by one, the rooftops of the other cars began to reveal their divine spirits. Racing among the divine practitioners was not merely a contest of speed and time. Competition and combat were indispensable. This was one of the sources of Dai Haoren's confidence. With a 9th-grade divine spirit, who could he fear? Dai Haoren recognized that it was his miscalculation that sparked the conflict. However, with matters having escalated to this point, there was no time for explanations, nor was there any necessity for them. He summoned the Sacred Lady of the Azure Serpent. Azure light swirled as the Sacred Lady stood proudly atop the Weilong car, exuding an air of superiority. Her appearance naturally caused a tremendous commotion. Words were unnecessary. Inside the monstrous vehicle, Luo Bingyun caught a glimpse of the Azure Serpent through the rearview mirror. Enchanted by her beauty, he nearly lost his composure. When did he awaken such an exquisite divine spirit? He muttered, swallowing hard with a feeling of envy and jealousy. Luo Biqing in the passenger seat snorted softly. She had no intention of revealing to her brother that she was a ninth-grade divine spirit. She desired a clash between Dai Haoren and Ye Xunfeng, not wanting her brother to get involved. Brother, you better be careful. Little did Luo Bingyun realize the implications of Luo Bingqing's words. He should be the one to be cautious. My primary divine spirit is an 8th grade golden one, Luo Biqing thought. Chapter 22, Dai Haoren, I am certain of my victory. A tremendous explosion erupted. A fireball detonated. A blue sports car was struck, veering off the road and plummeting down a cliff. Roar. The ferocious big cat that expelled the fireball let out a roar, clearly showcasing its might. This was no longer merely a race of speed. It had transformed into a deadly struggle built upon the foundation of velocity. Only 5 vehicles remain in the competition. Oh no, 4. As one was sent off the road by a colossal rock giant. The giant rolled forward, instantly transforming into a sphere of stone. It then rolled at a tremendous speed, crashing toward its next target. Who? It was none other than Dai Haoren. Ha ha ha, behold my boulder crush? The master of the rock giant laughed heartily. However, just as it approached Dai Haoren's dragon vehicle, the green serpent swiftly transformed. With a flick of its tail, the stone sphere was effortlessly sent flying, vanishing into the night sky. One must reciprocate kindness. Inside the dragon vehicle, Dai Haoren murmured. The green serpent swept its tail once more, leaving a streak of emerald light in the air. Both vehicle and driver soared into the night sky. Under the green serpent's sweeping motion, the car seemed weightless. Shortly thereafter, the green serpent reverted to human form, its long, slender legs straightening with a powerful leap, allowing it to gracefully land upon another vehicle. The owner of this vehicle, the second-place contestant Wang Xiao, was both astonished and enraged. Eliminate her, he commanded. His elemental spirit, the scythe mantis, screeched as it lunged at the green serpent with its scythe-like forelimbs. It was swift. Unfortunately, the green serpent was swifter, much swifter. Activating her third skill, the fangs. A pair of serpent-like azure weapons materialized in her hands. 2 sharp beams of blue light intersected, vanishing in an instant. The scythe mantis erupted with green liquid, only to dissipate into nothingness. The death of an elemental spirit meant permanent obliteration. Upon sensing the demise of his spirit, Wang Xiao cried out, "My elemental spirit!" His agitation caused his vehicle to veer off the road. The green serpent's slender waist straightened, executing a backflip, landing perfectly atop the dragon vehicle. Inside the car, incredible! Is this the elemental spirit you seized from Ye Xunfeng? What grade is it? 9th grade elemental spirit. I want to tell you. Oh, 1st grade gold. Impressive, isn't it? A flicker of doubt flashed in Shi Jueshuan's eyes. 1st grade gold? Is it truly that formidable? It doesn't seem like it. Dai Haoren laughed heartily, having eliminated the 2nd-place contestant. I am now in 2nd place. If we take down the 1st place, victory is ours. Dai Haoren's confidence stirred something within Shi Jueshuan. She gritted her teeth. A surge of desire and impulse rising from within. How infuriating. Why have I become like this? Could it be the drug that Li Haokoen administered to me? It must be. Otherwise, how could I have become like this? A surge of hatred erupted from Shi Jueshuan's heart. Damn it. You better not fall into my hands, or I shall hang you up and whip you. Fiercely whip you. No, I must endure. Endure. She clenched her teeth tightly, remaining silent. On the mountain path under the veil of night, only 2 vehicles were competing for the final victory. Gradually, the distance between the 2 cars began to diminish. This development increasingly infuriated and anxious Luo Bingyun, who had maintained the lead. As his composure faltered, he made both grave mistakes and minor errors in succession. After navigating several turns, the distance between the Wei Long and the monster had shrunk to merely the length of one vehicle. Just then, the last of the winding turns appeared ahead. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Luo Bingyun gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar. He decisively commanded his spirit general, Pan Long, to unleash his 4th skill, splitting the earth. The General Pan Long atop the vehicle erupted with a mighty roar. Brandishing a long-handled axe as he leaped into the air, raising the axe high above his head before bringing it down in a furious strike. This was an attempt to cleave Dai Haoren's Wei Long in 2. Inside the car, Dai Haoren felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure. Without a moment to ponder, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Wei Long's speed surged dramatically. The force of Pan Long's earth-splitting strike landed on the road. Boom. The asphalt cracked open, creating a deep and long fissure, along with numerous fractures. Although the Wei Long narrowly evaded the devastating strike, its excessive speed rendered it unable to navigate the turn. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided with the guardrail at the edge of the cliff and flew off. Ha ha. Luo Bingyun's laughter echoed. It's mine. But his laughter soon faded. Why? Because Mrs. Dai was still in the car, If Dai Haoren were to perish, that would be one matter, but if Mrs. Dai were to die, then he would have a serious problem. The buoyancy of Luo Bingyun's spirits evaporated in an instant. What about Luo Biqing? She watched as Dai Haoren's car flew off the cliff, her heart leaping into her throat. Was he really dead? In that moment, Luo Biqing felt a profound emptiness. I have yet to avenge myself. How could you die just like this? The cliff below was not Silverwater Lake. Falling from here, Dai Haoren would surely meet a grim end. Yet, was this truly the end for Dai Haoren? Certainly not. At the moment the Wei Long soared off the cliff, the green serpent transformed once more into a colossal python. With exquisite precision, the green serpent coiled its head around a large tree at the cliff's edge, while its tail wrapped around the Wei Long. The serpent's powerful body surged forth, its massive tail swinging with ferocity, sending the dragon of power crashing back onto the road. A resounding thud reverberated as the tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a harsh sound accompanied by the acrid stench of burning rubber. The dragon spun in 2.5 circles on the asphalt before finally stabilizing. Remarkably, this maneuver allowed the dragon to surge past the beast, securing the lead. Impossible! Luo Bingyun exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration and cursing vehemently. He slammed the accelerator in pursuit. As he navigated the final twist of the serpentine road, a nearly straight path lay ahead. This would truly test the vehicle's capabilities. Without hesitation, both drivers pressed their pedals to the floor. Soon enough, the superiority of their vehicle's performance became evident. The monster drew ever closer to the dragon, poised for an overtaking maneuver. The finish line was now in sight. Luo Bingyun shouted, "Dai Haoren, victory is mine." Would Dai Haoren grant him this satisfaction? Certainly not. The blue serpent unleashed its ultimate move, the tidal wave. With a forceful exhalation, a torrent of azure water erupted, soaking the ground beneath. Chapter 23. The villain's specialized alluring strategy. Oh. Let us cheer. Let us applaud. Let us bestow the most fervent applause and cheers upon young Master Dai. The host's exhilarated voice erupted from the speakers. From the starting line to the finish, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of shouts and howls. Amidst the clamor, Luo Bingyun's monster executed a deft drift and came to a halt beside the dragon. It must be said, Luo Bingyun's driving skills were truly exceptional. Moments ago, his vehicle had skidded under the assault of the blue serpent's toxic tide, and it was highly probable he would have veered off the road. Yet, he managed to regain control, a feat unattainable without genuine skill. Descending from the car with a sullen expression, he handed the keys to Dai Haoren. In the game of winners and losers, one must accept the outcome. The car is yours. And those two ladies are yours as well. Those two ladies, previously embraced by Luo Bingyun, had long awaited at the finish line. They bore no resentment towards Luo Bingyun for losing to Dai Haoren. After all, their aim was to align with the affluent, regardless of who that affluent individual might be. However, to his surprise, he declared, "I will take the car, but your ladies do not appeal to me." Upon hearing this, the two beauties turned pale. Once revered as unattainable goddesses in the eyes of others, their pride lay shattered at such rejection. Dai Haoren tossed the car keys back to Luo Bingyun. "Please drive the car to my residence. I have no time now. More pressing matters await." Just as he was about to start the vehicle and depart, a voice suddenly rang out. "Dai Haoren." Dai Haoren responded, "Huh?" As I turned towards the sound, I beheld Luo Biqing emerging from Luo Bingyun's car. To my astonishment, she was indeed inside Luo Bingyun's vehicle. The countenance of Luo Biqing remained unchanged, yet a shadow of melancholy had settled upon her. "I have something to discuss with you," she stated. Dai Haoren replied, "Go ahead. It is not convenient to speak here. Let us find a quieter place." Dai Haoren nodded in agreement and exchanged a few words with Shi. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Biqing glanced into the car. Upon recognizing the occupant, she gasped in disbelief. "Teacher Shi, how could it be you?" Luo Biqing was taken aback. Was it not said that the person in the car was Madame Dai? How could it be Teacher Shi? The only explanation was that Madame Dai was indeed Teacher Shi. But how could this be possible? Luo Biqing felt utterly bewildered. Shi offered a calm smile, lightly nodding her head as a form of greeting. "Teacher?" Luo Bingyun was also momentarily stunned. Soon after, a realization struck him, and his heart sank. That scoundrel Dai Haoren had actually captivated a teacher from the Daizong Martial Arts Academy. Envy, jealousy, and resentment surged within him. How could he possibly have the right? What made Dai superior to Luo Bingyun? Luo Bingyun studied at another esteemed institution rivaling Daizong Martial Arts Academy, where he too had his eyes set on a teacher. Alas, the insurmountable gap in their abilities loomed large. Powerless and disheartened, Dai Haoren patted Luo Bingqing's shoulder. "Stop dawdling. Let us go. If you have something to say it quickly. I have other matters to attend to." Luo Bingqing pressed her lips tightly together. The two moved to a secluded spot. "I have come to a realization. Being treated that way by you is my own doing, a fate I deserved. Had I been in your position, I might have acted even more ruthlessly. But Ye Xunfeng, I loathe him. Her eyes blazed with intense hatred. This animosity was genuine. He was derided as a waste, and while I stood by to encourage him, everyone urged me to call off the engagement, yet I did not. In my quest to help him regain his prowess, I even exploited you. I believe I have done nothing to wrong him. But how has he treated me? I hate him. I crave vengeance. Upon hearing this, Dai Haoren's eyes glimmered with a flicker of triumph, a scheme successfully unfolding. He had merely made an offhand remark, harboring little expectation. Yet now he had inadvertently incited Luo Bingqing's animosity towards Ye Xunfeng, turning the once deeply affectionate couple into adversaries. Ah, how wicked I am. Suddenly, the voice of the villain system resonated. Congratulations, host, for committing an act of villainy. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Reward, 1 air graphics card. What is this? An air graphics card? What on earth is that? Ah, I see now. The original effect was to create an illusion in the air. At the same time, a surge of newfound energy flooded into his body, filling him with a profound sense of fulfillment. However, I discovered a troubling issue, dear system. The cultivation you have provided seems somewhat lacking. You've granted me decades of cultivation, yet I find myself merely at the second realm. The irritable voice of the villain system erupted once more. Do you consider yourself a genius? This is calculated based on your annual cultivation progress. It's merely this much. Take it or leave it. If you find it insufficient, I shan't grant you anything next time. Very well. Though your temper may be a touch unruly, I shall overlook it since you are a lady. In an instant, Dai Haoren felt a remarkable difference. He was invigorated, his spirit soaring. Within him surged a powerful energy. Could it be that I have reached the third realm? The third realm embodies the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, harmonious and fulfilling. Achieving this state signifies a modest accomplishment on the path of cultivation. At that moment, Dai Haoren felt utterly splendid. Dai Haoren, Dai Haoren. Luo Bingqing called out as she noticed his sudden trance. He snapped back to reality, momentarily lost in thought. What did you just say? Luo Bingqing, observing him, sensed something different about him, though she could not articulate what it was. Perhaps his eyes seemed brighter? Regardless, she continued, I wish to seek revenge. We can collaborate. Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Revenge? Collaboration? How interesting, do elaborate. Thus, Luo Bingqing laid out her proposal. Upon hearing it, Dai Haoren silently chuckled to himself, his expression one of wicked cunning. He gently grasped her delicate chin, lifting it slightly. Ah, we truly share a remarkable synergy in thought. What a splendid idea. Luo Bingqing explained her plan to regain Ye Xunfeng's trust and act as an informant for Dai Haoren, providing timely updates on Ye Xunfeng's movements. In 3 words, the beauty ploy. Dai Haoren mused to himself. Ah, indeed, this is a strategy well suited for a villain. Luo Bingqing then posed a dilemma, but the question remains, how do I regain his trust? Dai Haoren had already devised a solution. Isn't it simple? Steal the Taiwan blade and return it to Ye Xunfeng. That should resolve everything. Chapter 24. You can either be a legendary hero or a tyrant in chaotic times, but... Thinking about the trap I laid for the true protagonist, Dai Haoren couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he mused to himself, I truly am a competent villain. Why do I say this? Because, strictly speaking, he harbors no enmity towards Ye Xunfeng. Yet, there is no alternative. Who may be the mindless antagonist, Dai Haoren? Who allowed new grudges to form? Who granted the true protagonist a multitude of fortuitous encounters? Who enabled Ye Xunfeng to acquire treasures and the 9th rank Origin Sovereign Sanctus? I covet it all. The only means to obtain these treasures is to wrest them from Ye Xunfeng. Otherwise, would the true protagonist willingly offer up his treasures, women, and divine skills? Dream on. Thus, I must resort to unscrupulous methods. Once I embark on this path, my identity and position as a villain are solidified. However, upon reflecting on my grand villain system, well, it seems quite fitting. Ahem. As for Ye Xunfeng, he is, aside from repaying all grievances without mercy, essentially a righteous character. How righteous, you ask? Mere days after the original text was uploaded, readers flooded the comments section, berating the protagonist as overly virtuous. The author, Dai Haoren, suspected that the untimely demise of the original work was linked to the protagonist's excessive righteousness. At that moment, he resolved, my next book shall feature a villain. Little did he expect that, while he failed to write a villainous protagonist, he himself became the antagonist in a censored narrative. Such are the whims of fate. What are you laughing at? Shi Jueshuan inquired with curiosity. What did Luo Bingqing want with you earlier? As the renowned Luo fairy of the martial arts hall, she was naturally aware of her reputation. Dai Haoren opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly realized this was not a matter of glory. He altered his words and replied, Oh, it was nothing. She merely asked for my assistance with something. She used to ignore me, and now she seeks my help. It makes me feel rather proud. Shi Jueshuan gently responded with an "oh." After a moment's contemplation, Dai Haoren posed a question. If I were a great villain, a nefarious scoundrel, would you despise me? Indeed. He was quite enamored with Shi Jueshuan, yet he knew he must tread carefully to avoid ideological discord. Shi Jueshuan asked, "Why the sudden inquiry?" Dai Haoren chuckled, "Just curious." After some thought, Shi Jueshuan provided her answer. You can be a legendary hero or a tyrant in tumultuous times, but you must never be a mediocre, nameless nobody. However, if you are content with your obscurity, I shall continually urge you to strive. Urge? At the mere mention of this word, Dai Haoren felt a shiver run down his spine. In his mind, he recalled the scene of the mindless antagonist Dai Haoren being suspended upside down and whipped by the master. A subtle, fiery pain coursed through his body. Damn. The shadow left by the master on the original Dai Haoren was insurmountable. Even I have been affected. Ha ha ha. Dai Haoren laughed heartily. At that moment, the car window was open, allowing his laughter to echo through the mountainous terrain at dawn, sounding particularly bold and unrestrained. Master, just wait and see. I, Dai Haoren, am extraordinary by birth. Damn it. A eunuch author has turned into a mindless little villain from his own novel. Such a bizarre experience. Not even a novelist would dare to write it. A far cry from the mundane. Suddenly, Dai Haoren felt an intoxicating fragrance wafting towards him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a soft weight pressed down on his thigh. What obscured my sight? Was it the lofty peaks, or the immense white clouds? Both, and yet neither. We registered our marriage and dined together, but it seems we have yet to consummate our union. Warm air filled his ears, startling Dai Haoren. That was close. He nearly veered off the road. Dai Haoren growled, "Master, I'm driving. You focus on your own car. No need to mind me. Step on it." After he spoke, she actually bit his ear. Ouch. He slammed on the accelerator, and the dragon roared as they plunged into the tunnel ahead. Everything shifted. Bang. Dai Haoren collapsed onto a soft, fragrant bed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his feet trembled slightly. Snap. He covered his eyes. Is this a joke? I've reached the third realm. How can I still be overpowered by her? What realm is the master in? No, no, no. I must strive for greater cultivation. I must intensify my misdeeds. Otherwise, at this rate, I will surely meet an untimely end. In the following days, Dai Haoren immersed himself in cultivation within the Yukai Mountains. The green serpent possessed the innate talent of essence absorption. This talent was extraordinarily formidable. As the saying goes, one makes progress at first, then declines, and ultimately exhausts their energy. The absorption of earthly essences follows the same pattern. Yet, the green serpent defied this norm. The longer it meditated, the more efficient its absorption became. Impressive, indeed, remarkably so. In a mere 5 days, the essence Dai Haoren absorbed and refined equated to what an average person would achieve in 50 months. He then addressed the villain system. System, can you reward me based on my current cultivation efficiency from now on? How does the girl express herself? You truly have a vivid imagination. I thought you were merely indulging in dreams. Dai Haoren was left speechless. On that day, a call came from home, stating that everything had been arranged and urging him to depart swiftly for Shinjo Academy to report. Thus, Dai Haoren returned home to gather his belongings. Dai Qinglan had already left. She had previously called Dai Haoren, but he could not muster the energy to answer. Dai Shangao summoned Dai Qinglan to his study. You and your sister shouldn't let your relationship become too strained. What unresolved conflict could there possibly be between siblings? Your mother has been fretting over this matter for days. Dai Haoren replied, understood. Dai Shangao then produced a long rectangular box and handed it to Dai Haoren. What is this? Dai Haoren inquired as he opened the box, revealing a striking crimson sword lying within. Instantly, he recognized the blade. The Yaotian sword, the cherished ancestral weapon of the Yi family. It is said that this sword was forged from the horn of the ancient divine dragon, the Qihong, capable of unleashing terrifying dragon flames. However, the sword is somewhat of a misnomer. Although it indeed slices through iron effortlessly, that is the extent of its prowess. When you venture out, it is essential to have a reliable weapon. Take it and make use of it, Dai Shangao advised. Dai Haoren blinked in surprise, then grinned widely. Thank you, Dad. His heart surged with joy, how fortunate he was to acquire it so effortlessly. With a melodious sound echoing, the Yaotian sword was drawn partially from its sheath. A wave of warmth washed over him, and the fiery glow of the sword reflected in his eyes. Dai Haoren's gaze was transfixed upon the blade. What secrets does the Yaotian sword hold? Alas, as the author, even I am unaware. Should I have Luo Bingqing bring the Taihuang blade for examination? In my outline, the Taihuang blade and the Yaotian sword are paired. Yet, with only the Yaotian sword in hand, the mysteries of the sword and blade remain elusive. After some contemplation, Dai Haoren dismissed the thought. Why? Because the uncertainties involved were far too numerous. Comparatively, Having Luo Bingqing hand the Tai Wang blade over to Ye Xunfeng would allow him to regain trust more effectively, paving the way for future endeavors. There is no rush. He could toy with Ye Xunfeng for now. After all, possessing the Outyin sword himself rendered the acquisition of the Tai Wang blade rather inconsequential. Dai Haoren sheathed the Outyin sword once more. Haoren, I heard you got married. Is your partner a teacher from the martial arts academy? Such an important matter. And you failed to inform the family. Dai Shangyao's voice was filled with concern and dissatisfaction. The matter at hand is rather lengthy. Observing his son hesitating, Dai Shangyao waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You are not a child anymore. You are capable of making your own decisions, and I shall not interfere. Just one thing I must mention. As a man, strength and ambition should always take precedence. Do not place too much significance on women, nor allow them to lead you by the nose. Do you understand? This admonition was, of course, directed solely at his son, Dai Haoren. Had it been Dai Qinglan, she would have dared not act so brazenly. For a son, punishment would be swift and merciless, while for a daughter, the consequences would be equally severe. Dai Haoren quickly acknowledged his father's words. Soon after, Dai Shanyao instructed him to have a conversation with his mother. Upon entering his stepmother's room, he found her diligently knitting a sweater, and it appeared she was nearing completion. With winter fast approaching, he would soon be heading to Huajing in the north, where the cold was said to be biting. I've knitted you 2 sweaters to take with you, she said. Hearing this, Dai Haoren felt a warmth in his heart. After chatting for a while, the sweaters were soon finished. His stepmother accompanied him to his room, where they packed the garments into his suitcase. It was evident she was reluctant to see him go. After all, their eldest daughter was already managing the family business away from home. And now her son was also leaving for studies. She then handed Dai Haoren a bank card. You, who have never endured much hardship, are now venturing alone to a distant and unfamiliar place. You must take good care of yourself. Feel free to buy anything you desire. Do not deprive yourself. If you run low on funds, remember to inform your mother. Do not mention it to your father. This is my private money. Dai Haoren sighed inwardly, thinking. Thus the doting mother spoils her child, but I find it delightful. He felt justified in spending this money, for in the future, he would honor his parents in the name of Dai Haoren. During lunch, the 3 of them shared a meal together. Afterward, his step-parents escorted him to the door. As he climbed into the car and drove away, Wang Shifeng wiped away her tears while watching the vehicle disappear into the distance. Dai Shangyao, unable to bear it, remarked. What is there to cry about? The child has grown and must venture forth. Why the tears? Wang Shifeng replied, You always say that. He is a piece of my heart. Dai Shangyao huffed, such a woman's sentiment. Yet, in his heart, he murmured, Haoren, the future of the Dai family rests upon your shoulders. May our ancestors bless us. Help the Dai family reach greater heights. Returning to his study, Dai Shangyao retrieved a mobile phone from a secret safe and dialed a number. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Miss Third, Haoren has already departed for the Shinjo Academy. Please rest assured, Third Mississippi. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. The call ended. Dai Shangyao exhaled deeply. Clutching his phone, he murmured, When will my Dai family also become the players, rather than mere pawns? Dai Haoren drove to pick up the master, and then headed straight to Tianyuan Airport. At Tianyuan Airport, in the VIP lounge, Dai Haoren and Master Ji Xuan were enjoying exquisite delicacies while conversing, as there was still some time before boarding. Suddenly, a melodious yet acerbic voice pierced the air. Your name is Fei Wu, and indeed, you are nothing but a useless wretch. You can't even handle a trivial matter. What use are you? A dog would serve better. Following that, a more mature female voice chimed in. You couldn't even manage to secure a first-class ticket and ended up with an economy seat. If this gets out, people will mock our Su family for not being able to afford first class. Are you intentionally trying to bring shame upon us? How did our Su family end up with such a worthless son-in-law? Then, a distinguished middle-aged man with an imposing presence spoke up. All right. This is a public space. Please be mindful. Family matters should not be aired in public. Let's discuss this at home. Upon his utterance, the 2 fashionable young women fell silent, though their displeasure remained evident. Dai Haoren cast a glance at them. The man was unremarkable, yet those 2 fashionable women were indeed eye-catching. With their graceful figures and striking beauty, adorned in splendid attire and exquisite makeup, they were truly exceptional. However, their expressions of arrogance somewhat marred their allure. How pathetic, Master Ji Xuan remarked lightly, referring to the man who had been scolded yet remained silent. From their brief exchange, she had likely discerned their direct relationship. Haoren, you must not be like that man. Do you hear me? A man should possess the spirit of a man. Otherwise, be wary of your skin. Dai Haoren nearly spat out his drink in surprise, coughing a couple of times. I think you should probably discard that attitude, for you shall never need it. Before long, Dai Haoren sensed someone gazing at him. Looking to his left and right, His gaze met a pair of dark, shining eyes belonging to the very young, beautiful woman who had just spoken acerbically. Setting aside her previous slip, this woman, clad in a pristine white body-hugging dress, was indeed an enchanting beauty. I do not know her. Why is she looking at me? Chapter 26, Is there a hijacking? The haughty and sharp-tongued woman suddenly flashed a playful smile, even winking at Dai Haoren with her left eye. Dai Haoren thought to himself, what the? Is she trying to provoke me? Indeed, Su Qingyuan was deliberately teasing Dai Haoren. Feeling overshadowed by Shi Jueshuan's beauty and charm, she naturally felt discontented. Thus, she conceived a mischievous plan to flirt with Dai Haoren. If she could witness a quarrel between Shi Jueshuan and Dai Haoren sparked by her actions, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. With this in mind, she stretched out her legs and casually crossed her left leg over her right, a posture that rendered her legs seemingly longer and more alluring. Shi Jueshuan, possessing keen insight, blinked and leaned slightly towards Dai Haoren. Is it beautiful? She inquired. The tone of her inquiry carried significant weight, with multiple interpretations. In this instance, Dai Haoren perceived it as implying that she was itching for a response. Was this a trick question? How should he reply? In a fleeting moment, clarity dawned upon him. He would respond as he wished, expressing his thoughts freely. Should he pander to a woman? Absolutely not. Well, it's quite lovely, but you are more beautiful than her. This was the unvarnished truth. Shi Jueshuan smiled deeply and playfully flicked his forehead with her finger. Men may have an innate appreciation for beauty, but to lie is a flaw of character. If you don't speak the truth, I shall have to punish you. Dai Haoren gasped, ouch. Oh my, sure. Your threat truly sent shivers down my spine. Thus, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange, filled with banter and laughter. Seeing that the two had not quarreled because of her, Su Qingyuan huffed in dissatisfaction. Just then, her husband, the Su family's son-in-law Fei Wu, handed her a glass of water. She took a sip and immediately spat it out. Are you trying to scald me? Fei Wu replied, but I gave you ice water. Care to argue? Su Qingyuan grew even more irate. I said it's hot, so it's hot. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Change it. Fei Wu, with a slight smirk, complied and went to fetch her a different drink. This was merely a trivial episode, and Dai Haoren paid it no mind. Half an hour later, it was time to board the plane. Another minor incident occurred during boarding when Su Qingyuan brushed against Dai Haoren's shoulder and shot him a flirtatious glance. Hey, could it be that this girl is smitten with me at first sight? Both individuals were well off, and thus they opted for the most expensive and luxurious first-class tickets. How luxurious, you may ask. It included a double bed, a private bathroom, and even amenities such as a refrigerator, television, and computer. It was akin to a lavish hotel room. The ticket price? A working person would likely toil for half a lifetime to afford just one. The entire journey was expected to last approximately a day and a half. It goes without saying that the newlyweds, Dai Haoren and Shi Jueshuan, were indulging in profound exchanges of life's harmony and fulfillment. Although Dai Haoren found it somewhat overwhelming, there was no alternative. Both were quite taken with the experience. And with nothing else to occupy their time in the same room, self-control became a challenge. It seemed as if they possessed boundless energy, and even when drained, a brief recuperation would suffice. In the deep of night, a full moon hung high in the sky. The couple lay together on the bed, basking in the moonlight. As they enjoyed this celestial glow, Shi spoke to Dai about various matters, such as the preparations required for meeting her family. Though she did not articulate it directly, Dai Haoren could sense that the visit to her family would not be an easy affair. In response, he remarked, well, if it's not easy, then so be it. Too much ease would be rather dull. His mind wandered back to the family he had encountered earlier that day. The man was truly spineless, utterly weak. How could he endure such humiliation? If it were me, in a fit of anger, I wouldn't hesitate to slap him senseless. Thankfully, I'm not going to Shi's family to be treated like that, right? While they were conversing, the doorbell rang. Dai Haoren pressed the intercom button by the bedside and inquired, what is it? A pleasant voice responded, Sir, I have brought you a late-night snack. Additionally, as a token of our gratitude for choosing this flight, we have prepared a bottle of 40-year-old red wine for you. Dai Haoren replied affirmatively and released the intercom button. The money was indeed well spent. They were about to enjoy a delightful moonlit snack. He donned a bathrobe and went to open the door, while Shi pulled the covers over her exquisite form. However, upon opening the door, instead of being greeted by the flight attendant's smiling face, Dai Haoren was met with the cold steel of a gun pressed against his forehead. Don't move. A gun. In that instant, Dai Haoren's pupils quivered. The power of modern firearms should not be underestimated. To disregard bullets and stroll through a hail of gunfire? Setting aside elements of fantasy, one would need at least the four symbols realm to achieve such a feat. At that moment, if a bullet were to strike him, what would happen? His head would surely burst. A striking blow to the back of the head. What was Dai Haoren's reaction? His pupils were even trembling. Yet, his head instinctively jerked to the side. Was his response swift enough? Indeed, it was. If his reflexes were any slower, how could he engage in such high-stakes racing? The mindless antagonist, Dai Haoren, possessed his own merits. At that moment, the tilt of his head was more a manifestation of instinctual self-preservation than a calculated maneuver. Bang! The gunman, acting on instinct, fired his weapon without a second thought. He had not anticipated that Dai Haoren would evade by tilting his head. The muzzle flared, and the bullet whizzed past Dai Haoren's temple, leaving a searing sensation in its wake. In a flurry, he retaliated, unable to execute any refined techniques under such duress. He unleashed a crude yet effective strike, reminiscent of a monkey grasping a celestial peach. Those in the know would understand. A high-pitched wail escaped the gunman as Dai Haoren delivered a devastating knife-hand strike to his wrist, causing the firearm to fly from his grasp. Without hesitation, Dai Haoren seized the gunman by the throat and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches to his skull. In the heat of the moment, he miscalculated his strength, resulting in a concave indentation in the man's head. With such a grievous injury, survival was undoubtedly impossible. Dai Haoren casually discarded the lifeless body and turned his gaze to the flight attendant, who was huddled on the floor with her arms over her head. "Speak. What on earth is happening?" The attendant trembled in terror and replied, "There are hijackers." Suddenly, a furious shout echoed. "What is going on?" Dai Haoren turned to see two armed figures at the corridor's end. Upon witnessing their fallen comrade, their faces contorted with rage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The duo unleashed a barrage of gunfire, and the flight attendant fell victim to their assault. Chapter 27. Fear not, for I am here to protect you. The nun rose abruptly, attempting to stand, her legs glimmering white under the moonlight, almost blinding. Dai Haoren swiftly picked up the firearm from the ground. "System, I have a question. Can the hardening potion protect me from bullets?" The irritable voice of the system replied, "Of course, if it can't even withstand bullets. How dare you claim to be tough?" Dai Haoren chuckled. "If you were a living being, I'd show you just how tough I can be. Fear not, for I am here to protect you," he proclaimed, retrieving the hardening potion from the system's inventory and gulping it down. Just as he was about to exit, he paused before the nun, leaning in to plant a heavy kiss on her lips. "How dare they hijack the plane I am on? Watch as I unleash chaos upon them, delivering a physical reckoning. With the nun by my side, how could I possibly falter?" Unbeknownst to him, Dai Haoren had unconsciously begun to refer to himself as the protector. As he was about to depart, he was abruptly seized by Master Zhu Xin. She bestowed a fervent kiss upon him. "Be careful. Do not overexert yourself." Dai Haoren chuckled. "I do not need to overexert myself, for I am already quite formidable." He playfully pecked her again. If a third party were to witness this moment, they would surely be at a loss for words, questioning how, at such a critical juncture, they could still indulge in such affectionate displays. Suddenly, a metallic sheen enveloped Dai Haoren's exterior. He acutely sensed an increase in his own resilience. In an instant, a surge of confidence coursed through him, igniting a gallant spirit. Armed, he strode out of the VIP room. The sharp sounds of gunfire erupted. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon him. In that fleeting moment, Master Zhu's heart raced to her throat. To her astonishment, she witnessed the bullets ricocheting off him. Sparks erupted from his body upon impact. She found herself momentarily dazed. Bulletproof flesh? Could it be that this young man had already attained the four-symbol realm? Or had he employed some arcane technique? Yet, her thoughts swiftly returned to the mysterious liquid he had consumed earlier. Surely, it was the cause of this astonishing phenomenon. What kind of potion could bestow such remarkable properties, enabling one to become impervious to bullets with a mere sip? Dai Haoren, resolute and succinct, fired two shots that resulted in the demise of the two assailants. This brainless antagonist had indeed wielded a firearm before. While the Dragon Nation strictly enforces gun control, some individuals remain unbound by the law. When men possess the means, who would not yearn to fire a gun, to unleash a barrage? Thus, Dai Haoren possessed a certain proficiency in marksmanship. With the proximity of his targets, every shot found its mark with deadly precision. With a sigh of relief, the corridor fell silent after just two shots. Mimicking a scene from a film he had once seen, he blew lightly at the muzzle of his weapon. Although this encounter was somewhat contrived, as long as he maintained his composure, all would be well. He cast a playful glance at Master Zhu and strode confidently forward, not forgetting to reclaim the submachine gun that lay on the ground. The aircraft was divided into three compartments: first class, business class, and economy class. The first class compartment was entirely segregated from the others, boasting excellent soundproofing. Even in the event of a violent altercation, those outside of first class would remain oblivious. As Dai Haoren traversed the corridor, he discovered that the three other first-class passengers were either bound or had met their end. Some passengers recognized Dai Haoren. After all, there were only a handful of them, and a mere glance could foster familiarity. Muffled cries escaped their gagged mouths, leaving them to communicate through their noses. Dai Haoren paid them no heed, but within the fourth first-class compartment, a notorious bandit was relentlessly assaulting a female passenger. Outside, a robbery was underway. And within the cabin, a gunfight erupted. Surely, you look down upon me, believing I am destined for demise. Dai Haoren raised his hand and fired a shot. The bandit, wearing a look of grim satisfaction, departed this world. The woman, drenched in blood, rolled her eyes back and fainted. Dai Haoren pushed open the soundproof door leading from first class to business class. Everyone stay still, or else, bang. The gunfire erupted suddenly as the bandit, without uttering another word, met his end. The remaining criminals were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure, roaring in rage as they fired at Dai Haoren. The air was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire in the business class, causing passengers to cover their ears and scream in terror. One side was flesh and blood, while the other, though also flesh and blood, was impervious to bullets. The outcome was all too predictable. Simultaneously, distant shouts and shrieks could be heard. What is happening? Who authorized you to shoot? Be quiet. Do you wish to die? The business class and economy class were interconnected by merely a curtain, allowing the chaos to resonate throughout. Seeing their bullets ineffective against the enemy, the bandits in business class retreated to economy class after sustaining significant casualties. Have you lost your mind? We are 10,000 meters in the air. What will happen if you damage the aircraft with gunfire? Are you planning to doom us all? A passenger in business class, his head completely bald, cradled a young woman in his arms, someone who could easily be his daughter. Yet their relationship was evidently not paternal. He cowered before the bandits, not daring to breathe, but unleashed a torrent of vitriol towards Dai Haoren. Why? Because, in his subconscious, those who kill bandits are the good guys, and good guys are easier to bully. He simply vented his fear and anger upon Dai Haoren. Unfortunately, bang. The bald man, now clutching his leg, screamed in agony. The one screaming even louder and more piercingly was his female companion. The gun, of course, was fired by Dai Haoren. Instantly, the others, who had previously glared at Dai Haoren because of the bald man, shifted their gaze away. Congratulations to the host for completing an act of evil. Reward: a ripe watermelon knife. What? What knife? A ripe watermelon knife? What an odd reward. In the next moment, the purpose of the watermelon knife manifested in Dai Haoren's mind. Well, one cut, and it bleeds? Does this mean it will definitely breach defenses? Alas, it can only be used once. Is it a guaranteed breach? Dai Haoren. System. Does this knife truly disregard all enemies? Evil system. Hey, even at night, you shouldn't indulge in such fantasies. Do you really intend to wield a watermelon knife against a unifier? Dai Haoren. You make a valid point. I was merely overthinking. With a swift motion, Dai Haoren pressed the gun's muzzle against the bald man's forehead. What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that. Care to repeat it? The passengers present internally lamented. This individual is even more fearsome than the bandits. Chapter 28. Apologies. I am the villain. I am sorry. I was wrong. Spare me. Knock. Knock. Dai Haoren poked the bald man's shiny head with the gun's barrel. Indeed, your forehead is quite shiny. If only it had a bit more hair, it would shine even brighter. The bald man, Dai Haoren, exchanged two rifles, loading them with bullets. He strode directly through the curtain separating the business class from the economy class, and what met his eyes was a sea of gun barrels. The bandits had completely seized control of the economy class. As Dai Haoren emerged from behind the curtain, their murderous intent was palpable, their wickedness laid bare. Help! Save me! Suddenly, a melodious yet sharp female voice pierced through the air. Dai Haoren turned to see the woman who had previously flirted with him. Slap! She received a resounding slap right then and there, crisp, loud. Following this, a fierce roar echoed. Silence. To his surprise, the one delivering the slap was a fierce and formidable woman. Indeed, with such allure and charm, which man could bear to harm her? Put down your guns. Without my command, no one is permitted to fire. Fat Tiger, you shall experience this gentleman's prowess. Dai Haoren regarded the fierce woman, contemplating whether she was the leader of this gang. From among the bandits, a rather short and stout man squeezed through. His face was riddled with excess flesh, a belly protruding prominently. The name Fat Tiger suited him perfectly. A flash of inspiration illuminated the air, coalescing into a humanoid figure. As the light dissipated, a fearsome humanoid tiger emerged before everyone, strong, violent, terrifying. Some were so frightened that they began to weep. That was a primordial deity. To summon such a being aboard an airplane was unfathomable. They understood full well that battles among primordial practitioners were immensely destructive. Should the aircraft sustain damage, they would all perish. Bang, bang. The second-tier silver primordial deity, the violent tiger, exchanged a couple of powerful punches. The resounding and reverberating sound sent shivers through the hearts of those present, as if those fists had struck directly at their souls. Yet, as the violent tiger took a couple of steps forward, a voice cried out, "Wait, don't strike. We cannot fight. If we damage the aircraft, we are doomed. We surrender. We will obediently comply. Leaders, we shall follow your every command." A voice emerged, and soon others joined in, expressing their unwillingness to engage in combat. The economy class erupted into chaos. "Silence!" A fierce woman bellowed, instantly silencing the cabin. Meanwhile, the airborne tiger halted, awaiting further instructions from the woman. "We seek only wealth. As long as you remain compliant, we shall not harm you." However, the fierce woman's gaze fell upon Dai Haoren. Some, however, refused to be docile. "They not only fired weapons aboard the plane but also claimed many of my people. How shall we settle this score?" In an instant, the other passengers turned their ire towards Dai Haoren. "Young man, do not fight. Surrender and avoid disaster. Your actions will endanger us all." Just as silence reigned for a brief moment, the cabin once again erupted with noise. It was unclear who had instigated it, or perhaps many had misjudged the situation. The passengers' cries began to coalesce around the notion that he should not play the hero, for such bravado would jeopardize their lives. It was as if they believed Dai Haoren sought to save them, while they, in turn, were resolutely against his intervention. And what of Dai Haoren? He casually picked at his ear. "How noisy," he muttered, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, he delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, a crisp and clear crack against flesh. The passenger who received the blow was quite close to him and had shouted loudly. In an instant, the clamor in the cabin diminished significantly. The bandits were momentarily stunned, clearly bewildered by Dai Haoren's unexpected aggression towards a passenger. "What is wrong with you? Why would you suddenly strike me?" the struck passenger exclaimed, clutching his face in shock, staring blankly at Dai Haoren. Another slap rang out, and a different passenger yelped in pain, having previously been quite vocal. "Why are you hitting me? Are you insane?" she cried. Suddenly, the muzzle of an assault rifle was thrust into her mouth. "Lick it. If you don't, I will blow your head off. Care to wager on my resolve?" The female passenger, terrified, trembled, and complied, her fear palpable. At last, the economy class fell into complete silence. Dai Haoren's nonchalant voice echoed through the cabin. "It seems you have misunderstood the situation. Did you truly believe I sought to be a hero? Have you not considered that I might be a far more malevolent villain than these individuals?" With that, he delivered a swift kick to a passenger, leaving the recipient silent and trembling in fear. With a swift kick, he struck. "Why aren't you screaming now? Wasn't your voice quite loud?" He targeted the passengers who had just been vociferous and animated. "Congratulations, host, on completing an act of malevolence. Reward, the second cup of autumn milk tea. Item, the second cup of autumn milk tea. Effect, the consumption of essence when casting skills in Genshin Impact is reduced by 50%. System, why the second cup of milk tea? What about the first? The great villain system. I am currently savoring it. Quite delightful, indeed." Dai Haoren observed that the passengers were gripped with trepidation, lamenting their misfortune. "Enough. Let us settle this. Aren't we going to fight? Hurry up." Fat Tiger glanced at his leader. The fierce woman, her expression dark, nodded gravely. She had anticipated that Dai Haoren would prove to be such a formidable opponent. What a waste of time. Indeed, the most reliable way to communicate was through one's fists. With a sudden resolve, Fat Tiger unleashed a thunderous roar. First skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist. His fist, larger than a cauldron, surged towards Dai Haoren. If the opponent could withstand bullets, it indicated at least a strength of the four symbols realm. Fat Tiger exerted all his might, fully committed. Bang! The ferocious fist collided with Dai Haoren's head, enveloping his face in a furry mass. A shockwave radiated outward from his visage. Dai Haoren was sent flying, like a cannonball, shattering the partition between business class and economy, crashing into the wall separating business class and first class. "Huh." The female leader let out a laugh. "I thought you were capable of more. However, hey, if you lack the strength to fight, how dare you attempt robbery?" Chapter 29. The ambitions of a man aspiring to be the greatest villain with a clap. Dai Haoren brushed off the dust from his attire and strolled back to economy class with an air of nonchalance. "Put some effort into it, dear. Haven't you had enough to eat?" Fat Tiger, incensed by Dai Haoren's words, felt every ounce of his bulk tremble with fury. Roar. The violent tiger let out a bellow. Saliva sprang several meters away. Second skill, Wrathful Fury, activate. This was a buff skill, enhancing the power of the Genshin Master. Fat Tiger's corpulent form was enveloped in a faint crimson mist, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. Kill. The blood mist coiled around Fat Tiger's arms like a vortex. 8th style of the Ferocious Tiger Fist. Two tigers clash, the ultimate strike. At the moment of attack, his short, stout arms crossed over one another. Furthermore, The blood-tinged mist enveloping his claw-like hands took on the horrific visage of a tiger's head. Despite his corpulence, he was remarkably agile and swift. In an instant, he charged right up to Dai Haoren, his claws fiercely gripping Dai Haoren's shoulders, akin to two ferocious tigers sinking their teeth into their prey. What would happen if two tigers were to latch on? Naturally, one would be torn apart. However, a sudden cry of agony erupted from the corpulent beast. Blood gushed from the fingertips that clutched Dai Haoren's shoulders, his phalanges shattered into fragments. Why was this so? It was simply because Dai Haoren had become exceedingly tough. The fat tiger's fingers failed to penetrate at all. Not only did they not grip, but the recoil caused his own digits to splinter. Dai Haoren tilted his head, revealing a look of disdain. Is that all? Surely not. With that, his gun was thrust into the tiger's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The corpulent beast was a practitioner at the initial stage of the Four Symbols realm. Given his strength, along with his ample mass, ordinary firearms would struggle to harm him. Yet, the bullets detonated within his mouth. Even his status as a Four Symbols practitioner proved futile. The stout figure of the fat tiger toppled backward, his bulk sprawling on the ground, nearly obstructing the passageway. With death, the primordial spirit dissipates. The fierce woman's teeth clacked ominously. Die, she bellowed, drawing forth a hefty broadsword, aiming a deadly strike at Dai Haoren's forehead. The blade sliced through the air with a furious howl. She was a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the Four Symbols. The Four Symbols: East, South, West, North. Those who have reached this realm can draw essence from the four corners of the world, even in a non-meditative state. Achieving this level signifies a profound mastery of the path of cultivation. With all her might and the essence of her being focused into a single strike, she was convinced it would surely slay him. The blade struck directly against Dai Haoren's forehead. Then came the sound of metal fracturing. The hefty broadsword shattered upon impact. Dai Haoren was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force, though the hardening potion merely rendered him resilient without amplifying his strength. The fierce woman, too, staggered back several paces from the recoil, her grip on the sword drawing blood. Dai Haoren groaned as he stood up. What is happening? The thunder roars. But the rain is but a drizzle. I feel not a thing. Perhaps it's time for you to reflect on your actions? As he spoke, a cheer erupted. Well done. The voice of Suqing Yuan rang out in support. Dai Haoren chuckled. Just a trifle, just a trifle. Modesty, modesty. Though he appeared relaxed on the surface, inside he felt a tinge of anxiety. Once the effects of the hardening potion wore off, it would be quite the predicament. Hold on. Endure. Stay strong. Dai Haoren silently urged himself. The fierce woman swiftly flipped over and sprang back to her feet. She seized Suqing Yuan, declaring her as a hostage. Ah! Suqing Yuan screamed in terror. Silence. The woman tightened her grip around Suqing Yuan's neck, her face contorted with menace. Make no sudden moves. Otherwise, I shall take her life. Dai Haoren stood frozen, while Suqing Yuan's tears streamed down her face. Help me, please, she cried, her tearful eyes pleadingly fixed on Dai Haoren. Upon witnessing her daughter's abduction, Chu Lianin, Suqing Yuan's mother, cried out in desperation, Release my daughter. I will pay any amount. We have plenty of money. I beg you, Yuanlin, save our daughter. Despite being her mother, the bond they shared was akin to that of sisters, and in her state of panic, Chu Lianin appeared heartbreakingly vulnerable. Suqing Yuan's father frowned slightly, while the fierce woman barked, Be quiet. One more word, and I will throw you all out. Chu Lianin promptly fell silent, though her tears flowed even more vigorously. Dai Haoren raised a hand. Wait, wait. The fierce woman snorted derisively, her expression one of triumphant control. Yet, a glimmer of hope sparked in Suqing Yuan's eyes. Dai Haoren scratched his head in confusion. I find it quite perplexing. Why do you think that seizing her grants you leverage over me? What makes you believe I would care for her fate? Just because I exchanged a few words with her? Pray, use your intellect. I, a man determined to embody the ultimate villain, would be swayed by your threats? His demeanor was one of grave seriousness. I feel my dignity and character have been egregiously insulted. Truly. Go on. End her life, so you may free your hands to continue your antics with me. The fierce woman, Suqing Yuan, and Chu Lianin, along with the other passengers, at that moment thought to themselves, this man is the true embodiment of evil. Why? The bandits merely sought wealth, but he seemed intent on taking lives. Just then, Fei Wu, the Su family's son-in-law, rushed forth, kneeling before the fierce woman and banging his head on the ground. I beg you, spare her. That man is not threatened by you. Holding Qing Yuan hostage will avail you nothing. Just release her, and I shall do anything you wish. The other passengers, witnessing this, thought, now this is a true man. Even Chu Lianin and Suqing Yuan regarded Fei Wu with newfound respect. The fierce woman, momentarily taken aback, revealed a sinister grin. Listen closely. I have planted a bomb on this plane. The passengers erupted in chaos at her words. The fierce woman brandished a button. If I press this, you shall all perish. If you wish to live, then have me eliminate him. At this moment, all eyes converged upon Dai Haoren. What a load of nonsense. Before the words left his lips, Dai Haoren had already appeared like a specter before the fierce woman, snatching the button from her grasp. No need for you to exert yourself. Allow me to assist you. With that, his thumb descended upon the red button. Stop. Chapter 30. With your charm. I can only imagine how adorable you would be barking like a dog. Just as Dai Haoren's thumb was a mere 0.001 millimeters from the red button, he halted. A sinister smile gradually spreading across his face. Ah, so you too fear death, do you? At this moment, Dai Haoren had ghosted back to his original position. When did he become so swift? It was clear that his own speed could not account for such agility. However, let us not forget, he was donning a pair of limited edition Red Star, running shoes. The extraordinary effect of these shoes lay in their ability to execute the Luo Shun dance technique. What is the Luo Shun dance? As graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a swimming dragon, like a light cloud veiling the moon, as ethereal as the wind stirring the falling snow. Moreover, the Luo Shun dance possesses a remarkable ability. It allows one to traverse water as effortlessly as solid ground. With such incredible effects, Dai Haoren was utterly enamored with these shoes. Were it not for their prowess, how could he possibly have dared to seize the button from the hands of a formidable opponent, a master of the four symbols? Such an act was undeniably perilous. Yet, Dai Haoren had no choice but to take the risk. The hardening potion had already worn off, with merely his strength at the 3rd level. How could he hope to confront this armed and powerful band of thugs without venturing into danger? Fortunately, the risk bore fruit. The fierce woman, upon hearing Dai Haoren's taunts and observing the derision on his face, felt a mix of shame and fury. If it were only herself, she would have relished the idea of perishing alongside him. However, now that the situation had escalated, she had no choice but to alter her strategy. Do you have any idea who we are? Do you comprehend what you are doing? Are you aware of the dire consequences your actions may yield? Unable to resort to brute force, she decided to exert pressure instead. Dai Haoren blinked, smiled, and laughed heartily. But do you truly know who I am? Do you grasp the gravity of your actions? Are you cognizant of the repercussions they may entail? Having made his mocking remarks, he shifted his tone. I feel my dignity has been insulted. Do you consider me akin to these mere passerby, insignificant pawns, or inconsequential extras? As he spoke of the pedestrian A, he patted a man's shoulder. When he mentioned Soldier B, he pointed at another individual. The same occurred with Extra C. Every person he touched trembled in fear. I am the grand villain. Do not conflate me with them. Your next utterance will determine whether I press this button. Therefore, I kindly ask you to exhibit a modicum of respect for me, the grand villain. This lunatic. A similar thought flickered through the minds of those present. Who, if not a madman, would proclaim themselves a grand villain? You, the formidable woman, felt the rising tide of anger within you. Suddenly, a melodious voice, tinged with a hint of mischief, echoed, and Leopard, please remain calm. Upon hearing this voice, the fierce woman's ire dissipated instantaneously. The crowded aisle parted, and a young girl approached. She was petite with a round face, adorned in a lavish black embroidered dress, teetering on high heels, and remarkably holding a purple umbrella inside the cabin. One could only describe her as exceptionally unique. Her darkly painted lips curled into a slight smile, exuding an enchanting and sinister allure. As he gazed upon her, Dai Haoren's mind conjured a term, Gothic dark lowly. The formidable woman remarked, young lady, you shouldn't reveal yourself. Allow me to handle this. The dark lowly responded, if I hadn't emerged, I might have already been blown away. The formidable woman retorted, oh. Dai Haoren mused quietly to himself, realizing that she was indeed the main character. Little sister, you are truly beautiful. How old are you this year? Are you married? If not, what do you think of me? But if you are married, it's not an issue. A young wife, even if someone else's, possesses a unique charm. Oh, do disregard his nonsensical banter. It was merely jest. The ant leopard did not heed such words. You. Yet she was cut off by the dark lowly's dismissive wave. Hee, you wish to be my man. Perhaps when you truly become the grand villain that instills fear in all, I might consider it. But for now, let us first address the matter at hand. Shall we, young Master Dai? Dai Haoren exclaimed, oh, you know me? The dark lowly giggled. Young Master Dai is quite the renowned figure in Tianyuan City. How could I not know you? Dai Haoren inquired. Are you also from Tianyuan City? The dark lowly replied. I suppose I am half a Tianyuan native. Dai Haoren chuckled. I never anticipated we would be fellow townsfolk. In truth, the majority of the passengers present were indeed from Tianyuan City, all compatriots. For them, it was truly a case of fellow townsfolk meeting, with tears welling in their eyes. It was regrettable to disturb Master Dai's journey, but I found myself with no alternative. Initially, I intended to return home via Huajing, only to receive news that someone was already awaiting me there, ensnaring me in a trap. Thus, I was compelled to seize this aircraft. Might Master Dai extend a favor? Upon my arrival at the destination, I shall undoubtedly present a substantial token of gratitude. A substantial token, you say? Dai Haoren unabashedly directed his gaze to the darkly enchanting figure before him. Ah, it must be quite significant. He couldn't help but wonder how someone so petite could possess such grandeur. What could she possibly consume to grow so? A cold glint flashed in the darkly enchanting one's eyes, yet her smile grew ever more sinister. Master Dai, feel free to express your desires. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Dai Haoren's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? The darkly enchanting one replied, of course. Dai Haoren, stroking his chin with a lascivious expression, brazenly scrutinized the darkly enchanting figure. You are so adorable, I bet you would be even cuter barking like a dog. Come now. Let me hear you bark a few times. A stifled chuckle escaped one individual. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and that individual's head burst open. The surrounding passengers screamed, succumbing to faintness one after another. The firearm was a large, black revolver adorned with golden roses, gripped by a delicate hand with black painted nails. A small hand wielding a large gun? This juxtaposition was quite remarkable. The darkly enchanting one blew lightly on the gun. Honestly, she remarked, while Dai Haoren clicked his tongue twice. Killing an ordinary person is merely a trivial feat, lacking any finesse or artistry. You are nothing more than a low-tier villain. Unworthy of the stage. The darkly enchanting figure, with her eyes accentuated by dark eyeshadow, quivered slightly. Chapter 31. Come, learn to meow like a cat. Villains seldom acknowledge their villainy, yet Dai Haoren was a peculiar anomaly within the villainous realm. To be labeled a villain, and a low-tier one at that? Ji Chaobei was furious. Master Dai, I genuinely seek reconciliation. I hope you can demonstrate some sincerity as well. We are merely dealing with a single matter. Minor issues are easily resolved, but I fear that a small issue may escalate into a larger one. I believe you wouldn't want to incite an adversary you cannot afford to offend, would you? Dai Haoren raised a finger, shaking it back and forth. TSK, TSK, TSK. How small-minded. You must understand, once you embrace the role of a villain, how can you hope to diminish matters? If you do not escalate minor issues into significant ones, what is the point? One must not only aim to amplify minor issues, but constantly aspire to grander ambitions. To rule the world. To bring about its destruction. Now, that is exhilarating. Ji Chaobei tugged at the corners of her mouth. Could he truly be a madman? Oh, how unfortunate I am. All I wish is to return home. Why must it be so arduous? Her heart raced with turmoil as her lips uttered words. So, is there nothing to discuss? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ji Chaobei, the seven-colored sanus of the seven-colored sect. Are you truly determined to make an enemy of us? The mention of the seven-colored sect startled Dai Haoren, stirring a recollection within him. Goodness, this seven-colored sect is the most notorious evil cult in the original narrative. They worship 7 deities, represented by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, clamoring to establish a utopian homeland, a paradise of pure bliss. They claim to have 1 billion followers. That is all Dai Haoren knew, as he had yet to fully develop the intricacies of this sect. In the original text, it was merely mentioned in passing. However, he recalled that in the most rudimentary outline of the plot, the fervent adherents of this cult had orchestrated a sensational event. What event, you ask? Right beneath the emperor's feet, in the capital city, they had audaciously staged a prison break to rescue their idol. This idea was inspired by reality, merely an outline, lacking in detail. He wondered whether such an occurrence would manifest in this real world. If it did, what a spectacle it would be. Upon hearing the name of the seven-colored sect, the astonishment was not limited to Dai Haoren. The other passengers began to stir restlessly. Naturally, ordinary people harbored fear towards this officially recognized evil cult. Ji Chaobei. After recovering from her surprise, Dai Haoren regarded her with intrigue. What a delightful name you possess. It vividly accentuates your most striking attribute. Glaring at the exceedingly irritating Dai Haoren, Ji Chaobei took a deep breath. Speak. What is it that you desire? Reveal your terms. With the name of the seven-colored sect failing to intimidate him, she found herself at a loss. After all, Dai Haoren held the detonator in his grasp. Had she known of this, she would have taken it herself. Dai Haoren shrugged. I have no other demands. I merely wish to reach my destination safely and smoothly. Ji Chaobei exclaimed in agitation. You wish for me to walk willingly into a trap. The agents of the Longin Bureau, National Security Bureau, are awaiting her at the Huajing Phoenix Airport. She feared that the moment her feet touched the ground, she would be apprehended. How could Ji Chaobei not be agitated? Dai Haoren shrugged once more. That is of no concern to me. I only look after myself. The rest is of no interest to me. Ji Chaobei's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, How can you be so selfish? Dai Haoren's expression immediately became exaggerated. Oh, you've discovered my greatest virtue, he retorted with a hint of delight. Ji Chaobei felt as if she might explode with fury. Were it not for the detonation button in Dai Haoren's hand, she would have charged at him in an instant. Looking outside, she marveled at the beauty of the night sky, the moonlight shining so brilliantly. What a splendid atmosphere you have ruined. You lot. Line up and take your punishment one by one. Do not incite my wrath. If I impulsively press this red button, your demise is assured. As for me, well, who can say? She warned. You are insulting us, Ji Chaobei declared. You have insulted me first, Dai Haoren countered. The fierce leopard ant chimed in. All right, I shall go first. However, Dai Haoren waved his hand dismissively. I apologize, but I do not strike women, though you may resemble a man. You lack the essential attributes of one, thus you are a woman. Such nonsense. You are merely afraid to reveal your true self. Ji Chaobei closed her eyes and took a deep breath, following his suggestion. The members of the seven-colored sect exchanged glances and obediently approached Dai Haoren one by one. Bang. A punch. Slap. A smack. Thud. A kick. The spectators watched with satisfaction as the once mighty bandits were subdued, their hearts swelling with joy. Many wished they could join in the fray. When the last assailant was toppled, Dai Haoren declared, All right, that's enough. I'm off to bed. You may do as you please, just do not disturb me. With a casual wave, he turned to leave. Wait. A melodious, yet urgent voice called out. It was Su Qingyuan. Is there something you need? Beautiful? Dai Haoren inquired with a smile. Can you protect me? I will agree to any condition. Su Qingyuan implored. Oh, any condition? Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he scrutinized her. Su Qingyuan felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, but stood tall, blinking and flashing a charming smile. Come, let us learn to meow like cats together. Su Qingyuan was taken aback. Huh. No, I meant the meow that cats make. She clarified. Didn't you say you would agree to any condition? Well, here it is. Su Qingyuan. After a moment of surprise, she gently parted her crimson lips. Fidgeting shyly. Meow meow. Huiran Dai inhaled sharply, nearly trembling. Indeed, that was it. The moment I heard your voice, I sensed that your imitation of a cat's meow would be exceptionally melodious. Yet, I never anticipated it to be so enchanting. Su Qingyuan was both amused and exasperated, while Dai Huiran chuckled heartily. Congratulations, Su. You've completed an act of mischief. Your reward is 30 years of cultivation. Additionally, a sovereign engine. Chapter 32. We shall surely meet again. 30 years of cultivation. That was indeed the most substantial reward thus far. It appeared to be the malevolent system's summative acknowledgement of his recent actions. In an instant, he felt a surge of power coursing through him like a torrential flood. The sensation was exhilarating. I wonder how much my realm has advanced. The notion that one could enhance their strength through wicked deeds is simply brilliant. As for the sovereign engine, its effect is to unleash terrifying pressure upon a singular target, limited to usage once a month. Ha! Dai Huiran laughed joyously 3 times upon receiving his rewards. He couldn't help but pinch Su Qingyuan's chin. You truly are a delightful little creature. Come with me. I've reserved the first-class cabin for you. Su Qingyuan was instantly overjoyed. Thank you. Then I shall follow you. Without a backward glance, Dai Huiran departed. Su Qingyuan exclaimed. Mom, Dad, hurry, grab our luggage. As for the man named Fei Wu, the son-in-law, he seemed to have been forgotten. His previous kneeling plea for mercy appeared to have been in vain. This was hardly surprising. One was begging for forgiveness while the other was forcing a counterattack against the bandits. There was no need to compare who was superior. Half an hour later. I beg your pardon, esteemed Saintess. I have committed an unforgivable sin. I willingly accept to descend into the depths of hell, enduring endless torment, doomed to never attain rebirth. Please, Saintess, grant me a passage to paradise. The formidable woman referred to as Ant Leopard by Ji Chaobei was now as meek as a kitten. The request to be granted passage to paradise implied an invitation or command for her to take her own life. To seek permission for suicide reveals a warped sense of values. Ji Chaobei sat comfortably in her chair, her dark eyes gazing out at a luminous, pristine moon. The silvery moonlight draped over her like a diaphanous veil, enhancing the eerie allure of this dark little girl. He was indeed correct. The moonlight tonight is exceptionally beautiful. If I were disturbed, I too would be exceedingly displeased. Ant Leopard knelt silently on the ground. Reflecting upon it now, that young Master Dai truly is quite intriguing. Previously, I had only heard tales of him as a mindless debauchee. However, upon meeting him in person today, I unexpectedly found him rather appealing. As she spoke, Ji Chaobei's face broke into a smile. Her round, fair visage should have looked charming when she smiled, yet her laughter bore an unsettling, eerie quality. Aunt Bao remarked sternly. This man dares to disregard the divine authority of our sect. We shall surely administer heavenly retribution upon him. Ji Chaobei, with a smile, repeatedly shook her head. What is the hurry? It is easy to kill him. But what comes after? It is a rarity to encounter such an amusing individual. Let us play with him first. Living beings are far more entertaining than the deceased. Wouldn't it be even more delightful to slay him after our fun? If Dai Haoren were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Congratulations! You have committed the same blunder as other villains. Aunt Bao's brow furrowed in deep concern. But, my lady, if this continues, upon reaching Huajing, you will be taken away by the Long'an Bureau. The consequences. Indeed, this flight has been restored. The captain has already contacted the police in Huajing. What was initially a covert operation has now become public knowledge. Ji Chaobei sighed, stretching languidly. The fabric of her attire strained against her form. What can be done? After all, we lost control of this aircraft. My reputation as the Black Saintess is about to be tarnished. She lamented. I should never have sought out that wretched woman in Tianyu City. Why should I care about the fate of someone who abandoned me? It would be better if she were to meet her demise in an accident. Aunt Bao's expression deepened with guilt. Gritting her teeth, she stated, I have just learned that a woman is accompanying the man named Dai. Their relationship appears to be quite intimate. Perhaps we can exploit this as an opportunity. Ji Chaobei nodded in agreement. Let us give it a try. The following day, Ji Chaobei's room was knocked upon. Since she was now in first class, it was, of course, complimentary. Dai Haoren grinned widely, revealing his teeth, and from behind him emerged a figure, none other than the deceased Aunt Bao. Ji Chaobei's expression shifted dramatically. Dai Haoren scratched his head sheepishly. I apologize. While I was away, she attempted to capture my wife. My wife, startled, acted a bit too forcefully, resulting in her untimely death. Now, she has returned to her rightful place. Ji Chaobei's breath quickened. What was meant to be a grand affair now surged with urgency. You all are truly foolish. If you seek me out, know that my wife is infinitely more formidable than I. Are you not courting disaster? Alas, the dead cannot be revived. My condolences, my condolences. After laying down Aunt Bao's lifeless body, Dai Haoren departed. Ji Chaobei gazed at the woman who had nearly been her companion throughout her life. Just yesterday, she was vibrant and alive, yet today she lay dead. What a useless wretch. Though she uttered such words, tears streamed down her cheeks. After all, one is not made of wood or grass. Who can be devoid of feelings? Dai Haoren returned to his private room. It is worth mentioning that the malevolent system had bestowed upon him yet another reward. Despite the fact that he had not been the one to take a life, the act of delivering the corpse was still deemed an act of malevolence by the system. Quite perplexing. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, delighting in the reward. Item: True Criminal Magnifying Glass Effect. Identifies antiques and provides sentencing years, usable only once. Another peculiar reward. Well, having prizes is always a pleasant occurrence. Subsequently, everything transpired uneventfully. Time flowed like a gentle stream. Although this flight had been delayed by an hour, it successfully arrived at its destination, Huajing Phoenix Airport. A large fleet of police cars, ambulances, and several mysterious black vehicles awaited at the parking area. Adorned with flamboyant red characters, the vehicles bore the inscription, Long'an. Such an extravagant reception was undeniably impressive. The moment armed police entered the airport, the passengers erupted in tears of excitement. The police have arrived. Oh, thank heavens. Officers, you've finally come. Of course. There were also some sharp voices amidst the commotion. What are you doing? How could cult members infiltrate civil aviation? I demand a complaint. Compensation. The state must compensate us. What a lively scene it was. A few stern figures clad in black and wearing sunglasses escorted Ji Chaobei out of the private room. She turned her head to glance at Dai Haoren, a wicked smile gracing her lips. We shall certainly meet again. Chapter 33. I am innocent. Officers. You must not wrongfully accuse a good person. At the police inquiry room of the Phoenix Airport Precinct, Officer Lee inquired, Mr. Zhao reported that you shot him in the leg with a gun. Is that true? Dai Haoren replied, I did not. It was not me. Officers. You cannot wrongfully accuse a good person. Officer Su interjected, we have received multiple reports from passengers stating that you assaulted them without cause. Is there any truth to this? Dai Haoren exclaimed, this is an injustice. I am more wrong than Doi. How could they do this? I saved them, yet they falsely accuse me. I protest. I shall sue them for defamation. Officers Lee and Su exchanged glances. At that moment, a female officer entered and whispered something into Officer Lee's ear. Though it was a murmur, Dai Haoren heard every word distinctly. Master, those who reported the incident have confessed to filing false accusations against him. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Dai Haoren. Oh? Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow. The reporters actually admitted to making a false report? How intriguing. Could this be the handiwork of the master? It must be. After all, when he was taken away earlier, she assured him not to worry, as she was there. With this thought, Dai Haoren smiled. Officer, may I leave now? They are truly despicable. They repay kindness with malice. They are nothing but beasts, even worse than animals. Furthermore, you must hold those who filed false reports accountable under the law. They must be severely punished. Those who deserve imprisonment should be imprisoned. And those who deserve fines should be fined. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, "Congratulations, host, for committing a misdeed. Reward, 1 bottle of cooling herbal tea. TSK, TSK, I have committed another misdeed. What is this cooling herbal tea even for? To quell what fire? A man's ardor is best when it burns bright." After completing the necessary procedures, Dai Haoren left. The female officer exclaimed indignantly, "Master." Those reporters were clearly threatened and coerced into retracting their statements. Officer Li shook his head. "So what? Evidence? We have no evidence." The female officer retorted. "What about those who reported?" Officer Li replied, "You ask me? Since they filed a false report, we will treat it as such." The female officer protested. Dai Haoren whistled as he strolled out of the police station. In the lobby, he spotted a group of individuals he had previously struck. Bang, bang. He gestured as if firing a gun at them. They trembled in fear, unable to express their anger. Dai Haoren laughed heartily, reveling in his villainous demeanor. Upon exiting the police station, he heard a horn honking. Turning around, he saw a sapphire blue sedan with its window rolling down, revealing the serious expression of Master Jueshuan. He grinned broadly and jogged over to the car. Master Jueshuan inquired, "The police did not make things difficult for you, did they?" Dai Haoren replied, No. The officers are acting in accordance with the law. How could they make things difficult for me?" Just as he finished speaking, a scoff came from the driver's seat. "If they were truly acting in accordance with the law, you wouldn't be sitting here but rather in a police van." Master Jueshuan continued, "Come, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Shi Zhongdao. Zhongdao, this is Dai Haoren, your brother-in-law." Shi Zhongdao turned to glance at Dai Haoren, who noted his striking resemblance to Master Jueshuan. A handsome young man indeed. "Brother-in-law?" He scoffed dismissively. "Sister, whether he is my brother-in-law is not for you to decide." Shi Jueshuan, visibly displeased, remarked, "If I say it doesn't count, then who does it count for?" Shi Zhongdao replied, "Hey, of course it's the family." He turned his head, adding, "Sister, I was initially puzzled. You were reluctant to return before. Why the sudden change? Ah, so you've brought a man back. Sister, you've acted impulsively. Even if you're married, it doesn't matter. The family won't recognize it. Had I known this was the reason for your return, I would have advised you against coming back altogether. The marriage certificate holds no weight with them. They could even erase their marriage record at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yet, the stain that the Shi family perceives will remain indelible. Your return will undoubtedly invoke the family's wrath." Shi Jueshuan chuckled softly. "Do you think that is why I returned? Am I foolish enough to endure their ire? Since I am back, I have nothing to fear." Shi Zhongdao shook his head, then shifted the conversation. "Dai Haoren, right? I just made a phone call and uncovered everything about your family. You Dai family can only muddle through in a small place like Tianyuan City. Here, under the Emperor's feet. To put it bluntly, you won't even make it to the surface. For my sister's sake, I'll kindly advise you, it's not too late to get off this ride." Dai Haoren grinned, saying, "This ride is quite comfortable. Why would I want to get off?" "What do you mean?" Shi Zhongdao paused for a moment. Was the other party too young to grasp my words? "I shall be more direct. It seems you haven't comprehended. My point is that your family is unworthy of the Shi family. You'd best not step through the Shi family's door with my sister, as you truly cannot afford such an aspiration. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but your entire family will be implicated. Trust me, return to that small place in Tianyuan City. Continue living as the carefree young master, enjoying a life of ease. Is that not preferable?" If it were not for the matter concerning his sister, he would not waste so many words. Dai Haoren commanded, "Stop the car." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhongdao scoffed, thinking to himself, a bumpkin will always be a bumpkin. Dai Haoren opened the car door, but did not exit. "Hey, you there, selling candied hawthorn. Come over." Shi Zhongdao was momentarily taken aback, then felt a twitch in his eye. Dai Haoren asked, "Little brother-in-law, would you like a skewer?" Shi Zhongdao's face was clouded with anger. "I don't eat that kind of rubbish." Dai Haoren bought 2 skewers, one for himself and one for Shi Tai. He had long heard that the candied hawthorn from Old Huajing was exceptional. He took a bite. Sour. Sweet. Truly delicious. By the way, little brother-in-law, when you have time, take me to try the roast duck from Fuhue Da. Shi Zhongdao's frustration surged. Hearing little brother-in-law repeatedly was rather irksome. Are your ears dull? Or is your mind incapable? Have my words not penetrated your thoughts? At this moment, the master, savoring candied hawthorns, spoke up. When driving, focus solely on the road. Refrain from conversation. The master replied, I understand. I understand. I won't concern myself any longer. Is that acceptable? An hour later. The vehicle halted before the grand gate of a mansion. Chapter 34. How could one not adore such a master? Dai Haoren alighted from the car, exclaiming in astonishment. Towering walls, crimson tiles, a stone lion guarding the entrance, and a golden plaque, architecture reminiscent of a royal palace from period dramas lay before him. This was the affluent city of Huajing, where even the price of a restroom equated to that of an entire villa in other cities. The fact that the Master's family possessed such a magnificent traditional residence was nothing short of astounding. Wealth alone could not account for this. Dai Haoren's perception of the Master's family had been irrevocably transformed. The master glanced at Dai Haoren and remarked, The threshold of my family is rather high. Be cautious not to stumble. Dai Haoren chuckled, Unless your threshold is higher than the heavens themselves. Higher than the heavens? The master scoffed internally, For you indeed. The threshold of home is higher than the heavens. Third young master, second young lady, the two gatekeepers promptly bowed and saluted. Then bent down to open the small door beside the main gate. According to tradition, the main entrance of such a grand household generally remains closed. The sight of the two individuals struggling to straighten up caught Dai Haoren's attention, and he muttered to himself, What era is this? A collection of feudal remnants. Stepping over the threshold of the master's residence, he felt as though he had entered a realm of paradise. Lush greenery, blooming flowers, artificial mountains, peculiar stones, pavilions, and intricately carved railings. Such vistas were invisible from the outside. Clearly, some arcane method had been employed to shield this haven from the prying eyes of the world. Servants in traditional attire awaited their arrival, promptly taking the gifts from Master Jueshuan. These gifts would naturally be delivered to her courtyard. Master Jueshuan and Dai Haoren followed the master along the corridor. Dai Haoren, like an inquisitive child, gazed around with wide eyes. The master perceived him as an unsophisticated country bumpkin who had ventured into the city. Humph, you shall soon taste the consequences. The master led Dai Haoren and Master Jueshuan to his father's study. The family patriarch, Shi Tianxiang, exuded an imposing presence as he sat in his grand chair. His wife, the master's mother and Master Jueshuan's aunt, Shui Henshin, was seated beside him. Both were adorned in traditional garments. Dai Haoren quickly cast a glance, thinking to himself, Aunt Shui is truly stunning, a vision of beauty. Naturally, a man's attention gravitates toward the allure of a beautiful woman. Shui Henshin was indeed a captivating figure, her elegance radiating as she donned a phoenix crown and adorned her raven hair with emerald hairpins, adorned in exquisite garments. Intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting splendid floral and avian motifs, she exuded an air of opulence and grace. Upon closer inspection, one could discern her brows resembling delicate willows, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and her lips, lustrous and crimson, complemented her jade-like visage suffused with a fragrant allure. Particularly striking was her skin, as white and smooth as fine cream, evoking an irresistible urge to touch it, as if to coax forth a drop of water. At that moment, she sat upright, her figure voluptuous and her curves enchanting, with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Given her designation as Aunt Shui, it was evident that she was not the biological mother of Master Jueshuan. The true mother of Master Jueshuan had succumbed to a severe illness after bearing her and her sister, leaving this world after several years of suffering. It was said that even the most skilled physicians could not save her. Subsequently, Aunt Shui ascended to the position of matriarch of the Shi family. However, Master Jueshuan harbored suspicions that her biological mother had met her untimely demise due to Aunt Shui's machinations. Such a secret had been divulged to Dai Haoren, indicating her profound trust in him. Master Jueshuan confided directly in Dai Haoren, revealing that her return home was primarily to uncover the true cause of her mother's death. She could not accept that a mere illness had claimed her mother. Thus, as she regarded Aunt Shui, Dai Haoren felt no reverence towards his mother-in-law. Rather, he understood the unspoken implications of the situation. As Dai Haoren pondered various thoughts, Master Jueshuan's voice reached his ears. Father, Aunt Shui, I have returned. A flicker of a smile appeared on Shi Tianxiang's stern and serious countenance. Good. It is wonderful that you have returned. In the blink of an eye. 7 or 8 years had passed, and time had flown by. The initial anger and disappointment over his daughter's elopement had been softened by the passage of years. Seeing his daughter return home brought him genuine joy. Aunt Shui, with her alluringly red and plump lips, smiled gracefully, her elegance on full display. Indeed, time has passed swiftly. Look at our little princess. She has grown so beautiful. Come closer. Let Aunt Shui take a good look. Yet, Master Jueshuan remained rooted to the spot. Father, Aunt Shui, allow me to introduce you to my husband, Dai Haoren. Both Shi Tianxiang and Aunt Shui's expressions shifted slightly, darkening with concern. Observing this, Shi Zhongdao smirked. Glancing at Dai Haoren, silently reveling in the impending turmoil. Dai Haoren was indifferent to the shift in mood. He was about to call out father, but was interrupted by Aunt Shui's admonition. My dear, marriage is no trifling matter. It is a significant decision that will shape a woman's life. You want to discuss it with me and your father beforehand. Especially for families like ours, matters of marriage must be approached with utmost caution. Shi Tianxing pursed his lips. His expression devoid of the joy typically associated with a father-daughter reunion, now shrouded in a veil of gloom. Consequently, Dai Haoren refrained from approaching his father and Aunt Shui. Feeling the chill in the air, it would be unwise to press forward with our warm demeanor. Hey, is it cold? Aunt Shui quipped, suggesting that one cannot truly discern warmth or chill without a personal touch. Shi Jueshuan smiled, yet her smile was tinged with detachment. Aunt Shui, I am already in my late 20s. I am no longer a child. I am fully capable of making decisions regarding my own engagement. She boldly took Dai Haoren's hand. Moreover, the bond one share with him seems to be ordained by fate. To disregard such a gift from heaven would invite misfortune. Indeed, it appears that fortune has favored me this time. Their eyes locked, and Dai Haoren's heart raced. Oh my, Shi Tai, your sudden advance is indeed lethal. You have made me blush. He chuckled inwardly, feeling a swell of pride. How could he not be enamored by such a captivating figure? To be candid, his initial attraction to Shi Tai was sparked by thrill and her surname, yet after spending these days together, he found himself genuinely infatuated with her. She was a perfect match for his tastes. Such a beauty, if not bestowed by fate, where else could one find her? Li Haoren, should I perhaps send you a matchmaker's red envelope? Shi Jueshuan's words left Shui Henshin temporarily speechless. Shi Tianxing then spoke, you should take your sister back to the courtyard. Shinner, after a long journey, you should return to your room and rest. I need to have a word with this young man. However, Shi Jueshuan remained resolute. Father, I am an adult now. Let us converse openly in front of each other. Chapter 35, The Emperor's Engine Roars for Votes. Shi Tianxing furrowed his brow, observing Shi Jueshuan. An aura of authority seemingly emanating from him. Shi Zhongdao beside him felt an immediate constriction in his breath. In such a feudal family, the head of the household is akin to an emperor. It is said that the anger of an emperor could spill blood by the millions. Shi Tianxing must wield control over such a vast family, and mere familial ties and circumstances are insufficient. He must also possess ample authority. Although Shi Tianxing remained silent, his silence was, in fact, a means of exerting pressure on Shi Jueshuan. Consequently, Shi Zhongdao felt the weight of this tension. Father, mother, I have a business matter to attend to. If it does not concern me, I shall take my leave. He was intimidated into a hasty retreat. Although he was quite inclined to stay and witness Dai Haoren's misfortune, he ultimately decided against it. Such commotion was best avoided, after all. The flames of the city gates might engulf the innocent. Deep down, he harbored no desire for his son to be entangled in such matters. You may go about your business. Remember to return home punctually for dinner this evening. Do not keep everyone waiting. Shi Zhongdao, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, acknowledged, understood, mother, and then addressed his father, I shall take my leave now. Before departing, he cast a glance at Dai Haoren, and if looks could speak, his gaze would have conveyed, prepare for your misfortune. Throughout this exchange, Shi Jueshuan maintained a composed demeanor, gazing steadily and fearlessly into her father Shi Tianxing's eyes. Fear? Not a trace existed. It was as if Shi Tianxing's authoritative presence bore no weight upon her. After nearly a minute of silence, Shi Tianxing finally spoke. Shinner, since you claim to have matured, you ought to comprehend that your marriage is not solely your affair. Your destiny is inextricably intertwined with the Shi family. It cannot be severed. I, too, was young once, brimming with youthful arrogance. While I can understand, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Having said this, his gaze shifted toward Dai Haoren, who responded with a smile. Suddenly, Dai Haoren felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions, as if it sought to crush him entirely, reducing him to ashes. He smirked inwardly, thinking, really? This is how you want to play it? If you weren't Shi Tai's father, I would have unleashed my words upon you. Pressure? Intimidation? Could we not employ a more inventive approach? Shi Tianxing turned once more to his daughter. Let us treat this matter as if it never occurred. I will ensure that your records at the government are expunged. If you do not favor Li Haoren, remember, in the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. We lack for nothing, especially not for exceptional young talents. I will arrange a more suitable husband for you. Shi Jueshuan, however, remained noncommittal, choosing instead to look at Dai Haoren and conveying him a look. Shall I proceed? If I must, I shall. Dai Haoren chuckled softly. This fine flower already has an owner. No need for your concern. My sister and I have already registered our marriage. We are now a lawful couple. He nearly referred to her as Shi Tai. Further discourse on marriage is redundant. As you can see, we have met, and unless there is anything else, We shall take our leave. No sooner had the words left his lips than Dai Haoren felt an abrupt surge of pressure enveloping him. In an instant, he nearly felt as though he would be crushed. Damn it, you dare to push further? Is it a battle of pressure, then? Come on. Let us see who fears whom. Just as Dai Haoren prepared to unleash his royal engine, a resounding clang echoed through the air. The door to the study was pushed open. Fourth brother, I heard that Xian has returned? A rugged middle-aged man with a bushy beard entered the study. His white ancient attire accentuated his dark, coarse skin. Haha, Xian, you have finally returned. It's wonderful to have you back. Now, the marriage alliance with the Li family is secured. A flicker of disappointment and anger crossed Shi Jueshuan's eyes. Uncle, please refrain from mentioning the alliance with the Li family. It is impossible. Moreover, I am already married. Allow me to introduce you to my husband, Dai Haoren. Haoren, this is Uncle. Shi Tianwei's expression changed dramatically. What? You were married? When did this happen? How come I was not informed? After a moment of shock, he waved his hand dismissively. This is absurd. Your marriage is a matter for the family to decide, not something you can handle on your own. You. He pointed at Dai Hao. You have 3 seconds. Disappear from my sight immediately, leave the Shi family. Otherwise, I will ensure you vanish from this world. Shi Tianxiong's gaze flickered. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There were certain matters he could not address, and certain words he could not speak. The primary significance of his 6th younger brother, Shi Tianwei, lay in articulating what he could not say and doing what he could not do. In this regard, he rarely found himself disappointed. Shui Henshin had already distanced himself from the situation. Shi Jueshuan furrowed her brows. Indeed, one's nature is hard to change. After all these years, Uncle has not altered one bit. Oh, Dai Haoren, with arms crossed and firmly anchored to the ground, displayed an audacious demeanor. I would indeed like to see how you plan to make me disappear from this world. Shi Tianwei laughed heartily. You have courage. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. With that, his gaze sharpened, and his dark hand reached toward Dai Haoren's neck. Uncle, Shi Jueshuan exclaimed. However, just as Shi Tianwei's hand was about to grasp Dai Haoren's neck, he suddenly retreated several steps, creating distance between them, standing still with wide eyes. A look of utter shock on his face. The sudden immobility of Shi Tianwei puzzled Shi Jueshuan, Shi Tianxiong, and Shui Henshin. What was happening? It was Dai Haoren who had activated the Emperor's engine. At that moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped Shi Tianwei, rendering him completely motionless. He felt an overwhelming sensation, as if any movement would lead to catastrophic consequences. How could this be? I am at the pinnacle of the 6 realms. How could I be so frightened as to be unable to move? Shishinwei was engulfed by the thunderous sound of battle drums, reverberating through his very soul. It felt as though he stood before not just an individual, but an entire legion. Dai Haoren inquired, what is the matter? Wasn't it your intention to make me vanish? Why do you remain so still? At his words, Shishinwei was instantly consumed by fury. With a mighty roar, he bellowed. I shall obliterate you. How could I, Shishinwei, possibly be intimidated by a mere youth? Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Dai Haoren. Bang! Crash! The wooden wall shattered, and a figure was sent sprawling into the courtyard. It was none other than Shishinwei himself, now rolling his eyes back, frothing at the mouth. Chapter 36. The Shi family the so-called waste in your eyes, have returned. In a sudden flash, Shi Tianxiong and Shui Henshin leapt up, their faces etched with astonishment. The sheer shock and disbelief froze upon their features. What could have evoked such a reaction? It was simply the sight of Shi Jueshuan appearing instantaneously before Dai Haoren, delivering a single palm strike that sent Shishinwei flying. Indeed, the one who struck down Shishinwei so effortlessly was Shi Tai. Her demeanor suggested she was not battling a master of the 6th Dao, but rather a meerkat or dog. This left both Shi Tianxiong and Shui Henshin profoundly astounded. Not only them, even Dai Haoren, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Shi Tai, was momentarily taken aback. Shi Tai seemed even more formidable than he had anticipated. Did Dai Haoren possess the confidence to withstand Shishinwei's attack? Yes and no. The yes stemmed from the 30 years of cultivation he had previously acquired, regardless of his innate talent. Those 30 years of dedication were significant. Such experience propelled him from the harmonious realm directly past the 4 symbols realm into the 5 elements realm. In the realm of the 5 elements, nature is composed of 5 fundamental elements that give rise to all things: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In relation to the human body, these correspond to heart fire, lung metal, liver wood, spleen earth, and kidney water. Externally, they align with east is wood, south is fire, center is earth, west is metal, and north is water. Upon reaching this realm, practitioners can harness the principles of the 5 elements for inner cultivation, effectively constructing a bridge of communication between the external world and their inner selves. Thus, the original spirit cultivator transitions from external to internal refinement. unlike in the previous 5 elements realm, where one could only absorb the essence from the outside. To put it plainly, the 5 elements realm allows for self-sufficiency. Dai Haoren was aware that he now occupied the 5 elements realm and felt he was in the late stages of it, which instilled confidence within him. However, he remained unaware of the realm in which Shertai's sixth uncle resided, leaving him uncertain, having believed that the Imperial engine could completely subdue the opponent. Rendering him unable to move, I was taken aback by the unexpected failure. He had prepared to fully embrace the strike from Master Tai and sixth uncle. To my astonishment, Master Tai effortlessly resolved the matter with a single palm. How formidable you truly are, Master Tai? What realm do you inhabit? I had previously posed this very question to her, only to be met with her humble response. I am not particularly strong, merely a tad stronger than you. A tad? I dare say it is an unfathomable magnitude. Witnessing Master Tai in action has profoundly reshaped my perception of her. Xian, you audacious girl. How dare you lay hands on sixth uncle? You have defied the heavens. Master Tian rose, roaring like a furious lion, his voice echoing fiercely. Master Zhu Xian remained impassive. Sixth uncle, should you not focus on the fact that I am capable of sending you flying with a mere strike? We are indeed family. If you maintain a cordial demeanor, so shall I. Should you choose hostility, do not blame me for reciprocating in kind. I did not bring my man back to be beaten, nor to face death. Whoever dares to harm him shall incur my wrath. This proclamation was not solely directed at Master Tian Wei, but equally intended for Master Tian Xiong. Master Tian Wei gritted his teeth and roared, Xian, how could you, who once showed respect and courtesy, dare to strike me? Not only did you strike, but you also sent me flying with a single blow. This is intolerable. It is utterly unbelievable. My reputation has been utterly tarnished. Very well. Xian, it seems you have grown wings during our years apart. Fourth brother. What does our clan's code dictate regarding a junior striking an elder? Master Tian Xiong's expression darkened. Xian, you must not be disrespectful. Sixth, you should remain calm. We are all family. Why escalate this to the point of violence? The past is past. Let it remain so. If you have matters at hand, attend to them. I shall sternly reprimand Xian. Thus, this impetuous sixth uncle left in a huff, casting a furious glare at Dai Haoren and his wife as he departed, filled with resentment. Master Tian Xiong regarded Master Zhu Xian with a gentle demeanor. Xian, you are well aware of your sixth uncle's temperament. Do not take it to heart. After disembarking from the plane, you encountered trouble with the seven-colored sect. You must be exhausted. Return to your room and rest. We shall host a welcoming dinner for you tonight. Master Zhu Xian smiled and said, Father, Aunt Shui, I shall take my leave now. The smile of Master Tai was indeed charming, yet within it, Dai Haoren discerned a hint of sarcasm. Ah, this is the reality. Why do I say this? For one only needs to witness Master Tai unveil her true prowess. Did Master Shixiangshan's attitude truly undergo a complete reversal? If Master Tai lacks the requisite strength, she may very well face the wrath of Shixiangshan. Just as she stepped through the door, Shi Jueshuan abruptly turned back. Father, who do you think is more accomplished? My sister or I? She harbored resentment towards Shixiangshan for his actions, and this departing inquiry served as her emotional release. After Shi Jueshuan and Dai Haoren departed, the atmosphere in the study sank into profound silence. The joy of their reunion had long evaporated. Shui Henshin smiled faintly. It appears that Xiano has encountered fortuitous opportunities during her years away. The Shi family welcomes another phoenix. This indeed calls for celebration. Shi Tian smiled slightly, responding, Yes. It is indeed a cause for joy. Did he truly find it gratifying? Only he knew the truth within his own heart. Shui Henshin continued, Now that Xiano has returned, should we not also summon Jia? Let the sisters reunite after such a long separation. Shixiangshan nodded in agreement. Dai Haoren followed Shi Jueshuan to her residence, Xian Garden. The sight before Dai Haoren was astonishing. Wow, this is enormous. This garden alone rivals my family's entire estate. Shi Jueshuan shook her head. What does it matter if it is vast? It ultimately accommodates but a single bed. It appears desolate and unwelcoming, hardly resembling a home. Master Tai, your possession has led to such nonchalance. Many strive their entire lives for a mere 50 or 60 square meter abode. How about it? You must have some understanding of my family's circumstances by now, right? Were you frightened earlier? Dai Haoren chuckled. With Master Tai backing me, what have I to fear? Shi Jueshuan wrapped her arms around Dai Haoren's neck, exclaiming, I am so happy, so exhilarated. I want you to make me even happier, even more thrilled. The Shi family has welcomed back what you all perceive as a waste. Chapter 37. What nonsense compels me to become a son-in-law? At dinner time. In the grand hall of the Shi residence, 3 large round tables were arranged in a triangular formation. The tabletops, crafted from exquisite golden namu, were laden with an array of sumptuous dishes and fine wines. The air was thick with an aroma that tantalized the senses. The elders had yet to arrive. leaving only the younger generation present, all direct descendants of the Shi family. Those with even a slightly more distant bloodline were deemed unworthy of a seat. In the absence of the elders, the youth felt liberated, engaging in lively conversation, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Shi Jueshuan, feeling invigorated and at ease, entered the main hall alongside the somewhat fatigued and unsteady Dai Haoren. Just before their entrance, they overheard a conversation. Has it truly been 5 or 6 years in the blink of an eye? I wonder what realm she has attained, given her pace of cultivation. The pinnacle she could reach might only be the Four Symbols realm. Moreover, it has not been 5 or 6 years, but rather 8. Ha ha ha. If she is still stuck in the duality realm, that would indeed be quite amusing. Surely not? 8 years is a considerable span. In any case, it should not come to that. Isn't she supposed to be paired with Li Haoquan? I must say they are quite a match. Both of them are rather mediocre in aptitude. Isn't it said that she brought a man back with her? TSK, lacking skill yet possessing audacity. This light-hearted and jovial atmosphere seems to be built upon the foundation of teasing and mocking Shi Jueshian. As Dai Haoren and Shi Jueshian entered the hall, the murmurs immediately diminished considerably. The topic of conversation shifted, yet no one greeted Shi Jueshian. They treated her as if she were a stranger. The servants guided the two to the main table, which was devoid of any guests, and soon after, whispers erupted once more. Eh? Why are they sitting there? Has there been a mistake? What is Zhang Guanshi doing? Committing such a fundamental error. The rules of a prominent family like the Shi family are numerous. The main table is reserved solely for elders and esteemed guests. Even though this banquet is ostensibly in honor of Shi Jueshian, she truly does not merit a place at the main table. Then, the younger generation gasped in astonishment. It turned out that as soon as Dai Haoren sat down, he began to eat. Large steamed buns, abalone soup, chicken legs, and braised trotters were all hastily shoved into his mouth, devoured with reckless abandon. As if he were a famished spirit returned to the mortal realm. The once artistically arranged delicacies were instantly reduced to chaos. Nom nom nom. Dai Haoren was utterly indifferent to manners or decorum. He simply knew he was ravenous. He felt as if he might perish from hunger. The emptiness of his stomach left him no strength to consider etiquette or upbringing. How dare you? Do you not understand the rules? The elders have not yet arrived. And you presume to use your chopsticks. A handsome young man sternly reprimanded Dai Haoren, yet his ire was directed at Shi Jueshian. Xian, do you not recall our family as customs? Furthermore, do you believe he possesses the qualification to sit here? Gulp. Dai Haoren forcefully swallowed a mouthful of delectable food. Cannot use chopsticks? So it is customary in your family to eat with hands. How absurd, then, to even set chopsticks, he declared, setting down the chopsticks and seizing a small, golden roasted piglet. Dear wife, allow me to demonstrate how to devour a pig in 3 bites. With that bite, he nearly consumed the entire hindquarters of the pig. The elegant youth, along with the other younger members of the Shi family, seethed with indignation. Yet, Zhang, the manager, took action, quickly instructing the staff to remove the dishes that Dai Haoren had touched and to clear away the remnants of bones he had discarded. Just then, Shi Zhongdao strode into the main hall. He had just sealed a lucrative deal and had arranged to meet a long-desired celebrity, his spirits high. However, upon seeing Dai Haoren, his expression shifted from joy to astonishment. What are you still doing here? This cannot be right. Wasn't he supposed to be expelled? Dai Haoren replied with a grin. My dear little brother-in-law has returned. Who is your little brother-in-law? Do not speak so recklessly. Shi Zhongdao retorted, visibly displeased, as he turned to Shi Jueshuan. Sister, why is he here? Shi Jueshuan responded, he is my man. As I am here, naturally he is here too. Shi Zhongdao opened his mouth, bewildered. What is happening? This is not how things were supposed to unfold. The elegant youth interjected, Zhongdao, just look at him. Observe his demeanor. Dai Haoren beckoned. Come, little brother-in-law, sit beside me. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. Shi Zhongdao's eyes twitched in irritation. At that moment, the elder members of the Shi family arrived. As they entered, the younger generation promptly took their seats, adopting a serious demeanor, devoid of laughter. Yet their gazes covertly fell upon Dai Haoren, stifled smirks lurking beneath their composed exteriors. They were all waiting to witness Dai Haoren's fate. To their utter disbelief, the family head and the elders seemed oblivious to Dai Haoren's presence. They settled down. And then the family head, Shi Tianxiang, announced the commencement of the feast. Just like that, the younger members of the Shi family suddenly felt a sense of cognitive dissonance. There exists a saying that one should not speak while eating or while resting. Being a traditional family, the Shi clan certainly adhered to such customs. Dai Haoren, disliking the oppressive atmosphere, devoted himself to savoring the delicacies before him. After several rounds of wine, Shi Tianxiang suddenly spoke. I announced 2 joyful tidings. As he began, everyone set down their utensils, as if awaiting a royal decree. There was no semblance of familial warmth. In reality, there was none. Xian'er has finally returned home after such a long time away. That is the first piece of good news. As for the second, he continued, it is said that when a man comes of age, he should marry, and when a woman comes of age, she should wed. Upon hearing this, Shi Jueshuan's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an ominous prelude. Shi Zhongdao, overhearing, cast a gleeful glance at Dai Haoren, only to find him still wolfing down food. A silent mockery in his heart. Go on, eat. This is your first meal in the Shi family, and it shall certainly be your last. You will not have the fortune to dine again. The voice of Shi Tianxiong continued to resonate throughout the hall. Xian'er, you are no longer in your youth. It is time for you to seek a companion for life. Initially, I had considered the talented scion of the Li family for you. Upon hearing the mention of the Li family's prodigy, several individuals present nearly burst into laughter. Could Li Haoren truly be deserving of such a title? However, since your heart already belongs to another, we shall let matters concerning the Li family rest. Just now, I conferred with your uncle, and we have consented to allow this young man, Dai, to become part of our clan. Once we determine an auspicious date, we shall proceed with your marriage. Dai Haoren was left utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Am I to become a son-in-law? Chapter 38. My heavens, being a son-in-law is not something to be taken lightly. A son-in-law? What on earth? Just a moment. Coughing slightly due to the food lodged in his throat. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt a tug from the matriarch beside him. He turned to look at Shi Jueshuan, whose sparkling eyes seemed to convey an unspoken message. Dai Haoren, sensing something, smacked his lips. Someone, bring me a bottle of universal cola. In moments like this, a refreshing drink is essential. Ha, ha, ha. Manager Zhang glanced at the host, Shi Tianxiong, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding the host's intent, he promptly went to fetch the cola. The arrangements today were rather hastily made. However, there is no better day than today. Let us raise our glasses and offer our blessings to the newlyweds. Though the wine was of fine quality, everyone was preoccupied with their thoughts, pondering the implications of the head of the family's decision. After the meal, Dai Haoren threw an arm around Shi Zhongdao's shoulder. Haha. I shall now call you my little brother-in-law. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Shi Zhongdao's lips curled slightly. Despite the delicious banquet they had just enjoyed, he found an unexpected bitterness in his mouth. I cannot fathom how my father could ever agree to your union with my sister. What have you said or done? At that moment, the gazes of the other younger members of the Shi family converged on Dai Haoren. Shi Zhongdao's question echoed the unspoken curiosity in their hearts. What merit does the Dai family possess? Although the position of a son-in-law in the Shi family is exceedingly low, not just anyone is deemed worthy of such a role. Among the current son-in-laws of the Shi family, each is an elite in their own right. And Dai Haoren? Who is he? What is he worth? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall not divulge the answer. Curious to know? Then you shall have to guess. Haha. After patting Shi Zhongdao on the back, Dai Haoren departed with Shi Jueshuan. Humph. A petty man revels in his newfound position. At this moment, the pleasant mood of Master Shi had been completely shattered. What could have possibly transpired? You inquire? I am equally perplexed. Could it be that the young man possesses a remarkable background? A group of the younger generation from the Shi family murmured and gossiped amongst themselves. Upon returning to the Xian garden, Dai Haoren remarked, Master, you do not wish for me to become a son-in-law of the Shi family, do you? Shi Jueshuan gazed at him, her dark eyes shimmering with light. What? Are you unwilling? It is not merely a matter of willingness. Rather, as an author who has both written and read tales of son-in-law protagonists, I am beset by an inexplicable sense of discomfort. What are the identities of those illustrious son-in-laws? The strongest martial kings, the national war gods, the dragon kings with crooked mouths, the champions of the assassin underworld, or perhaps they boast a mysterious elder mentor or a stunning senior sister. Oh, how familiar these tropes seem. And who are we? Merely a minor antagonist. I jestingly declare, my true identity is far too humble to be worthy of the prestigious title of son-in-law. Furthermore, being a son-in-law entails an existence of endurance. One must tolerate, endure, and endure some more. It is best to remain silent in the face of insults. One must wash clothes, prepare meals, and even serve foot baths, all while maintaining a vigilant eye on the in-laws' expressions. Wouldn't he that reduce one to a beggar on their knees? No, no, no. My legs may not be nimble, but I intend to live standing tall. Ha ha ha. I have truly immersed myself in this narrative. It is no wonder. As a writer, I am afflicted by my profession. Dai Haoren laughed heartily within. Shi Jueshuan voiced her conjecture. This is likely a compromise devised by my father and the others. Otherwise, he would never consent to our union. However, if you are unwilling, you may simply refuse. We need not live our lives under the scrutiny of others. What if they disapprove of our relationship? If they are displeased, we can entirely disregard them. Oh dear, Master. Now that you have said this, what can I do? Dai Haoren declared with righteous fervor. Who said I am unwilling? As long as I can be with you, master. I would dance on a mountain of blades or swim through a sea of fire without a second thought. Is it not merely being a son-in-law? Bring it on. Let us see who dares to utter nonsense in my presence. I'll make their heads sprout 7 gourd children. Gourd children? What are they? Shi Jueshuan inquired. Dai Haoren blinked, chuckling mischievously as he swept Shi Jueshuan towards the bathroom. Speaking of gourd children, master, today I shall tell you the tale of the gourd children piercing the snake's den. Once upon a time, there was a mountain where an old man resided. How should I put it? Now, Dai Haoren is also at the 5 elements realm. Having filled his belly and restored his strength, he could return to his labor in the rice fields, with his head bent in earnest toil. The next day, Dai Haoren and Shi Jueshuan had just finished their breakfast in their room. Master, I will report to Xinzhou Academy today, Dai Haoren remarked. So soon? Shi Jueshuan replied. I was hoping to take you around Huajing to familiarize you with the surroundings. Dai Haoren chuckled. Oh, there's no rush. There will be plenty of time for that in the future. First, I must attend to the matters at hand. Shi Jueshuan suggested. Then may I accompany you? Dai Haoren waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. I'm not a child. I don't require an escort just to report in. After bidding farewell to his master, Dai Haoren whistled as he departed. Shi Jueshuan murmured to herself, I should go visit her, referring to the esteemed elder of the family, her grandmother, the mother of Shi Tianxiong. This venerable matriarch held a strong preference for male heirs and had never favored Shi Jueshuan or her sister, Shi Juezhi. However, after Shi Juezhi demonstrated extraordinary talent in her cultivation, the matriarch's attitude towards her softened considerably. Yet, to Shi Jueshuan, whose aptitude was rather ordinary, she remained indifferent. The Shi family adhered to feudal traditions, which superficially emphasized filial piety. Superficially, indeed. It would be unreasonable not to visit after 8 years apart and not pay respects. Upon arriving at Yangrong Garden, as she neared the master bedroom, Shi Jueshuan's ears perked up. This old body does not approve. How could such a significant matter not be communicated to me beforehand? I am still alive. The matriarch exclaimed that Dai fellow must be promptly expelled from the household. Immediately arrange for that wretched girl to marry into the Li family. It would be a delightful coincidence to celebrate my 60th birthday with such joyous news. Hearing this, Shi Jueshuan's expression darkened immediately. Humph. With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. Pay respects? To what end? Meanwhile, Dai Haoren took the subway directly to Xinzhou Academy. After registering his basic information, he successfully stepped into the second most prestigious institution in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 39. Xunfeng, why are you here seeking votes? I am already at the 5 elements level. With such strength, do I even need to attend school? If it weren't for my father's assignment, I would not waste my time here. Isn't it more appealing to seize the opportunity to confront Ye Xunfeng, the true protagonist? With my current capabilities, I could easily handle him. As Dai Haoren strolled through the campus of Xinzhou Academy, which felt like a celestial paradise, he muttered to himself. He wondered how things were progressing with Luo Biqing. Had she successfully stolen the Tai Wang sword? Had she regained Ye Xunfeng's favor? Had he encountered any fortuitous adventures during this time? He resolved to contact her soon. Did Dai Haoren fear that Luo Biqing might betray him? Of course not. Even without evidence, he had been able to sow discord between Luo Biqing and Ye Xunfeng. Certainly, primarily due to his role as the author. He possesses an extensive understanding of the narrative's intricacies. Now, he has amassed sufficient evidence to leverage against her. Does Luo Biqing dare to engage in duplicity with him? We might instigate a crisis of faith in her. Unless, of course, she is willing to sacrifice everything for Ye Xunfeng. In such a case, Dai Haoren would have nothing to retort. However, even so, what does it matter? Has he suffered any losses? Not at all. After all, she is already within his grasp. Hush, hush. In a buoyant mood, Dai Haoren whistled. The peach blossoms lining the road were still in full bloom, creating a picturesque scene of falling petals. Yet, Dai Haoren, being a man of mundane tastes, felt no interest in flowers and foliage. Where are the beautiful women? A prestigious institution like the Xinzhou Academy must surely be abundant in lovely ladies, right? Where are they? Where are the beauties? The man S.I.'s darted about. One searching for the future, the other for charming faces. No mistake there, ha ha ha. Dai Haoren surveyed his surroundings with keen enthusiasm as he walked along the path. Just after turning a corner, he heard a voice. Thank you, but I can find my way myself. No need for your assistance. It was a female voice, melodious and enchanting. However, Dai Haoren was not focused on that. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. I shouldn't have any acquaintances here. Upon glancing over, he spotted a woman and 3 men amidst a rain of petals not far away. What is there to admire in men? Dai Haoren's gaze swiftly filtered them out, his focus honing in on the silhouette of the woman. She donned a delicate lavender ancient gown, swaying gracefully in the breeze, reminiscent of a willow branch stirred by the wind. Dai Haoren was momentarily taken aback. Was that not a name surfacing in his mind? Iron Water Column. The Iron Goddess of the Daizong Martial Hall, universally acknowledged as the campus beauty. This was a character whose real essence and name existed in entirely different dimensions. Such a breathtaking young woman, had the mindless antagonist Dai Haoren pursued her? Certainly. But the outcome, need it be reiterated? No matter how mindless he was. Upon facing someone he could not defeat, especially a woman, he understood the appropriate course of action, having personally experienced the disparity in strength between himself and Iron Water Column. He reluctantly chose to withdraw, despite his inner resistance. From the perspective of the author, Dai Haoren, the character of Iron Water Column was, in fact, a spontaneous creation. He had conjured her with little thought beyond her comical name and her status as an extraordinary ancient beauty, leaving her devoid of any substantial characterization. Thus, as the author, he remained utterly ignorant of Iron Water Column's capabilities, her background, or her origins. All of it was a mystery to him. Upon encountering her at the Shinjo Academy, Dai Haoren's first thought was, how did she end up here? Just then, an unpleasant male voice pierced the air. Hey, little girl, Bai Xiao is merely extending his goodwill. Do not be ungrateful. Indeed, offending Bai Xiao means you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate within Shinjo Academy. The youth, clad in pristine white, as if untouched by a speck of dust, slightly lifted his chin. At this remark, Dai Haoren clicked his tongue in disapproval. Observing the so-called Bai Xiao and his sycophantic lackeys, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his former self, not merely his past, but the archetypal mindless antagonist he once embodied. How familiar and striking this sensation was. If the narrative followed the typical trajectory of the mindless villain Dai Haoren, the ensuing events would see Bai Xiao and his minions thoroughly reprimanded by a torrent of molten iron, retreating in a disheveled state, perhaps leaving behind a few scathing remarks. Yet, at this precise moment, would things unfold in the same manner as they once did? This was neither the Daizong Martial Arts Hall nor Tianyuan City. This was the capital of Longhua, and more importantly, the prestigious Shinjo Academy, ranked second in the nation. Would Bai Xiao and his entourage be as easily dealt with as the mindless antagonist Dai Haoren and his henchmen? A flicker of concern crept into Dai Haoren's thoughts regarding the molten iron. Although it was of little consequence, they were, after all, alumni. Should he intervene on her behalf? With this thought, Dai Haoren felt a jolt within. Intervene? Not a chance. I am the villain here. Is it the role of a villain to heed the call of injustice? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern me? Awakening to his own folly, Dai Haoren resolved to merely observe the unfolding drama. Might someone emerge to rescue the damsel in distress? What was that saying? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What are you doing? Upon hearing that voice, Dai Haoren was immediately taken aback. Ye Xunfeng. It was undoubtedly his voice. What was he doing here? While it was true he would eventually enter Shinjo Academy, it was far too soon for him to arrive. Hadn't he departed from Daizong Martial Arts Hall less than half a month ago? As Dai Haoren stood in astonishment, a figure swept past him like a gust of wind. It was none other than Ye Xunfeng. At that moment, he was resplendent in the striking blue and purple uniform of Shinjo Academy. The true protagonist exudes an extraordinary aura even from behind. There would always be opportunities for heroism. However, Dai Haoren smirked. If only my position were not that of the villain, perhaps then I would have a part to play. Ye Xunfeng, this is none of your concern. Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Bai Xiao directly uttered Ye Xunfeng's name. Judging by his tone, it was evident that he not only knew Ye Xunfeng but also harbored a rather unfavorable relationship with him. Ye Xunfeng, however, paid him no heed and instead turned his attention to Tai Shueju. Tai, what brings you here? His eyes were clearly filled with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Upon seeing Ye Xunfeng, Tai Shueju's dark, crystalline eyes seemed to ignite with light. Ye Xunfeng? What are you doing here? Chapter 40. The true protagonist's unprecedented rise. What brings Ye Xunfeng to the Shinjo Academy? To explain this would require a lengthy discourse. So let us keep it brief. Ye Xunfeng had found his master, a woman of extraordinary beauty and grace, akin to a celestial goddess. Subsequently, this enchanting mentor arranged for Ye Xunfeng's admission to the Shinjo Academy. In short, that is the essence of the matter. During this time, he encountered other fortuitous opportunities that propelled his strength to unprecedented heights, akin to boarding a spaceship traveling at light speed. If Dai Haoren were to learn of this, he would likely be inundated with a plethora of lemons, considering it had been less than half a month since Ye Xunfeng had completely transformed his fortunes. But upon reflection, it is quite understandable. Who exactly is Ye Xunfeng? He is none other than the true protagonist of this world, blessed with extraordinary luck. He is a living embodiment of fortune. Is it unreasonable for him to encounter opportunities and fortuitous encounters? Absolutely not. Is it unconventional for him to grow stronger through extraordinary means? Quite the contrary. However, alongside the protagonist's fortune, he was also beset by numerous conflicts and contradictions. Remarkably, within just 5 days of entering the Shinjo Academy, he had already offended Bai Qi, the fourth young master of the Bai family, one of the 4 prestigious families of the city. Bai Qi, being the fourth among the esteemed 4, had earned himself the moniker of fourth young master. How did their enmity come to be? It is neither complex nor convoluted. On that fateful day, Bai Qi was in a foul mood and took his frustrations out on a small dog, only to be witnessed by Ye Xunfeng. Moved by compassion, Ye Xunfeng sternly intervened to stop Bai Qi's cruelty. Thus, enmity blossomed between them. To make matters worse, the very dog Bai Qi had kicked was the cherished pet of Ling Rujiao, the most beautiful girl in the Shinjo Academy. This incident left Bai Qi in a frenzy, as he realized that his chances of pursuing Ling Rujiao had been utterly thwarted. His resentment towards Ye Xunfeng deepened to the core. Today, when Bai Qi encountered Dai Haoren, he was instantly captivated, and his possessiveness surged uncontrollably. He vowed to claim this girl for himself. Little did he expect that Ye Xunfeng would once again meddle in his affairs. Even more surprising was the revelation that the girl he had just set his sights on was acquainted with Ye Xunfeng. The smile she directed towards Ye Xunfeng ignited Bai Qi's irritation. Old grievances and new animosities intertwined, and he barely restrained himself from confronting Ye Xunfeng with all his might. Yet, he held back, reminding himself, I am porcelain. He is merely a broken tile. He is not worthy of provoking me into violating school regulations. Thus, Bai Qi mused. Meanwhile, Dai Haoren and Ye Xunfeng engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. In a foreign land, meeting an old acquaintance is indeed a momentous occasion, especially when accompanied by beautiful women and handsome men. Upon learning that Dai Haoren had come to Shinjo Academy to enroll, Ye Xunfeng's smile broadened, and his spirits soared. One could say he radiated vitality. I know where to report. Allow me to guide you, Dai Haoren said. Oh, but I couldn't possibly trouble you, he replied. What is the trouble in that? Let us be off, Ye Xunfeng insisted. Then I must trouble you, Dai Haoren conceded. Not at all, it's no trouble. Ye Xunfeng hastily reassured him. Beside them, Bai Qi seethed with indignation, nearly bursting with rage. Ye Xunfeng, do you pretend I am invisible? I was the one who approached first. Of course, he would never admit to having initially pursued Dai Haoren, nor did he believe he had done anything wrong. His overture to escort her to the administrative building was an honor. How dare she refuse? Did she not recognize the stature of the esteemed fourth young master of the capital? Ye Xunfeng cast a nonchalant glance at him. Your presence or absence holds no significance for me. Our conversation has already proven unfruitful. There is no need to waste each other's time. Tai classmate, let us depart. Dai Haoren nodded slightly in agreement. Bai Qi's fury reached a boiling point. Ye Xunfeng, how much can one endure? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall never know why the flowers bloom so red. He huffed coldly. Thinking of leaving? It won't be that simple. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. At this moment, he wholly forgot the distinction between himself as porcelain and Ye Xunfeng as a mere tile. With a swift and powerful kick aimed at Ye Xunfeng's abdomen, Bai Qi unleashed his pent-up rage. The force behind it was evident from the resounding whoosh of air. Let this be a lesson for ignoring me, he sneered. However, Ye Xunfeng merely scoffed dismissively. Had this confrontation occurred weeks ago, he would have had no means of retaliation and would have likely found himself severely injured. But now, he lifted his foot and retaliated. With a resounding clash, their soles collided, producing a brief yet forceful impact. Ouch! Bai Qi was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Young Master Bai. After the 2 followers were taken aback, they rushed over to support the bewildered Bai Qi, who appeared utterly dazed. Impossible. This cannot be. I am clearly at the late stage of the 4 symbols. With my strength, how could I be knocked down by a mere kick? Although I did not exert my full power, I was still driven by rage, aiming to either incapacitate or eliminate you, and I still possessed a considerable portion of my strength. Yet the outcome was, I am to be extinguished. To his astonishment, Bai Qi summoned his primordial spirit. The 2 followers quickly intervened, urging him, Young Master Bai, remain calm. Do not act impulsively. Although the Shinjo Academy encourages competition, summoning primordial spirits for private duels is strictly forbidden. But Bai Qi was beyond caring for such rules at that moment. His primordial spirit, the heavenly pool snow demon ape, made its dramatic entrance. Standing a towering 3 meters tall, this snow-white, furred creature loomed, with powerful limbs and bulging muscles emanating an icy chill. Beneath its feet, a delicate layer of frost began to form. With a deafening roar, the heavenly pool snow demon ape unleashed a ferocious aura, showcasing the might of a first-grade golden primordial spirit. The 2 followers were forced back several meters, the biting wind assaulting them. Yet, Ye Xunfeng merely smiled serenely, exuding an air of confidence and control. Iron Water, with a slight furrow in her brow, wondered if she too regarded the heavenly pool snow demon ape as a formidable opponent. This matter arose because of me. Allow me to resolve it, she suggested. However, Ye Xunfeng chuckled heartily. Classmate Iron, this does not concern you. Do not take it upon yourself. I have a long-standing grudge with him. Moreover, Ye Xunfeng, am not one to shy away from a challenge. If he seeks battle, I shall oblige. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through, scattering peach blossom petals, and Ye Xunfeng's primordial spirit emerged. What was Ye Xunfeng's newly awakened primordial spirit? The celestial maiden of Fuyao. Indeed, the maiden. Following the awakening of the green serpent maiden, Ye Xunfeng, the true protagonist, had now awakened another maiden spirit. Its quality? A 9th grade original essence. One can only imagine the exhilaration that coursed through him at the moment of awakening the celestial maiden of Fuyao, bringing tears of joy to his eyes. The emergence of the celestial maiden immediately filled the void left by the loss of the green serpent maiden. What is the happiest thing in the world? For Ye Xunfeng, it was the moment he awakened the celestial maiden, a reunion of sorts, for both were maidens of the 9th grade original essence. Thus, it is no wonder that Ye Xunfeng radiated confidence and vitality at that moment as the celestial maiden revealed herself. Dai Haoren drooled. Not merely due to the tantalizing allure of the everlasting meat leg, but primarily because of the very existence of the celestial maiden, Fuyao, a being of the 9th rank. He was determined to seize her, to devise any means necessary to bring her into his grasp. Whether through cunning schemes or outright force, Fuyao was his target. Dai Haoren certainly recognized her as the celestial maiden, for Fuyao embodies the great winds. This was the second primordial spirit awakened by his character, Ye Xunfeng. However, Dai Haoren had not anticipated that Fuyao would manifest so swiftly. In the original narrative, she was awakened by Ye Xunfeng only after 3 months. This was contingent upon Ye Xunfeng possessing the Qingxi celestial maiden, whose innate ability significantly accelerated the absorption of essence, thereby hastening the acquisition of primordial spirit crystals. Yet now, his Qingxi celestial maiden was right beside him. In less than half a month, he had awakened Fuyao? How extraordinary! Was this perhaps the destiny of a true protagonist? As Dai Haoren marveled in astonishment, the battle nearby had just commenced and swiftly concluded. With a mere skill, Fuyao had annihilated that simian primordial spirit, indeed, annihilated. Ye Xunfeng would show no mercy to his adversaries. Even the fluttering peach blossom petals in the air were crushed in the onslaught. This was the might of a 9th rank primordial being. The demon ape, my demon ape, Bai Qi, momentarily stunned, erupted in a roar of anguish and fury. Although the heavenly pool snow demon ape was not his sole primordial spirit, it was his primary focus, and indeed, the one of the highest quality. Now that the heavenly pool snow demon ape had been slain, his power was halved. How could he not be consumed by despair? Ye Xunfeng, you have slain my primordial spirit. I shall not rest until you are avenged. Ye Xunfeng smiled faintly. Since a feud had been established, he would not hesitate to offend his rival further. What did he have to fear? No need for excessive words. If you possess the ability, act. If not, silence your tongue. Bai Qi's face flushed crimson, resembling that of a monkey's rear. Suddenly, applause erupted around them. How impressive! Truly astonishing. Upon hearing Dai Haoren's voice, Ye Xunfeng turned abruptly. For a fleeting moment, he thought he must have been mistaken. But no, it was indeed Dai Haoren. He had not erred. What was he doing here? What purpose did he serve? As these thoughts surfaced, a third, enticing notion emerged. Should he seek vengeance now and reclaim the Qixi? At this thought, Ye Xunfeng's gaze upon Dai Haoren flickered with intensity. The gaze of the iron pillar was somewhat profound. Ye Xunfeng was perplexed as to why Dai Haoren was present. Yet, she knew the reason. It was indeed for Dai Haoren that she had departed from the Daizong Martial Arts Academy to come to the Shenzhou Academy. Was she here for Dai Haoren? Did he harbor other intentions? Indeed, she had resolutely decided to seek vengeance for Ye Xunfeng, and she must follow through on that commitment. But why did the Iron Pillar hold such a deep concern for Ye Xunfeng? Because he was the only one who had heard her name without mocking her. It was a simple and genuine reason, was it not? This encapsulates the essence of youth, the spirit of adolescence. Yet, the Iron Pillar never anticipated encountering Ye Xunfeng at the Shenzhou Academy. Was this a twist of fate? Initially, there had been an opportunity for her to be alone with Ye Xunfeng, and she felt both anxious and hopeful. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of the troublesome Dai Haoren, who seemed to spring forth from nowhere to cause chaos. Why was he so insufferable? Dai Haoren had no inkling of the thoughts swirling in the hearts of Ye Xunfeng and the Iron Pillar. Even if he did, it would matter not to him. He had his own rhythm. Yet, I must say, you genius, there exists a saying, let a person go when you can. For leaving a line of retreat allows for future encounters. Regardless of any conflicts, dialogue could serve as a means of resolution. Yet you went ahead and eliminated his original form. Could you not exhibit a little magnanimity? This is truly excessive. Ah, magnanimity? Ye Xunfeng was nearly amused by the absurdity. What right did Dai Haoren have to invoke the notion of magnanimity before him? Ye Xunfeng suppressed his rising anger and offered a cold smile. I wonder if you've ever heard a piece of advice. If someone urges you to be magnanimous without understanding the context, it is wise to keep your distance, especially on rainy days. For when lightning strikes him, you too shall suffer the consequences. Dai Haoren chuckled. That's a famous saying by Guodi Gang. Of course, I've heard it. Guodi Gang? Who is Guodi Gang? The Ye Xunfeng of this world was oblivious to the identity of Guodi Gang and cared little to know. If you are aware, how can you still advocate for magnanimity? Dai Haoren let out a mischievous laugh. Of course I would. I enjoy applying double standards. One set of rules for you, and another for everyone else. Moreover, I refuse to be reasonable. Others may insult and belittle you, but you cannot insult others. Otherwise, I shall stand high on the pedestal of morality and justice to condemn you vehemently. I am truly fulfilling my role as a villain. Listen to my words. Can they be uttered by a decent person? Even I feel my blood pressure rising just hearing them. For instance, at this very moment. I believe you ought to reflect upon your own mistakes. I extend my sincerest apologies to this classmate. Ye Xunfeng, Tai Shuizhu, after a moment of speechlessness, Tai Shuizhu scolded. Dai Haoren, do you still have any shame left? Of course. I still want your face. Your delicate little face, TSK, just look at it. It must feel wonderful to pinch. Tai Shuizhu's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. You. Chapter 42, A Heartless Kill. Seeking votes rogue. Bad guy. Beast. Villain. Tai Shuizhu rummaged through her mind for some choice insults. Then she mentally berated Dai Haoren with all her might, thinking, what? Why only curse in my heart? Because I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. It felt as if uttering those words would tarnish my lips. Ye Xunfeng clenched his teeth tightly. Then slowly took a deep breath. Dai Haoren, if you wish to advance our 2-year agreement, we can set a time right now. I shall accompany you to the end. A strong sense of confidence surged forth from Ye Xunfeng's expression. If Dai Haoren agreed, it would provide the perfect opportunity to reclaim the Qingxi. My Qingxi. However, I have no time to waste on you. Save your breath. Speaking a plethora of useless words is foolish and utterly laughable. Dai Haoren chuckled, propping himself up on his elbows. Hearing your tone, you seem quite confident. I must ask, you the great genius. Have you encountered some fortuitous event that has drastically enhanced your abilities? He cast a glance at the saneness of Fuyao. Is this your newly awakened original spirit? TSK. Truly beautiful. Especially that waist and those legs of the Qingxi. They are absolutely exquisite. Upon hearing Dai Haoren's crude references to the Qingxi, the anger that Ye Xunfeng had just managed to suppress flared up once more. I am not angry. I am not angry. He directly ignored Dai Haoren and turned his attention to Tai Shuizhu. Just one glance at her classical, unparalleled beauty lifted Ye Xunfeng's spirits considerably. Tai classmate, shall we go? Tai Shuizhu merely responded with a soft when Dai Haoren interjected, wait. Ye Xunfeng treated this as a mere whisper in the wind. You wish to advance our 2-year agreement, right? Fine. I shall indulge your desire for a showy comeback. However, as for the stakes, hearing this, both Ye Xunfeng and Tai Shuizhu paused. Tai Shuizhu turned just in time to see Dai Haoren licking his lips in her direction. A chill surged through her body. What is he planning? Ye Xunfeng's brow furrowed deeply. Dai Haoren smirked. Last time, we wagered on Luo Bingqing. Not bad, truly tender and delightful. This time, let us wager on Iron Water Column, shall we? Iron Water Column's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a smoldering ember. Hee. Ye Xunfeng's teeth clicked together audibly. You must be dreaming. He resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation. Not only was his relationship with Iron Water Column not at that level, but he also had no authority to use her as a stake. Even if there were something between them, it would be even more inappropriate to wager her. Dai Haoren cast a sly smile towards Iron Water Column. Dear classmate Iron, I wonder if you would be willing to make a small sacrifice for our esteemed Yi? He was unaware of the nature of the relationship between Iron Water Column and Ye Xunfeng, but that did not deter him from employing his scheming. Iron Water Column was momentarily at a loss for words. Instinctively, she was unwilling to be used as a wager. Yet, if she outright expressed her disapproval, she feared it might sow discord between her and Ye Xunfeng. Dai Haoren sighed. It seemed that girls like Luo Bingqing, who were both brave and devoted, were indeed rare in this world. Yi, allow me to share a secret with you. What I mentioned that day was merely a ploy to manipulate you. You fell into my trap. Dai Haoren's boisterous laughter resonated in Ye Xunfeng's ears like thunder. A ploy? I fell for it? Luo Bingqing did not betray me? Impossible. How do you know her secrets? And how do you know I awakened the green serpent? Ye Xunfeng was not so easily deceived. Dai Haoren understood that his sinister intentions would not be so easily realized. It was quite simple to uncover Luo Bingqing's secrets. One merely needed to deal with her nurse. She had no secrets left with me. As for your second query, that remains a secret I shall not disclose. The line between truth and falsehood is a delicate one. Half-truths and veiled realities are the pinnacle of deception. Thus, Luo Bingqing's fate was sealed by your lack of trust in her. Had you possessed even a modicum of faith in her, I would have had no opportunity to strike. Ye Xunfeng's fist clenched involuntarily, his body trembling slightly. Because I did not trust her, she fell victim to Dai Haoren's treachery? An overwhelming sense of guilt surged within Ye Xunfeng, stirring tumultuous waves in his consciousness. Dai Haoren. Dai Haoren chuckled. Here I am, right here. Ye Xunfeng seethed, gritting his teeth. Today, a month hence, we shall determine our fates and settle our scores. Do you dare? Is this the bait? Dai Haoren smirked, not particularly challenging. But then again, when it comes to cunning, what can Ye Xunfeng compare to me? The author, a eunuch, has a firm grasp on his character. Of course, it is also due to his own excessive adherence to propriety and lack of shame. No. As someone who fears death so profoundly, I only seek to determine superiority, not to decide life or death. Moreover, since you are unwilling to wager the iron water column, let us substitute it with Genshin impact instead. If you possess the skill, win back the green serpent from me before my relationship with her deepens into intimacy. Should I triumph, this exquisite leg of Genshin will belong to me. If you agree, let us adhere to tradition and swear an oath by blood pact. Ye Xunfeng scoffed. Deriding Dai Haoren's fear of death, he drew a small knife and sliced open his palm. Dai Haoren, gritting his teeth, endured the pain to draw blood himself. Clap, clap, clap. The sound was quite resounding, clearly indicating great force was exerted. Upon the third clap, Dai Haoren staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. You are exceedingly cunning, taking this opportunity to test my strength, he remarked. Ye Xunfeng had no desire to engage in further conversation. A month from today, at the Holy Emperor's martial arena, I shall reclaim everything I have lost. As he watched Dai Haoren and the iron water column fade into the distance, he chuckled with glee. Ye Xunfeng, oh Ye Xunfeng, bring forth all your treasures. His gaze then fell upon Qi. Bai Qi glared fiercely at Ye Xunfeng's retreating figure. To use a phrase worn thin, if glares could kill, Ye Xunfeng would have been riddled with holes. Hey. Dai Haoren waved a hand in front of him. Stop staring. Those death glares won't kill him. My friend, it seems we share a common adversary. Are you not interested in causing some trouble together? Birds of a feather flock together. We are villains, so it is only natural to recruit fellow rogues to join us. Chapter 43. He is a good person, and will choose to forgive you when Dai Haoren and Bai Qi establish their most basic friendship. The voice of the great villain system resonated. Congratulations, host, for committing an act of wickedness. Reward, 1 ultra-high-frequency vibrating rod. An ultra-high-frequency vibrating rod. A stick that vibrates 5,000 times per second? Could this be the legendary pleasure rod of the wealthy? Nevertheless, its accompanying shatter and stun effects hold considerable combat value. Especially the stunning. Once successfully stunned, there is the opportunity to disrupt the enemy's Genshin. Speaking of which, system, we already possess one rod-like weapon. Acquiring another seems somewhat excessive. Haha. Dai Haoren laughed heartily, draping an arm around Bai Qi's shoulders. Classmate Bai, I too have come to report for school. Where may I complete the formalities? This area is vast, and I fear I may get lost. Could I trouble you to guide me? It is precisely the right moment for us to strategize our revenge on the road. Bai Qi initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Dai Haoren's final remark, he altered his decision. Perhaps I could indeed leverage him to exact my vengeance. With this notion, Bai Qi was more than willing to lead the way. Dai, do you possess the confidence to defeat that fellow with the surname Yi? His cultivation level is at least at the late stage of the four symbols. He had originally intended to state that it was at least at the great accomplishment of the four symbols, but he altered his words at the last moment. Why? Because he refused to acknowledge his own inferiority to Ye Xunfeng. Self-deception aptly describes his predicament. Furthermore, his original spirit seems quite extraordinary, as he effortlessly annihilated my first-ranked golden demon ape with just a single skill. At this point, Bai Qi felt a mix of resentment and heartache. I have a suggestion. Why not discreetly find someone to injure him? Dai Haoren was taken aback by Ye Xunfeng's prowess and inquired, find someone? By, who do you intend to recruit? The identity of the individual was not the issue. I have various connections. I could post a bounty on the dark web or seek out some professionals. A sharp intake of breath escaped Dai Haoren. Here it comes, the classic and cliché trope of the villain's self-destructive scheme, hiring an assassin. Those who indulge in such narratives know that this is not merely about hiring a killer to eliminate the protagonist. It is, in fact, a means of providing the protagonist with experience and opportunities. If the assassin happens to be a young and beautiful woman, she might even contribute to the protagonist's harem. Such an outcome is nothing more than a monetary exchange for benefits. This is the sort of endeavor one would expect from philanthropists or the captains of transport caravans. While Dai Haoren was internally critiquing this notion, Bai Qi remarked, "The problem is that such an approach will likely require a substantial sum of money." Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should also foot the bill?" "Absolutely not. Not a single cent." With a resounding slap on Bai Qi's shoulder, Dai Haoren exclaimed, "My dear Bai, your vision is limited. How can one seek vengeance and settle scores through another's hands? It is akin to hiring someone to consummate your marriage. One must partake in the thrill personally. Have you ever encountered a protagonist who hires an assassin to eliminate the antagonist?" Bai Qi's lips curled slightly. "Is your analogy truly applicable here?" Bai Qi asked. "So, shall we do nothing at all?" Dai Haoren laughed. "Of course not. If we cannot act physically, we can certainly use our words." Bai Qi looked puzzled. "Use our words?" Dai Haoren revealed a sinister smile. "Did I not mention earlier? We can distort the truth, positioning ourselves on the moral high ground to tarnish his reputation. Let him suffer social death. Spreading rumors is exhilarating, and the thrill lasts as long as the rumors continue. There are ample platforms, campus forums, social media, and various online arenas. The pen of a scholar is a weapon that spills no blood, murdering the heart, killing the heart." Listening to Dai Haoren's words, Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow is truly malevolent. However, it is indeed a clever way to vent one's frustrations. He remarked, "Impressive, Brother Dai. Truly remarkable. Yet, by brother, do exercise caution. Do not expose your weaknesses. Spend a little money, nothing excessive. A few thousand or tens of thousands will easily procure a plethora of hired hands online. Those individuals are devoid of principles once the payment is made. They would even curse their own ancestors." Bai Qi replied, "I know how to handle it." Dai Haoren hastily sought out the great villain system. "System, I have committed another evil deed. Grant me my reward promptly." The system responded, "What is the rush? Are you eager to reincarnate? You haven't even completed your task. Yet you seek a reward? I believe you're dreaming." Dai Haoren silently rolled his eyes. "I'm not dreaming. I desire your rewards." The great villain system retorted, "You lecherous rogue, you pervert, go and eat some dung." Shortly thereafter, Bai Qi led Dai Haoren to the enrollment office, where Ye Xunfeng and Tai Shuizhu were also present. However, there was no interaction between the two parties. Bai Qi merely wore a cold smile as he gazed at Ye Xunfeng, who, in turn, ignored him entirely. Perhaps influenced by Dai Haoren's previous words, Ye Xunfeng wore a troubled expression. After completing the enrollment procedures and finishing the necessary formalities, Bai Qi invited Ye Xunfeng to dinner that evening, under the pretext of celebrating his entrance into the Shinjo Academy, claiming he would gather a few close friends to join. Dai Haoren chuckled inwardly. Is he trying to draw me into the villainous circle? Compared to Ye Xunfeng, the true protagonist, aren't Bai Qi and his companions the real antagonists? Dai Haoren gladly accepted. After parting ways with Bai Qi, he made his way to the classroom office to report to the teacher. En route, he took out his phone and called Luo Bingqing. After several rings, she answered. A cold voice emanated from the receiver. "What is it?" Dai Haoren chuckled. "Guess who I just encountered? Ye Xunfeng. Not only did I meet him, but also Tai Shuizhu. They were strolling through the campus of Shinjo Academy, laughing and chatting. What a heartwarming scene." Luo Bingqing replied. "What does this have to do with me?" Dai Haoren countered. "So, when can you retrieve the Taiwan blade?" Luo Bingqing responded, "Soon." Dai Haoren continued. "Once you have the Taiwan blade, head straight to Shinjo Academy. I just had a conversation with Ye Xunfeng, reiterating the words of malice I had previously shared. If you approach him now with the Taiwan blade, it will significantly enhance your chances of earning his trust. I can see he still harbors some guilt towards you. I have created this opportunity for you. You must seize it." Luo Bingqing let out a scornful laugh. "You've already informed him that I am tainted. How could he still regard me?" Dai Haoren replied. "He is a good man and will choose to forgive you." Chapter 44, Lu Feifei, a veritable female version of Guan Yu. You have dialed a number currently in conversation. Please hold. Upon hearing the automated voice from the receiver, Ye Xunfeng felt a wave of frustration and abruptly hung up. With whom was she conversing? Or had he been relegated to her blacklist? Ye Xunfeng's mind spiraled with anxious thoughts. At that moment, he sat alone on a bench at the left bank of Dai Lake, his mind uncontrollably echoing Dai Haoren's previous remarks, reverberating like distant thunder in his heart, stirring tumultuous waves in his consciousness. Although Ye Xunfeng did not wholly believe Dai Haoren's words, the crux of the matter was no longer about belief or disbelief. His state of mind had been irrevocably shattered. He reminisced about the myriad moments spent with Luo Bingqing, recalling the warmth he felt when she stood by him during his darkest hours, and how she had selflessly sacrificed for him time and again. The thought of her fate struck him like a lightning bolt. Slap. Ye Xunfeng could not restrain himself and struck his own face. Ye Xunfeng, oh Ye Xunfeng, how foolish you are. despite your self-proclaimed cleverness. The realization hit him. He clearly knew that Dai was sowing discord. Why could he not apply his intellect? If only he had trusted Luo Bingqing, if only he had been willing to utter a single word to her at that time. Slap. The more he pondered, the more he felt deserving of punishment, and he delivered another blow to himself. The force was so great that both sides of his face turned red and swollen. What on earth was wrong with him? Hitting himself like this? Quickly, move along. Perhaps he's just heartbroken. He's lost his sanity. A couple, who had just arrived for a date, hurriedly departed. Ye Xunfeng was too preoccupied to care about their opinions. Each second felt like an eternity as he waited for 3 minutes. Once again, he hastily dialed Luo Bingqing's number. At that moment, he felt as though his heart was suspended in the air. If Bingqing had truly blacklisted him, he would have no opportunity for apology. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the connection tone, Ye Xunfeng felt as if the sound was music from the heavens. It was connected. She had not blacklisted him. But would she still answer his call? Suddenly, the beeping ceased. Ye Xunfeng straightened his posture, holding his breath. Bingqing had answered. The call was connected, yet for a moment, neither party spoke. Ye Xunfeng could only hear the faint sound of breathing. Hiss. Ha. After drawing in a deep breath, he finally spoke. Hello, it's me. Meanwhile, a series of knocks echoed as Dai Haoren rapped on the door of a classroom office. He pondered in anticipation about the gender of his new teacher, secretly hoping for a beautiful woman. How delightful it would be to admire beauty while acquiring knowledge. Come in, came a gravelly voice, instantly shattering Dai Haoren's daydreams. Oh well. Perhaps he had let his imagination run wild. A teacher like Shi Jueshuan was indeed a rare gem to encounter. He chastised himself for his greed and desire, recognizing these as the primal forces driving societal progress. With a silent scoff, he pushed the door open. To his surprise, the imagined burly figure was nowhere to be found. Instead, he beheld a tall woman clad in a striking emerald green high-slit cheongsam. Despite her towering height, she was unexpectedly captivating. Her proportions were exquisite, embodying the very essence of the golden ratio. Standing at what must have been nearly 2 meters, she was certainly a giant among women. With such stature, her legs could hardly be short. Indeed, they were exceptionally long, hinting at the subtle definition of muscles beneath her sun-kissed skin, exuding a sense of robust vitality. However, Dai Haoren couldn't help but wonder why she seemed to have stuffed 2 basketballs into her bosom. In terms of facial beauty, she might not rival the likes of Shi Jueshuan or Luo Bingqing. Yet, in her entirety, she was not to be dismissed. This athletic woman showcased a unique blend of strength and grace, firm yet gentle, and harmoniously balanced. What was particularly striking was the long fake beard affixed to her face, cascading down into her cleavage. Her eyes, sharp and commanding, were framed by upward-turned phoenix-like brows. Even more imposing was the fact that she was gripping a long-handled saber with one hand. The handle of the saber was intricately adorned with a swirling dragon motif, its mouth seemingly devouring the blade itself, which appeared to have been birthed from the dragon's maw. The weight of the saber was evident, yet in her capable hands, it seemed as light as a reed. In that moment, Dai Haoren was struck by the resemblance she bore to a female version of Guan Yu. As he marveled silently, the woman ceased her swordplay and fixed her gaze upon him. Who are you, and what do you want? She inquired, her voice now unmistakably feminine, shedding the earlier facade. Dai Haoren, looking for the teacher. A newly enrolled student, he replied succinctly, his words as measured as her stance. With a swift motion, she rotated the saber, producing a whooshing sound, and leaned it against the wall. After taking just 2 steps, she settled into her seat. Hand it over, she commanded. Dai Haoren promptly presented the documents he had prepared earlier. Inhaling the enchanting fragrance emanating from the female Guan Yu, he found his spirits lifted. Ah, how delightful it would be to indulge in some milk. With such an instructor, this school life seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. After the female Guan Yu reviewed the relevant documents, Lu Feifei, the homeroom teacher, welcomed them with a smile. Come with me. Yet, before she could take more than a couple of steps, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Enter. Upon opening the door, there stood Tai Shuizhu, vibrant and lively. Dai Haoren raised an eyebrow. Could it be that she would be in the same class as me? How intriguing. Dai Haoren and Tai Shuizhu exchanged glances, and her brows furrowed slightly like distant mountains. She thought to herself, why is this annoying brat here? Are we in the same class? Lu Feifei inquired. Who are you looking for? Tai Shuizhu was far more polite than Dai Haoren. She offered a slight bow. Hello, teacher. My name is Tai Shuizhu, and I am a transfer student here to report. Lu Feifei's brows knitted together. Another one? Do you treat this place like a garbage dump? After verifying the documents were in order, she instructed, follow me. Thus, Dai Haoren and Tai Shuizhu trailed behind Lu Feifei directly to the classroom. Dai Haoren occasionally made cheeky gestures towards Tai Shuizhu, who chose to ignore him, her disdain for him growing deeper. Being in the same class would allow her to keep an eye on him and seek opportunities to settle scores with Ye Xunfeng. With this thought, Tai Shuizhu felt a sense of reassurance. Along the way, Lu Feifei succinctly outlined the school rules of Xinzhou Academy to Dai Haoren and Tai Shuizhu. Before long, the trio arrived at the classroom. Lo and behold, it was indeed the elite class. The arrival of Dai Haoren and Tai Shuizhu stirred a commotion among the students. Well, the primary instigator of the commotion was none other than Tai Shuizhu. However, when she introduced herself and pronounced her name, laughter erupted in the classroom. Tai Shuizhu had long been mentally prepared for such reactions and was accustomed to it, maintaining a composed smile. I am Dai Haoren. Though I may sound like a benevolent person, I aspire to be the greatest villain in the world. Is there anyone who wishes to be my subordinate? Limited spots available, so sign up quickly. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Such a self-introduction naturally sparked murmurs among the students. Someone actually aspired to be a villain? A man destined to be a villain? Heh, what if the villain were indeed a man? TSK, walking in through the back door and yet so audacious. What a spectacle! The enrollment process has come to a complete conclusion, and Dai Haoren has officially become a student of Xinzhou Academy. After a day of classes, Dai Haoren couldn't help but exclaim, truly, it is a prestigious institution renowned throughout the nation. Concepts and theories that once seemed profoundly esoteric were articulated by the teachers at Xinzhou Academy in an exceptionally accessible manner. The instructors at the Daizong Martial Arts Hall are simply incomparable. Even a rocket would struggle to catch up. After just one day of classes, Dai Haoren felt an immense benefit, gaining a fresh perspective on his cultivation journey. Although he possessed the great villain system, which provided opportunities for rewards through misdeeds, he understood that true strength lies in his own capabilities. While he could rely on the system, he must not become overly dependent on it. Upon the conclusion of classes, a few audacious boys from his class approached Tai Shuizhu, inviting her to dinner, suggesting outings, and even proposing her participation in certain associations. The atmosphere was lively. However, as for those boys who mocked her name, how could she possibly offer them a favorable response? Yet, despite her indifference, they were relentless in their pursuits. What could she do? After all, Tai Shuizhu was simply too beautiful. Among the students at Xinzhou Academy, few could rival her in beauty, and those few were well aware that they could not provoke her. Newcomers like Tai Shuizhu were the easiest targets for their affections. Her captivating classical beauty stirred the hearts of these young men, leaving them unable to contain their emotions. Oh dear, how could these people behave in such a manner? It is truly exasperating. If this were at the Daizong Martial Arts Hall, she would have frozen them into ice sculptures. However, she had just arrived in this entirely new environment, so she decided to endure. Nevertheless, Tai Shuizhu subtly cast her gaze towards Dai Haoren, who was preparing to leave, and smiled faintly. That smile captivated all those who were vying for her attention. She turned to one of the boys. You wish to invite me to dinner? The boy nodded eagerly. Yes. She then addressed another. You want to take me shopping? The second boy responded, Indeed. I will buy you anything you desire. She looked at the next one. You wish to exchange cultivation insights with me? The boy appeared somewhat nervous. Yes, I do. Tai Shuizhu replied. All right. I can agree to your requests, but I have one condition. Instantly, the boys clamored. We will accept any condition. With a graceful gesture, she pointed. And all the boys turned to follow her direction. Defeat him. If you do, I shall accept your invitations. Upon hearing this, the boys rushed forward, blocking the exit of the classroom. You, come with me to the training hall for a match. And me too, classmate. Allow me to test your strength and ascertain whether you are worthy of joining our elite class. Dai Haoren rolled his eyes, half turning to glance at Tai Shuizhu. Tai Shuizhu smiled gently, meeting Dai Haoren's gaze. Hey, is this really necessary? Show a bit of masculinity, will you? Whether it's treating her to dinner, taking her shopping, or attempting to seduce her, it doesn't matter if she agrees or not. Just take her away. What right do you have to obstruct my path? Upon hearing these words, Tai Shuizhu felt a flush of anger rise in her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring. Vulgar. Absolutely shameless. How dare he speak of such lewdness? Pressing her down to do fill in the blanks. Ugh, just the thought is repulsive. Such base language, it's appalling. The boys blocking Dai Haoren were momentarily taken aback by his crude remarks, rendered speechless. One of the youths indignantly rebuked Dai Haoren. You are truly despicable. Don't presume that I share your filthy mindset. Dai Haoren feigned surprise. Me? Despicable? How could you not seize the opportunity to explore the depths of such a beautiful girl? That would be an insult and a desecration to her. Do you not realize that the highest respect for a beauty is to be instantly captivated? Is that not what it means to be a man? Furthermore, if you have no desire to engage with her, why are you even here? The youth's face turned a shade of crimson, as if it might burst into flames. Dai Haoren's words were too sharp, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a response. And you all, Who among you does not wish to pursue her? I will only confront those who share that desire. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger. I stand right here. If you have the courage, come at me. I assure you, I won't retaliate. If news of this spreads, they will say you defeated someone who did not fight back. How amusing. Dai Shueju hadn't anticipated Dai Haoren's audacity, which placed those boys in a dilemma. Indeed, they exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Look at you all, look. Is it so difficult to admit your intentions? If you cannot even confess to wanting a woman, what great deeds can you hope to accomplish in the future? Step aside. Step aside. Do not block my way. Dai Haoren shoved aside the youth who was blocking the entrance, leaving them gaping as he walked away. Dai Shueju secretly bit her lip, realizing that those who lack shame are truly invincible. Faced with a rogue like Dai Haoren, unless one was even more shameless, how could they ever stand against him? Could one truly compete in shamelessness? Even if one were to succeed in that regard, what significance would it hold? Dai Shueju approached the group of boys. He is quite unbearable. I find him equally detestable. What I previously stated remains valid. If I manage to defeat him, I shall graciously accept the invitation from any of you, and I shall not go back on my word. However, this is strictly limited to a span of 30 days. With that, she vanished like a celestial being. It is evident from the 30-day deadline that the Iron Pillar is aiding Ye Xunfeng in testing Dai Haoren's depths. Chapter 46. Beauty, have we met somewhere before? Testing the depths? Unbeknownst to Dai Haoren, if he were aware, he would undoubtedly express his willingness to assist Ye Xunfeng in this endeavor. Upon leaving the classroom, Dai Haoren proceeded directly to the location he had arranged with the minor antagonist, by Chi Chinxiu Club. This establishment is a premier venue situated in close proximity to the Shinjo Academy. A premier venue implies that my doors are perpetually open, and if you lack the qualifications, do not dare to enter. Upon arriving at the entrance of Chinxiu Club, Dai Haoren was halted. Be gone. This place is not for you. The security guard imperiously dismissed him, their demeanor akin to shooing away a stray dog. Entry to Chinxiu Club is contingent upon facial recognition. The security guard had memorized the faces of all individuals deemed worthy of entry. A newcomer like Dai Haoren was unequivocally barred from entering. Dai Haoren, feeling impatient, contemplated calling by Chi. While this might be a solution, it was not in alignment with my character. Certainly, it is the security guard's duty to prevent unfamiliar intruders. But I am a villain. I care not for the propriety of their duties. Those who obstruct my path shall swiftly retreat. He nonchalantly declared. I shall say this only once, step aside and do not block my way. The security guard at Chinxiu Club immediately bristled with anger. Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. Do you not realize where you are? Coming here to act brazenly. Initially, there were only 2 security guards and 2 enchanting hostesses at the entrance. However, at the sound of the guard's command, 6 more security personnel burst forth from the security room. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance appeared more refined in their uniforms, both strikingly handsome. In stark contrast, the 6 emerging guards were clad in dark attire, their stout physiques radiating an intimidating presence. Clearly, they were summoned to deal with unruly intruders. The 2 alluring hostesses cast pitying, derisive glances at Dai Haoren. How audacious to come to Chinxiu Club in such a manner. Truly, he seemed to have no regard for his own safety. Nevertheless, it was perhaps to be expected. Nowadays, individuals would resort to any means to achieve success. Those who frequent Chinxiu Club are either affluent or of noble birth. To gain the favor of even a single individual can lead to an immediate transcendence of social class, elevating one to a status of superiority, or perhaps even multiple tiers above others. Such individuals have graced our world before, and their presence has inspired numerous imitators. However, it is truly a first to encounter someone as audacious as the one before me. This, perhaps, exemplifies the notion that the ignorant are unafraid. Such an extravagant method of greeting. The head of security, clad entirely in black, with a face equally darkened, inquired, "What is the matter?" A resplendently uniformed security guard gestured towards Dai Haoren, stating, "Captain, we have a troublemaker." A troublemaker? The captain scrutinized Dai Haoren with a penetrating gaze. A stranger indeed. Unfamiliar. Aside from his handsome visage, there was nothing remarkable about him. The captain reached out to clasp Dai Haoren's shoulder. "Brother, let us discuss this matter over there. We wouldn't want to disturb the esteemed guest's enjoyment and mood." Yet, upon exerting his strength, he found himself utterly unable to budge the youth. The captain's expression shifted dramatically. Doubts assailed him as he summoned all his might, but still, he could not move Dai Haoren even a fraction. Now, the captain's demeanor grew serious. With an exasperated sigh, Dai Haoren pondered aloud, "Why must individuals like you, mere background characters, consume my time and energy? If our exchange were depicted in a novel, how much precious narrative space would it occupy, I wonder? Readers would accuse the author of padding the story. Can't you, as gatekeepers, Possess a modicum of insight? Tell me, what about my appearance suggests that I am beneath you? Remove your hand. Do you dare to test my patience? The captain's countenance darkened further, and instinctively, he relinquished his grip on Dai Haoren's shoulder, regarding him with a newfound scrutiny. However, Dai Haoren chose to disregard him and strode forward. With gritted teeth, the captain obstructed his path once more. I apologize, but our establishment only accommodates members. Non-members are strictly prohibited from entering. His apology signified a shift in his perception of Dai Haoren, regardless of how formidable the youth might appear. He was employed by the owner of the establishment and was duty-bound to prevent strangers from entering, no matter the circumstance. He would not allow Dai Haoren to pass through that door. Dai Haoren shrugged. To be honest, I derive no sense of accomplishment from bullying you gatekeepers. However, you are exceedingly bothersome, so kindly step aside. With a resounding slap, Dai Haoren struck the captain's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Strangely, as the captain fell, his security had spun twice in the air before finally dropping. Witnessing their captain rendered unconscious on the ground, the onlookers were taken aback. After all, he was a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the four symbols. Could it be that one cannot withstand a slap from the other? Dai Haoren retrieved a wet wipe to clean his hands and inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to obstruct my path?" Silence ensued. However, as Dai Haoren attempted to enter, the other security personnel uniformly positioned themselves before him. To block Dai Haoren might result in merely enduring a beating, which could be classified as a workplace injury. Yet, should they fail to intervene, and if the boss were to pursue the matter, their respectable and lucrative means of livelihood could be jeopardized. Very well. Dai Haoren raised his thumb in approval. You are indeed diligent and responsible. With that, he executed a swift kick. Naturally, he moderated his strength. His intention was merely to clear the obstacles before him, not to cause fatalities. Just as he had incapacitated the fourth individual, a furious cry rang out. Halt. Following the voice, Dai Haoren turned to see a striking woman striding towards him with poise. Her furrowed brow and pursed lips conveyed an air of formidable authority. Upon sighting her, Dai Haoren couldn't help but internally marvel. Such is the grandeur of Huajing. Such is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The density of beauty here is simply overwhelming. Previously, Lu Feifei had already captivated the imagination, and now, here stood another tall and graceful figure. A paragon of proportions, ample in all the right places, and with a physique that was nothing short of artistic. A stunning beauty. Indeed, a resplendent beauty. However, as he gazed upon her, a sense of familiarity washed over Dai Haoren. Had he encountered her before? Yet, at that moment, he could not place her. In his frustration to remember, Dai Haoren mused, perhaps all breathtakingly beautiful women bear a striking resemblance to one another? The woman approached and sternly demanded, "Why are you assaulting others?" Dai Haoren replied, "My lady, have we not crossed paths before?" The woman,